Alrighty folks, we are back. We're doing some more Echo. Joining of course is Rowan.
Hello.
We do have Tom, but Tom's not sure if he'll partake, so it's okay. If he doesn't want to do it, he won't do anything, but he might do some voices depending how he's feeling.
I'm an easily spooked boy.
Yes. So, this will be the second run through of Echo. We finished Flynn's story last time. Rowan, do you want to give the explanation of what Echo is and content warnings and all that?
Yep. Echo is a gay furry dating sim, but not really. Content warning, Echo can be an emotionally intense experience and may not be for everyone. Please put your mental well-being first and take this into consideration. Trigger warnings for basically everything. It depends on what route we end up doing because we haven't actually decided yet. If chat has any preference, please let us know. Typically, I would say a trigger warning for horror, murder, death and child death in general. It's a major part of the backstory we have already uncovered. Arguments, frayed familial and platonic relationships, and romantic and sexual, just frayed relationships in general. Depending on what route we do, we could be tackling abuse, we could be tackling genocide, we could be tackling really just about anything. So I'll probably give more accurate warnings when we've actually decided what route we want to do.
Yeah. So as usual, if any of that bothers you, then please be on well-being first. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
But yes,
you can always read a synopsis online if that's easier. Don't have to partake.
Yeah. So, as I said, we've already done one playthrough. So we're going back. We're going to do the argument scene again, so we all know roughly where we're at, and then we're going to choose a new route, and then we're going to continue on. So this route will be.
Up until this point, basically Chase goes back to hometown with friends to do school project. Things have happened at the lake. They are by the river. Flynn is calling everyone out on all of their individual bullshit.
Yes. So, we're all back up to speed. We're going to carry on from this point, which is when Chase comes out of the water just before the argument. So we'll go from here, and we'll see how it goes.
And if you want to do any voices, Tom, let us know. If a character seems to catch fancy, let us know.
I decided I should go back up and help out. So I slowly let myself float back up towards the surface, trying to stay in the same spot. When I surface, it's pretty quiet. For a second, I wonder if everyone's just gone. Of course, that's ridiculous, and as I come over the embankment, everyone's there. Predictably, Flynn didn't get my food out, so I go to the cooler and grab a sandwich and soda before sitting on an empty chair next to Leo. Apparently it was a good idea to bring lawn chairs, considering the tables looked like they were covered in a year's worth of bird shit. So how was they swim? His tone is bitter and salty. He's not his usual grumpy, but good-natured mood. He's genuinely unhappy. What the hell was his deal? Amazing. I'm gonna have to come back here and swim, come back here sometime during the week. You lizard people don't understand, you hardly ever need water. It always scares the hell out of me when you're down there that long. I'm built for it.
Remember when you gave us rides? That was fun. Remember when you'd always scream like a girl when Chase would go out too far?
Oh wow, I remember that now.
Hey, I've never really liked water. Anyway, Chase would do it on purpose. I knew he didn't like it out to a certain spot.
Carl looks at me.
You know what was really cool was when you'd take us down for a dive. Oh yeah, Chase was like our own little submarine.
I'm starting to get the otters are swimming clowns vibe again. Still enjoy the attention. We get you to take us to the bottom so we can look for treasure. Leo makes air quotes around the last word. And you know, we probably would have found way more stuff if you guys hadn't been dragging me down. I remember when... Are we really fucking talking about this? Everyone turns to look at Flynn. His voice is low and dangerous. There's a chill in the air because we all know what he means. I was actually feeling pretty good about it at this point, like we crossed a bridge being able to talk about it for once. Apparently we hadn't. Flynn? No, I'm serious. Do you think it's okay to fucking talk about this when the lake is a quarter mile that way?
You know what, Flynn? I think we should. Isn't that part of the reason why we're here?
No. If that was the case, then we'd be over there, but we're here. Why is that? Everyone's quiet for a moment. I see TJ shrink into his chair, staring hard at his lap. Flynn, we came here because Chase needed footage. A change comes over Flynn, his face darkens and everyone senses it. Flynn turns to me and it takes some effort not to flinch back. Yeah, and why is that, Chase? You gonna pull that in your fucking documentary? No, Emma Lake is an important part of Echo's history. Just what? Flynn raises his brow ridge at me. I finally just lower my eyes. This was a stupid fucking idea.
You know what, Flynn? If you'd be a little more open, tell us what's on your mind, we'll be able to avoid a lot of this kind of stuff.
Oh, you want to know what's on my mind? Flynn swivels and marches up to Carl. Alright, let's start with you. You're fat, lazy, no motivation, no future. And what the hell are you planning to do with your life? Sit here and waste away an Echo butching off your parents till you're dead? Carl stares back up at Flynn impassively, though he hunches it in himself a bit further.
Flynn, don't do this right now.
And you, thinking you're better than everyone else. I can tell everyone else in Echo is trash. You think everyone else in Echo is trash. Just because me and the others haven't left, you think we're lower than you. Just because we don't have an education, we're a bunch of retards. Yeah, well, you left your whole fucking family behind without even saying goodbye. You know what's going on with them right now? What they're dealing with? Yeah, real fucking hero you are.
You think I...
Stop it, Flynn. We're an unquestionable leader. We wouldn't have been friends without you, would we? That's why you brought us here, right? So you could all bond? Or wait, was it just because you wanted to get into Chase's pants? Leah's ears fall flat. Probably. You've been a mess ever since you left, so let me be the one to tell you. It's over. It's fucking unhealthy. You're obsessed with him. Slowly his head turns to me and I brace myself. And I can't imagine why. You, Chase, have the personality of a fucking rock, and I wish you could see yourself. You just sit there like a creep watching everyone, weighing everything we say. And don't think I haven't caught the way you stare at all of us like we're all objects to be collected. What, are you just planning to cycle through all of us for sex? Sure seems like it. Flynn stops and exhales. It seems like it's over. I really hope it is. That proves futile as Flynn slowly turns on TJ. I silently prayed the Lynx would make a run for it while Flynn had all his attention focused on us, but TJ looks apathetic. Like a statue, there's no soul in him. Flynn pauses though as if he's at loss for what to say. Finally, what happened, TJ? Flynn? Leo stands up from his posture. I can tell the wolf is ready to fight. Memories are starting to flow back. TJ, Flynn thinking he'd done something to... I stand up as well. Flynn may sound like a hard ass, but physically Leo might have been beat easily. Flynn can obviously tell that he might have a fight on his hands though, and it's clear he doesn't want that. He drops his shoulder, seeming to shrink as if invisible strings had been holding him up were cut. He turns to us and then gestures at TJ. I just want the truth. Can we just put a stop to this today, right now? I don't think you know how much of a nightmare this has been for me, not really knowing, TJ. TJ stares up at Flynn, muzzle set grimly. What happened to Sydney? It's dead quiet. TJ stares at his lap, not moving. Come on, let's... Flynn holds up his hand towards me, still staring at TJ. Slowly TJ looks up, his face still stoic, still made of stone.
I already told you what happened.
Bullshit. Flynn steps forward, but Leo's there to grab the back of Flynn's shirt and swing him around. I dodge out of the way as Flynn is flung back to land on his ass, kicking a big cloud of dust. Shit. Flynn, I swear to God, if you start a fight here, I'll drop your stupid ass. Everyone except TJ is standing now, staring at Flynn. Flynn sits there glaring up at Leo, obviously weighing his chances. He seems to come up short though as he spits to the side and stands up, brushing off his pants as he turns away. You all okay with not knowing? Fuck all of you. He turns back around, hands in pockets, a better look in his face. This whole thing was stupid, Leo. We're not even friends anymore. Flynn scuffs the ground before turning and walking towards the trail. He goes back to Echo. God damn it, Flynn! Fuck off. Flynn keeps walking and it's pretty clear that he isn't coming back. I raise a paw and rub it over my eyes. What was he doing? He's a Passionate guy that will sometimes just explode with his insecurities before running away and hiding for a few days. He's skewered us all like that before, that was classic Flynn. But he was especially mean, dark. And the part with TJ, I vaguely remember Flynn having some sort of suspicion, but that had been a long time ago. He'd been sitting on that this whole time? I look to the left and see that TJ's gone. Carl's still sitting down, but looks like he's pulling out a joint. Leo's wandering off down another trail, cursing while Jenna follows him. I stand there next to my chair, undecided. And this is where we have the point where we can follow someone.
What an asshole.
Yeah.
What an asshole. Like, what? So, at the very least, if you're gonna fly off the handle like that, you should, you know, say what's the stick that's up your ass as well as everyone else's.
Yeah,
Jeez.
without Flynn to yell at Flynn, we don't know that his whole thing is that he doesn't let anyone in, doesn't ever explain himself. And the fact that he has walls is his problem. So...
Not even though
Also-
he's just a dickhead.
After doing
Like, oh,
things
yes.
out, like, you understand that argument and why he said that, but... Yeah.
Okay, it might be understandable, but he's still a dick.
He is still a dick. Yeah.
Ah yes, let me just... Ah yes, you lazy fat fuck, you're just gonna live with your parents forever. Whoa, 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 whoa! What the
Like,
fuck's wrong
poor
with you,
fucking
bruh?
Carl. Carl is like his best friend too.
Alright, well,
Jeez.
knowing what you know now, Tom, which path should we take?
Like, who do you think we should go and talk to?
All I know is...
We've done Flynn already, haven't
We've
we?
done Flynn already. Rowan has done parts of TJ's run already on their own. So I'm happy doing TJ's run, but if you want another one, equally it's fine.
Yeah.
Let's go with Carl.
You want
Yeah.
Carl's run, okay. Sit with Carl. I'm tired and I feel awful. I just don't have it in me to chase everyone down right now. Flynn's back off at Echo. It looks like Leo went after TJ. I can't imagine what the Link wants all of us crowding around him right now. I sigh, rubbing my face before I sit down in the lawn chair next to Carl. He looks over at me, slowly lowering what's definitely a joint from his mouth. What? I don't mind. I make a go on gesture with my paw. Carl shakes his head, pushing the dishevelled chib back in his front pocket.
No, I always kind of feel like a dick when the other guys are into it.
Want me to leave? He shakes his head with a quick flick of his horns.
No, man. I just do it when there's nothing else to do.
Ah. There's a moment of silence and I just feel a little pressure to break as it's I'm the one who interrupted his bake session. I actually tried it a few years ago. Carl looks surprised.
Oh, really? How was it?
I shrug. Pretty bad. I was a muffin, I think. Oh, it wasn't a muffin, I think. Carl makes a face at that.
Edibles.
Yeah, well, I ended up eating one, didn't feel anything for a while. Next thing I know, I'm face down the floor and everyone's freaking out.
Shit, that sucks.
It was kind of funny, but I don't think I'll ever try it again. Carl puts the joint back out of his pocket and holds it up.
That's why you should use one of these. It's easier on the brain.
Yeah, well, I guess I just don't like the idea of putting smoke in my lungs. Carl puts the joint back in his pocket.
I get that.
Again, there's a few seconds of silence and I try to think of something to say, but Carl beats me to it.
Crazy shit, huh?
I assume he's talking about what just happened. Yeah, crazy.
But you know how he is. He's regretting everything right now.
Well, I guess I'd rather I just wouldn't say it in the first place. What he said to TJ, man, he picks on him a lot, but that's crossing the line. Carl scratches behind his horns and rubs his nose.
Well, yeah. I guess I never understood that either. Making fun of TJ is like making fun of a cloud. But Flynn doesn't mean it, usually. He likes TJ.
I've noticed during the trip that Carl's been pretty defensive of Flynn, even though he's the butt of most of Lizard's jokes. I've seen Flynn trip Carl up and put him in several headlocks since I got here. You'd think getting older would change that, but this way they roughhouse more than they used to. More than they did before. So you and him still seem pretty close. You guys hang out a lot?
Yeah, a bit. Mostly because there isn't much else to do. He's got a friend in Peyton that he hangs out with sometimes as well.
So what do you guys do? I know Flynn isn't into video games at all, and Carl doesn't care to go clubbing every other night. He shrugs.
Sometimes we go fishing, maybe just drive around painting. Mostly I'm just hanging out at home though.
Playing video games?
Playing video games, watching movies, cybering with the chatbot. The usual.
I grin. That's sad. I would have cybered with you if you had known you didn't have anyone.
I don't know, man. I think compars all the fetishes of the people it's talked about. It's got my sexuality all kinds of fucked up.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, seems like no matter what I say to her, she's tied up in some warehouse blindfolded with a few missing limbs.
You underestimate my abilities.
Oh, and the gender swap that comes out of nowhere halfway through.
Well, while you're not sexting a robot, you doing anything else? He chuckles.
Can't exactly get around myself anymore.
So I guess your parents decided against getting you a new car?
Yeah. Oh, look at this.
He leans over and pulls out his phone. I can't help but notice it's a top model brand, probably around $700. But he's not showing me the phone, instead he presses the screen a few times and swipes through some pictures. I swear I see an image of Flynn with his pants down, mooning the camera. Carl swipes over it pretty quick though, and I'm looking at an image of a brand new sedan. Except the front is neatly folded up around the pole of the stop sign. I recognise the sign. Actually seen it right outside the convenience store, still bent at a ridiculous angle. Guess the town didn't care enough to get it fixed. The pole itself was almost embedded into the middle of the hood. Holy shit. Carl chuckles and pinches the screen, zooming in.
Yeah. Dropped my phone, and when I came back up, this frickin' pole's in front of me.
Really, Carl? Why were you on your phone?
I don't know. And when I get to the town, I don't really think anyone's gonna be on the road.
I sigh, then notice a big round spot right in this right side of the windshield, silhouetted web and smashed white. What was that?
Yep.
Carl knocks on his head for effect, the hollow sound that emits something rather appropriate. You rely on that too much. You really need to start wearing your seatbelt. He shrugs and puts the phone back in his pocket before leaning back in his chair, closing his eyes.
He doesn't bother to wear a seatbelt, because even if he hits his head, he's a fucking ram.
Watch some Peppa
I
Pig.
love this shit. It's funny.
Oh.
What's the point?
To not die?
Happens to everyone sooner or later. Why not get it out early if you can?
He keeps his voice light under the heavy statement. I have no idea what to say to that, so I don't, but he breaks silence again soon enough.
So, how's PU? Do you see Chelsea at all?
Sometimes I forget Carl went to Pueblo with me. It was only one semester, but we had a lot of fun. It's alright, I haven't seen Chelsea at all though.
It's big school. Anyway, what's that project thing you're doing?
Just a news project about Echo. Really kinda how it's falling apart.
Huh.
I told him this already, but Carl never remembers much. Might center around the whole body and the mind thing that happened way back. Carl opens his eyes and looks at me.
So, do you need, like, history stuff? Like old books and records and stuff?
Yeah, if it relates. Carl sits up straighter and grins.
Well, why didn't you say so? We've got a ton of stuff in the crawl space from way back when.
Yeah? What kind of stuff? Carl sets his hoof against one of the rocks circling the fire pit and starts rocking his chair back.
Well, whatever my family kept over the years. That one guy,
Carl snaps his finger a few times.
you know, the guy founded this place,
James?
yeah, sure. He's like my great-great-great-grandfather or something. I think we still have some of that stuff from back in the day. My parents were thinking about setting up on an Echo Museum thing, but they never did.
This might actually be useful to me. All I had planned was maybe look over some old newspapers or town records and be done with it. Actually seeing some old stuff up close could be pretty cool. That might be a good idea, actually. Carl grins.
Awesome. I always kind of wanted to look through that stuff, but the crawl space is damn creepy. You free tonight?
For the first time, Carl actually looks really excited.
Oh, wait, never mind. Flynn's taking me to a dentist appointment early in the morning. How about 11 tomorrow?
I smile. Sounds like a plan.
Sweet, whoa.
Carl gives an excited kick off the rock and the chair's tipping back. His back legs practically snap under his weight. He sent slamming down the rear, the chair crumpled mass under his ass. I laugh as of course I feel bad, but Carl just gets up with a sheepish smile looking down at the broken pile.
Heh.
You get new artwork.
Sheepish.
Look at him.
Well, Leah's gonna be pissed.
Sheepish, lol.
Sheepish, lol. What do you think so far, Tom?
So far it's not bad. It's
Yeah?
alright.
As I said, it's a very slow start.
To all of these routes.
I'm driving down the road alongside the lake. Carl's sitting next to me. He's in the chair that he broke. I keep telling him to wear his seatbelt, but he won't. I turn down a road I don't remember. It goes straight down towards the lake. For some reason I can't stop. I brace myself for the impact, but I hardly feel anything. I just glide into the lake. I start trying to take off my seatbelt, but it's stuck. I look over at Carl and he smiles before opening his door. Water rushes in and he starts to step out. As soon as the water's over my head, it doesn't matter that I'm an otter. Tuesday. Turns out it was a good idea to hang out with Carl today. After texting back and forth with Leo, I learned that he's actually planning a birthday party for the ram. It's a little weird since Carl's birthday isn't for another month, but I guess it's an excuse to have a party. Leo tells me that Carl's distracted for the day while they go shopping for decoration. Oh, to keep Carl distracted for the day while they go shopping for decorations and gifts. He also tells me he'll get my gift for Carl, which is fine with me. TJ's pretty bummed though, considering it throws off his hiking plans, but Jenna promised they'll at least hike half the trail. I want to talk to him, but he's acting pretty cold towards me, probably because I'm bailing on the promise to go with him. I drive to Carl's house because it's pretty far separated from the rest of Echo, up against the foothills of Casa de Buena mountain range. It'd probably take me 15 minutes to get up there, and there's no way in hell I'm doing that in this heat uphill when I've got a car. The main reason it's separated like this is because Carl's house is a mansion. Carl's family is loaded, a legacy that followed them ever since Carl's great whatever struck it rich 100 years ago. James Hendricks eventually went on to start an ice cream business, which at this point is spread out over most of the western half of the country. Carl's mum is the CEO, I think. Actually, now I'm thinking about it, I should probably get some shots for the mansion considering its role in the town's history. Most of the old mansion has been demolished at this point, but I think parts of it are still from the original structure. Probably best to ask first though. I'll walk up to the front door and ring the doorbell, listen to the fancy chime inside. I wait for about a minute, starting to wonder if Carl was asleep or just high off his ass when I hear some voices behind the house. I definitely recognise the crackly timbre of Carl's voice, along with the high tenor of Flynn's. I head around the house, stepping carefully through the desert landscaping and walking into the backyard. "'Cause you want to make out with him?"
No, because you like to make things weird. Just want it to be relaxed.
That's when Carl notices me as I round the corner, clutching my camera bag to my side. He's leaning over a bush with a giant set of clippers while Flynn lounges against the wall watching him.
No, Chase.
Carl's ears perk up and he grins.
Sorry, Flynn.
Carl Rose is... Sorry?
I like how you get new artwork for Carl in this route. I didn't know that.
Carl Rose's big head at the lizard.
I'm supposed to be watching for you.
Flynn doesn't look at me right away, instead choosing to put the toothpick he's chewing out of his muzzle and look at it. Pull the toothpick there. He's still embarrassed about yesterday. Good. That's alright, wasn't hard to hear you guys from the front.
Yeah, just doing some yard work, obviously.
Yours behind his head.
Promising parents I'd get this done before they got back.
Carl starts snipping at the bush again. He's unusually sharp right now, I'm guessing because he hasn't had anything to smoke. Either way, it's jarring to see him so animated. Well, looks like you're doing a good job. Oh, he's moving this fast because he wants to hang out with you, Chase. Even though the sentence is technically being said to me, I feel like Flynn's directing it at Carl. Carl furrows his brow.
Chase, you can go inside if you want. The back is open.
I think that's a good idea because it's clear that I've walked in an argument. You should have seen him a few minutes ago. It was like he had a girlfriend coming over. Carl sighs loudly and snips start to get a bit more violent.
No, I'm just glad to have some company that isn't only you, Flynn.
Flynn looks annoyed and that annoys me. He really didn't have the right to be frustrated with anyone after yesterday. Really? Always seemed to be enough for you in the past. Flynn makes a kissy face. I have no idea if this is one of their inside jokes or not. Carl stops sniffing for a second, then starts up again more slowly.
Well, you know, lizards can be fun, but they don't have all the parts that I like, and if you know what I mean...
Carl smirks sideways at Flynn. Flynn sneers back, and though I've decided that they're still joking, there's definitely growing tension between them. What you saying there, Carl? Carl stops sniffing and plants a point of clippers in the ground, leaning in it, so he turns to face Flynn.
What I'm saying is that you've got no but...
Before Carl can finish his sentence, Flynn turns to the right away from him. It also brings his fat tail around to slam Carl's crotch with a whap that makes me cringe. Carl jumps then squeaks before tapping onto the ground.
My nuts!
Yeah, definitely wish I had those, all dangly and vulnerable and shit. Anyway, I'll leave you two sluts alone. Flynn sticks his toothpick back in his muzzle and I have to consciously try not to cover my crotch while he walks by me. He hasn't looked at me this whole time. Once Flynn's gone, I sidle up to Carl, who is curled up on the ground holding himself while he mutters under his breath. You alright?
Fuck no.
There's not really anything I can do, so I rub his shoulder with a toe comfortingly as he freezes up as I do, looking at my foot.
I'm alright though.
He gets himself into a sitting position before he gets up awkwardly, standing bow-legged. I forgot how much Flynn likes to hit people in the nuts.
I'll get him back. Still hurts if you hit him hard enough.
As he stands, he doubled over with his paws and his knees. I look around. Carl's house is actually grass at the back, which is rare in Echo. Most people either xeriscape or just let the sage bush take over. Another rarity is the two tall trees on the side of the yard. That's where I notice how empty one of them looks. Hey, where'd the treehouse go? Carl follows my gaze.
Oh yeah, my dad took it down a few years back. It was falling apart.
His dad also built the treehouse, so I can remember hanging up there playing our portable game consoles, the fan on full blast. Even then, it was almost too hot to hang out up there. I walk up to the base of the tree and put my hand against the trunk, grinning. Man, I remember all the shit we did up there. Carl shuffles up next to me, still bow-legged, and grins too.
Yeah, good times.
I think about climbing it, but I notice that the branch we used to use as a foothold has been cut off. Your dad ruined this thing. Carl scrapes at the spot where the branch used to be with a hoof.
Yeah, I guess it made the moving harder, and we didn't use it anymore, so we just cut it off.
I can see Carl looking for a way up too, and soon enough his eyes settle on a branch just above his head. I don't know if Carl's already jumping to grab the branch with both paws. It doesn't look very sturdy. Dude, that's gonna break.
So? I'm fucking fat, I'll bounce. What a mood. What an icon.
I'm about to tell him again that the branch is definitely going to break when I notice his shirt riding up all the way over his brown belly. It's not like he's a bag of lard though, it's controlled type of gut, held tight with the muscles underneath pulling it in as he flexes. He notices me staring right away and kicks out at me playfully.
Pervert. First my moves and now this.
I jump back as he tries to follow me with a bigger swing of his legs. That's when the branch snaps loudly. Carl goes down once again, landing squarely on his back.
Ooh.
I cover my face extensively, but I still hear the hollow thud followed by the whoosh of breath going out of his lungs. Slowly I lower my paws and find the chubby ram rolling back and forth on the ground, eyes wide, his mouth hangs open. A distant memory comes to mind of a time when we were both 10 and Carl showing me a trick with his new bike ramp. The handlebars ended up in his gut where he landed and spent the following minute rolling around in the ground like this. Good times. Shit. I suck in the air through my teeth and kneel next to him again, patting him uselessly. After a few seconds of hesitation, I reach over and grab the front of his waistband of his shorts and pull up on him. Even though he's completely deflated, he looks at me with a bizarre expression and swats at my paw, giving a few breathless snorts as he tries to laugh. Hey, it's supposed to help you breathe. I've seen coaches do it at school. I'm realising that Carl's way too heavy to arch up like that, so I give up and just end up petting his stomach, wishing I could help somehow. Just stretch out. His breath is already coming back, but he follows my instruction anyway, and we sit there for a while, the silence punctuated by heavy breathing. I start laughing. Jesus Christ, Carl, can you go one day without hurting yourself? He chuckles too, his belly shaking under my paw.
Now you know why I don't go outside.
He slumps back for a while, taking a deep breath before lifting his head again. He looks down his chest at my paw and grins.
It seems like you can't keep your paws off me, though.
I move my paw, letting him pull down his shirt as he grunts and sits up. How about I just let you suffocate next time?
I almost did, laughing while I couldn't breathe. I thought you were trying to grab my dick.
I put my paws on her hips. Is it because I'm gay?
That might just be it.
Carl grabs a branch that had broken off the tree and quirks up the corner of his mouth.
Oh, your dad's not going to be happy about that.
Who cares? It's just a branch.
You know my dad.
He gets up and tosses the branch over the fence into the desert and turns back to me.
So now it feels like Luca fucking Lobo just gave me the... Oh my god.
Quebradora.
Quebradora con giro.
Quebradora con giro. I think I'm done for the day. Wanna work on your project now?
I don't want to see if I'll just hang out here with Carl, but the sun's enough to put a damper on that. Carl's house is like a labyrinth. I think he once told me that it's over 30 rooms, which is fucking insane. The living room is about 5 times larger than the one at my parents' house, and it's hard to miss what looks like a 100-inch flat screen on the wall. According to Carl, the first mansion was even bigger though. After getting a drink, he leads me straight downstairs into the basement. Down the hallway we pass a small home theatre which looks like an entertainment room with a bar and a small gym. A quick glance shows at least 10 fitness contraptions. After that, things get a little more dingy, and I can see how portions of the foundation could be decades old. Finally, at the end of the hall, Carl opens the door, and I can see the ceiling that is right under the stairs we came down on. Carl waves his paw around and finally grasps something before pulling down. An old light bulb comes on and sees a little door with a small latch on it. He opens it, and I'm greeted with a musty smell, and Carl slides through the opening. I follow tentatively, making sure I'm not walking into any cobwebs. Are there a lot of spiders down here?
I don't think so. We sprayed a few weeks ago.
It's extremely dark and I hear Carl grunting next to me.
Ugh. There's a floodlight here somewhere. Ah, here it is.
Like everything in the house, it's big for a crawl space. Pillars sprout from the ground, 2 rows that stretch back almost into the darkness. The ground is covered by a tarp and I see dozens of plastic bins lining the walls. This is a lot of shit.
Yep. It's a few generations worth of shit.
I walk over to the tarp and look in the bins, but all I can see is clumps of cloth and towel through the cloudy plastic. Carl walks past me straight to the back of the crawl space, his big hooves clapping along loudly.
I actually helped him sort through all this stuff last year, so I think I know where it is.
I follow him, but it's hard to see in the darkness. Should we get a flashlight?
No, it's only 2 tubs, I think. We'll just pull them up to the front.
I stand off to the side as I watch him push bins around, looking at the labels on the top. I look over at one of them and see home movies written on it. It's filled with cassettes.
Ugh, don't remind me.
I look up to see Carl's noticed me staring at the bin. What? Carl grunts as he lifts up a bin and drops it pretty carelessly on the floor. Pretty sure I hear something break.
Mom had me help her convert all that to digital. It took her a fucking year.
Wow.
Yeah. It's in the cloud now. We're actually in a lot of those videos.
Huh, really?
Yeah. Birthday parties and shit.
Of course I would be. Carl's dad practically had a video camera glued to his eye back in the day. I used to hang out with Carl almost as much as I did Leo when we started going out. Even went on a family vacation a few times. But then me going out with Leo changed things. Looking back, I think Carl was unhappy with that.
You can watch a few once we're done here if you want.
Sure. That sounds like an old person thing to do, but I'm curious.
Found it.
Carl slides out 2 plastic bins and see history written on the top.
Help me carry one?
Carl lifts up the top one and starts waddling back to the front. I bend over and look at the second one. I'm surprised how fucking heavy it is. I'm worried I'm not going to be able to get it off the ground for a few seconds, but I manage after a while. If Carl's bin's as heavy as mine, then he's a fucking beast at being able to lift and carry it like that. I stagger after him, almost certain I'm going to go head first into the wall. Once we get back to the stairs, I bend over and set my bin down. That's when I see a massive spider sitting on the lid. It takes about half a second for me to recognise the black shape and spindly legs. Oh fuck! I scream and drop the bin before I know I'm halfway back to where we came, panting and shivering.
Holy shit, what happened?
I tremble and try to steady my voice. A fucking spider!
What? You're really still scared of those? Man, for a second I thought my sister came home and then got murdered.
You told me there weren't any.
I didn't say that, I just said we sprayed.
Just get rid of it. At this point, I've shuffled a little closer back to the light. I can see Carl grinning as he bends over to look at the lid of the bin.
Whoa, it's got babies on its back.
My body gives a violent involuntary spasm and I shake my paws like a fucking girl. Stop it. He glances up at me with a stupid smile still on his face.
Wow, that was gay. Seriously, it's got a bunch of tiny babies on its back. I think it's a wolf spider. Wolf spiders are cool.
I swear I'm gonna pass the hell out if he doesn't stop talking. I cover my face. Please?
Alright. I didn't know you were that scared of him. Probably get that checked out.
Considering that I almost crashed my car into the garage of my parents' house and the spider crawled out of the AC, he's probably right. Just kill it.
Why would I do that?
I watch as he tilts the bin sideways.
It's not going to hurt anyone.
I want to tell him that their babies are only going to grow into 100 more giant wolf spiders, but I realise I'll just come off as a bloodthirsty asshole when I bite my lip and watch the black spot skitter off into the darkness. I walk back towards Carl, hugging my shoulder so I was trying to control the chills running through me. Now I'm going to be a paranoid the whole time. That's going to come back to get me. Carl rubs my back and I stand next to him.
You know, they actually clean up a lot of the other bugs that get into the house.
Yeah, well, I'd rather not be covered in ants than I'd rather be covered in ants than spiders. It's clear while he's trying not to laugh at me, he starts popping the lid back off the bin. Popping the lid off the bin. On the top are a few framed pictures, and under those are a few more cardboard boxes. I realise the latch is in the other bin, keeping my eye out for any black spots that might jump out at me. This one's filled with bundles wrapped in cloth or paper. Carl drags the bin to the steps so that he can sit on them, and I follow suit.
So how do you think you'll use this stuff?
I unwrap a smaller bundle and look at the gold pocket watch underneath. Oh, wow, not entirely sure. Depends on what we find, might film a few things. There's a paper tag attached to the chain with Robert Hendricks written on it. Who's this? Carl gives it a glance.
No idea. Probably a great uncle or something.
I rock the pocket watch and reach back into the bin. I pull out the next item. There's something really cool about the old stuff. My mind wanders to who might have made it, who bought it, and how much shit it must have seen. History is my first choice to major in, but Dad put a stop to that pretty quick. I pull out various other things, dolls, pipe, coins, and another pocket watch. I feel like this is worth a lot of money. Why don't you just sell it?
Probably. It's family stuff, but I still think they want to do the museum.
Gives an awkward cough.
Besides, we already got plenty of money.
He's got the binder open, looking at black and white photos under the plastic.
Hey, this is him, right?
He points to a picture of a very dignified-looking ram, thumbs in the vest, wearing one of those big top hats. A fox stands next to him in a similar pose. I could see a piece of yellow paper sat behind the photo and tug it out. James Hendricks, definitely him, and John B. Gay. That's Jenna's last name. Carl's phone starts buzzing and he grunts as he leans back to pull it out of his pocket.
Hey man, helping Jake. Sorry, hey mom. Mom. Helping Chase with his project. No, of course not.
I look over at him, but he gets up and claps back up the steps. Looking back down at the picture, I wonder if it's just coincidence, but I don't think so. Jenna's family have been in Echo since the beginning too, so this guy definitely has a relative of some kind. I'll take a picture of the photograph with my phone. I'll show it to Jenna later and ask if she knows anything about it.
Do you remember in Flynn's route, right at the end when we started seeing like Flynn flashing through different murders in the past, and you saw a fox being hanged and a ram walking away?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah. To do that without a car?
Carl raises his voice, so I look back up the steps, wondering if I should close the door. Hearing him angry like that just didn't feel right. His parents were always hard on him, but I guess they had their reasons. I spend the next 20 minutes shuffling through the bins, trying to be careful not to break anything. I decided I have enough and put the lids back in the bins, lining the stuff I picked out along one of the steps since I don't have anywhere else to put them. By the time I head back up to the actual basement, Carl's gone. As I approach Carl's room, I smell it before I even open the door. He's reclined in the bed, arm thrown over his face, big window above him open. Clothes are scattered all over the floor, along with a few empty water bottles and bowls. Every inch of the walls is covered in posters like I remember, along with a few in the ceiling. Bookcases lie on the opposite wall, filled to the brim with comics and toys. He raised up his arm as I walk in and smiles.
Sorry about the mess, dude. It's hard to keep everything clean when my parents aren't here to yell at me about it.
The lazy, crackly sound of his voice had returned full force. His eyes were distant. It's okay. Are you okay? He grins toothily.
Dude, I'm more than okay.
Since there's nowhere else to sit, I end up sitting down in the foot of his bed. Do they let you smoke in here? The smell in his room is layered and old, like the walls have been blanketed in the smell several times before.
Yep, they gave up trying to stop me. Better to be in the house rather than getting caught by some cop outside. They just made me promise that I wouldn't ever try something harder. Good thing they don't know I've already tried a dick.
He puts a lot of emphasis on the K as a bad joke seems to dribble out of his muzzle. I lean back on the bed and that's when I notice his flat screen, just 48-inch, was on. A list of video files displayed on it. What you watching?
Oh,
Carl grunts as he sits up and reaches for a game controller.
our old home movies. Was gonna show you some of them. How about a birthday?
Sure. He scrolls down the list and stops when it says Carl's 8th is highlighted and presses play. The backyard I was in about an hour earlier pops up on screen. Now a long table sits in the middle of the lawn along a massive bounce house. And not just any bounce house, but a giant two-story one that you find at the State Fair. The video is time-stamped April 19th, 2002. Fuck, I remember this. There are about 20 kids, mostly in the bounce house, and most of whom I've forgotten. Right now, though, the camera's zooming in and out on 8-year-old Carl. He's messing with a giant Nerf gun, the kind that no kid ever gets because they're so damn expensive. And that's when 8-year-old me enters the picture holding a much smaller Nerf gun. His parents gave anyone a goodie bag that day that had toys in it, so I might not have been able to get it on my own birthday. My kid self puts the gun to Carl's head and pulls the trigger, a dart bouncing off his horns. I specifically remember that moment. I thought of the suction that the end of the dart was going to stick, but of course it didn't. The audio was filled with a deep chuckle, Carl's dad behind the camera.
You were a dick back then.
What? I was 8.
Still, you blow up my candles.
Oh yeah. He gets so mad about that. I start to settle back and smile. It's been a long time since I watched a home movie and I've forgotten how nice it is to just have the method of looking back. Kind of like when I get stuck on scrolling through old images on my phone. My younger self was trying to help Carl with a gun, lifting up the barrel and looking for the opening. Careful. Kid Chase puts his head back with a jolt as Carl dad yells and then mutters behind the camera. Let's see how long it takes him to trick Carl into trading with him. Carl's dad now sounds exasperated but good-natured. It still makes me blush a little knowing how aware Jim was of me taking advantage of his son. Our struggles with the Nerf gun get the attention of another kid though. My breath catches in my throat as Sydney bounces into frame. I feel Carl tensing up next to me too. He starts to lean for the game controller. And here comes the Mormon boy. The disgust in Carl's dad's voice shocks me as I hear Carl whisper the curse next to me and fumbles for the controller. Sydney reaches out and pulls the gun away from Carl and looks it over, grinning. Hey. Suddenly the screen switches back to the file menu. Both sit there in silence for a few seconds.
Sorry, I guess I forgot about that.
Of course, Sydney was going to be at that party, but I'd also forgotten too. If there was any way to perfectly ruin the mood, that had been it. I glance over at Carl and see him looking down at the gamepad, ears lowered and sides red. Hey, it's okay. I mean, maybe it's a good thing to watch.
My dad. I didn't know he'd say that. I'd rather not find out what else he said.
Oh yeah. I look around trying to find something, anything to distract us from what just happened. My eyes fall on the shelves holding Carl's game library. Wanna play a game? It's just like old times we co-op through Winter Castle. The fact that he still has the old save files from when we were college makes it all the more nostalgic. I get so into it that it gets dark outside without me even noticing, and pretty soon I'm looking at the purple sky reluctantly. About time I go back. Carol sighs and pauses the game before stretching out and dropping the controller onto his bed.
Oh, come on. Sure you can't stick around?
I don't know. I don't have any clothes or toothbrush.
You can walk over and get them.
Carl seems pretty determined to make me stay, and there's not one reason why I can't, so I relent. Alright, yeah, this could be fun.
Yes!
Carl looks so happy and almost relieved.
It'll be just like old times.
He rolls onto his hooves.
And speaking of old times, let's make a pizza.
I suddenly caught Carl's enthusiasm. We go into the massive kitchen and pull out a big frozen pizza from the fridge, and while it bakes, we sit at the counter and talk. At this point, the haze of pot is lifted from Carl's face, and he's animated and excited again, swiveling on one of the counter stools. For the first time in almost 10 years, I'm giddy and excited in the way you only get at a sleepover. It makes a little jarring when he pulls out some beers. I'm happy to have a few if we guzzle them down and talk about past sleepovers. Pretty soon we're reminiscing drifts into the present, and that's when the conversation slows a bit, Carl having less to say. I tried to change the subject and tell him that we should come back to school. He just smiles and shakes his head. Three hours later, we're both laying on Carl's bed, head to toe, having just watched a shitty action movie. We didn't end up going to get my stuff, so I'm just in boxers, pleasantly drowsy and buzzed. I hear Carl snuffle and look down my chest at him. What's up? He looks over at me and shrugs.
Nothing. Just thinking.
What about? During our past sleepovers, Carl was always been afraid to be the last to fall asleep. He tried to keep me up by talking, rolling over on top of me, and sometimes just throwing shit at me. I wonder if that's what he's doing now.
I don't know. Life?
That's a lot to think about.
Not for me.
I look over at him again. He's holding one paw up, looking through his fingers at the ceiling fan. You're just figuring things out. Carl lets his arm float back down over his head, blowing out a sigh.
I'm not figuring things out, man.
I don't say anything. It's cool that he's reaching out to me. I'm not sure if I can offer any advice that he hasn't heard before.
I just wish I could be doing something.
I think for a moment. You know a lot more than some people I know. I mean, your art is great. You did go to school even if you dropped out, and you were working while you could. There are a lot of people out there who can't even say that. Carl laughs, but it's a sick kind of laugh. Sad kind of laugh.
Try saying that to my mum. She always got something to do. Always wants to do something. I just don't feel like that.
He turns his head towards me.
I wish I did, Chase, but I just can't.
His voice catches in his throat, and I shrink a bit into the bed, pretending not to notice. The beer we've had is definitely partly to blame for this. He turns his head towards the wall, though, and I'm guiltily relieved that he talks again and his voice is under control.
I just wish it wasn't there. I just wish it wasn't such a goddamn chore for me to go outside, you know?
I didn't know, but I nod anyway, even if you can't see. He's waiting for me to say something though, so I clear my throat.
Brutal.
Oh my god, it's a game. There's choices. Holy
There are,
crap.
and they do have impacts.
Oh no.
Yeah. Branching story, baby. Also, I'm just gonna grab a snack. I'll be right back.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll discuss with Tom what we should do. What are you thinking so far, Tom?
I don't know.
What is your thoughts been on Carl so far? Does he have a problem that he can't leave, or is it fine?
Depends what he thinks, I guess.
Well, I mean, he seems to think it's a problem.
His parents drive him hard, but like, so what? If he doesn't have to, like, you know, do what they say or think he should be. He's his own man, you know.
He is indeed his own ram. Alright, well, we'll wait for Rowan to get back before we make a call then. But yes,
Hi.
hello. Right.
Hello.
What do you think, Rowan? Which should we go for? Which way are you leaning?
I mean, I don't like lying. That's my problem.
Mm-hmm.
And like, what does Carl need to hear as well? That's kind of another thing. And like, I want to lean into you have a problem.
All right.
What about you, Tom?
Do you have a problem? What with?
Like, the anxiety of being unable to leave the house and not being able to do anything.
I have that anxiety.
Yeah. Now, what do you think about it?
Don't know.
I think if you say it's fine, you'll sort of get further with it in a sort of relationship start, where if you say you have a problem, you're probably going to talk about it. Maybe it might help. But again, then again, if you look at how he sort of dealt with the spider thing, it's the same kind of thing.
Is it?
Well, he said you have a problem with spiders,
Fair enough.
so it's a sort of similar thing to that. But the problem is it's words sometimes don't indicate what's actually being, said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's more about like the approach you take.
Hmm. Well, in fairness, as Carl, we probably respond better to you have a problem rather than it's fine. Let's try and see. Don't take this the wrong way, but maybe you should see a therapist. He snorts and finally turns his head to look back at me, his horns bumping the wall loudly.
I already do. I thought they'd just give me a pill to make things better, but apparently I have to actually make an effort as well. And I'm like, isn't this why I'm seeing you? For the whole making an effort thing?
I laugh along with him. Yeah, I can remember what that's like. He watches me for a few seconds.
So is
Why
all
is
that...
the mouse like an anchor? I've just noticed.
It's like the logo of the game.
Ah, okay.
Specifically, it's the bracelet Chase and Leo used to wear. Like, both of them would have one, where it was connected by an anchor, and like Leo would see it as their relationship, the town's stability, and Chase saw it as, oh god, it's holding me down. This town sucks, and left. So it's like simple for the game. Being tied to this fuck awful town. So are all those problems you had taken care of now?
I hope so. We lay in silence for a little while before I finally speak up. Listen, I'll probably come back a few times this week to work on that history stuff. Well, why don't we go out and do something?
That would be nice.
I grin, glad at making Carl feel better. Cool, let's plan on it. Carl puts his paws behind his head and smiles.
It's cool that you're here, Chase.
It's cool to be here, Carl.
And not just because it's nice to have someone to talk to.
Oh?
No, this house is fucking haunted.
That's a good end point.
Chase has nothing to say about that. He's just like, okay, bedtime.
Why did it get so fucking cold?
I don't remember falling asleep, but it's at that moment that something wakes me up. I jolt, then lay there, trying to remember where I am. Carl's house, that's right. I stare at the ceiling, wondering what time it is. I don't bother looking at my phone because I'm already starting to fall back asleep. The scraping noise from beneath me makes me jump, and I prop myself up on my elbows, listening. Looking over, I see Carl staring at the ceiling, eyes wide. Carl? I whisper it. I'm not sure why. He jumps and looks at me, confused, like he's just woken up.
Huh?
Are you okay?
Yeah, what's wrong?
I think I hear something. His floppy ears perk up.
I don't...
Then his eyes widen. Although I didn't hear anything right then, he definitely did. You hear it?
Yeah, like a Like a scraping noise I told you about?
Yeah. He looks happy.
Ha! So I'm not fucking crazy.
We both sit there and listen for a while, but it sounds like it's stopped.
Wanna go see what?
Suddenly his eyes widen and his muzzle drops in shock. I stare back. What?
Did you fucking hear that?
I listen, feeling my heartbeat pick up now that Carl looks fucking terrified, but I don't hear anything. What?
Fucking voice.
The fur races up all over my body as I listen, but nothing. Carl definitely seems convinced, though so I listen harder. I just start to make out what might be a voice when Carl sits up next to me and gets out of bed. I feel myself start to panic. Did some crazy hobo break into his house? Carl gets off the couch.
Come on.
What couch?
What? What the fuck are we gonna do? Let's call the cops.
No, let's make sure first. This has happened before.
What? What do you mean? He puts his finger up to his lips.
Grab something.
What?
Hang on. Something's wrong. Why were they on the? They were asleep, not on a couch.
They were asleep on a bed, it seemed, and then there's a couch involved. So yeah, I don't know. I follow Carl out of the kitchen and starts rummaging through the drawers. I follow him.
Sofa bed?
It could have been a sofa bed.
Yeah.
I follow him, hugging my shoulders, feeling a lot
Family
colder right
that
now.
rich.
With the sound
They
of
own a mansion.
with the sound of
Why'd they
metal
have a sofa
sliding.
bed?
With the sound of metal
Sorry.
sliding against metal, Carl pulls out a giant steak knife. What the fuck?
Dude, I've been hearing this shit for the past month, and I've been too scared to go down there. But now with you here,
He flashes me a smile.
I'm gonna find out what the fuck this is. Here.
He reaches into the spot between the fridge and the wall and pulls out a broom before sticking it out to me. I take it slowly. What the hell am I supposed to do with this?
Hit him. Come on.
Carl starts down the stairs and I follow behind, holding the broomstick in front of me like it's a sword. I've never had to hit anyone with a stick before. I have no idea what I'm doing. Once we get to the small door leading down to the crawl space, Carl pauses and we both listen. It's silent for a while, then... Shit. Carl looks at me like I'm crazy, not reacting to the noise at all.
Shh.
He leans down, paw on the handle. Looking back at me, he signals with his eyes to be ready. I grip onto the broom like a lifeline. I wait for him to swing the door open, and when he does... Darkness.
Shit.
So whatever's down here is just slinking around in complete darkness.
Hey.
Carl says it unconvincingly. The fear clears in his voice. Then after looking back at me,
Fuck it.
he jumps down into the crawl space, disappearing into the dark. Carl! I stumble up to the edge of the steps, trying to squint into the black. I hear Carl to the right, rustling around and cursing. That's when the light floods the crawl space. I quickly wobble down the stairs, knowing whatever is down here is going to try and escape if it would be running right into me. Finally, I have a moment to catch my breath, standing several feet behind Carl as I look around, broom at ready.
Sorry. There's nothing here. What the fuck?
Sure enough, the crawl space looks empty. There aren't many places to hide either. What the hell's going on, Carl? But he doesn't answer me, he's staring at the bins.
Did you put the bins back?
I look down, the bins are gone. I look back at where they were originally, and sure enough, they're neatly stacked right where we found them. I honestly don't remember. Did I move them back? Maybe it would be something I might do. I try. I just can't remember.
I
Maybe?
think we lost the Tom.
What's Tom DC'd?
Tom might be DC'd. Oh, hi Tom.
Yeah, the problem is that my OBS just stops Discord sound. So I can't hear when someone DCs or joins.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
Okay, so what happened there was my laptop froze exactly at the moment where you guys opened the door and it was darkness, and Carl said shit, and then everything sort of froze, and I was like, yeah. What? And I realised it had crashed.
Oh my gosh.
I thought you were being silent for effect. I was like, guys, it's been silence for like 10 full seconds now. It's Come on, get on with it. So what happened? He said shit.
Carl jumped down and turned on a light, and the boxes had been moved back
Oh,
to where they were
spooky.
before. Yeah. Oh, and
God,
there's no
those
one down
spiders
there.
are- The spiders are so organised.
Hmm.
I like spiders, but I know Tom doesn't.
Yeah, did you read that one?
Oh no, dude, come on.
I really don't remember. Carl walks further towards the back, ears perked, looking left and right as he clutches his knife. I start to follow, but that's when I notice something on the left of my vision on the ground. Looking down, I see something fat and hairy ambling toward slowly over the top. A giant fucking tarantula. The following few moments are a blur. The next thing I know, I'm going up the stairs with my feet paused, grabbing at the door frame, trying to pull myself up.
Chase, what happened?
I can hear him running up behind me, so I turn to warn him. Look out! This big spider!
sorry.
The breath keeps catching in my throat. I think I'm hyperventilating. I'm still clutching at the door frame as Carl furls it behind me, his eyes wide.
What? Come on, Chase, this is crazy.
No, huge, blonde.
No fucking way.
He looks excited and he turns back to the crawl space. I feel numb right now. This is all too much to handle. What the fuck is even going on?
Which way?
Shakily, I point towards where the spider was crawling. Carl squints and walks down the steps, looking around. Careful.
If it was really a blonde, there's not much to worry about. I hear they're actually pretty gentle.
I gulp and don't say anything. My head is pounding and buzzing, for some reason doesn't feel like it has anything to do with the adrenaline rush. The more it's like a bad headache. Carl looks around a while longer while I focus on the steps, making sure nothing crawling up them. I don't even care about the possible hobo anymore. Finally, Carl comes back looking confused.
Well, there's nothing there. You know, sometimes I see shit when I'm really tired. I want to go back upstairs.
There's nothing there. This can't be happening again.
Again?
Wednesday.
Ooh. Spooky things.
I open my eyes slowly. The pressure in my head tells me I didn't get nearly enough sleep. Not really surprised considering we were both up till 3. And our own ghost adventure a few hours later didn't help things. I hear the doorbell and realise what had woken me up. Groaning, I reach under my pillow and feel around a few seconds before I find my phone. The lump that is Carl under the blankets near me, my feet doesn't even budge. That was the cool thing about having Carl as a roommate. He slept like a fucking rock. I did pretty much anything I wanted to. I didn't have to worry about him reporting me to the RA. Even something like jerking
RA.
off. That
Maybe
only
like
happened.
rooming assistant or something like that. I think it's like a student that monitors the halls or something.
That only happened a few times though. The rabbit I'm rooming with now is a different story. Or rooming with now, sorry, is a different story. Again, the doorbell. I glance at my phone, 10 AM. I also notice I have 5 texts and 2 calls. Hey.
It's
Sorry.
Leo.
Hey. On the way to Carol's house for surprise party. Make sure you're ready. Hello? That sounds the reverse of a surprise party. I look down and nudge some part of Carl with my foot. Judging by the thickness and consistency, I'm pretty sure it's his ass. He grunts.
What?
I think someone's at the door. Doesn't say anything, and a few seconds later his guttural snores start up again. This time I really dig my foot in and he yelps loudly, sitting up fast. His horns bang against the wall. He squints against the sunlight pouring in between the blinds and turns his emerald eyes into almost mint green. He raises a paw to block the light and looks at me frowning.
What the hell was that?
The doorbell goes off again. Door. Carl blinks at me, then slumps back down his pillow, waving a paw lazily in the air.
Let it ring. I'll go away eventually.
Huh? Are you sure? He flops his paw around again.
Solicitor, trust me, they see this house and make a beeline. No one else visits.
I sigh, looking back down at my phone. Oh look, Leo texted me. That's probably him at the door. I guess my tone of surprise is a little too fake because Carl sits up and eyes me suspiciously.
Well, you can go ahead and answer it. You're allowed to touch my door.
I sigh a little harder this time. Damn it, Carl, fine. They're planning a surprise party for you, so go down there and answer the door and act surprised.
What?
Carl's just not just confused, he looks genuinely upset. He leans into the corner, pulls out the blanket like he's trying to ward off the boogeyman.
My birthday is until next month.
I pause, watching him. I know, but we didn't have much to do, so Leo thought. I slide off the bed and start pulling on my jeans and a shirt. Come on, I'll go down with you. Carl covers his face and rubs hard, the short fur on his muzzle bristling and the little spikes around his fingers.
I just wanted to relax today, you know?
Isn't that every day for you? I laugh to lighten the jab, but Carl just frowns.
Well, not with you.
I'm starting to wonder if all this isolation has worsened Carl's issues, if he really has gotten the help he needs. That all this hiding out has just blanketed the problem and let it fester underneath. You can relax, we're all friends here, Carl, come on. I pick up his clothes left on the floor from yesterday and toss them at him. I'm at least relieved to see him putting them on, even if it's reluctant. My phone buzzes a few more times, but I ignore it and wait patiently for Carl to finish getting dressed. I think this would be a lot of fun. He doesn't say anything as he slowly rolls off the bed and pulls on his shorts. Surprise!
Surprise!
Happy not really your birthday, bitch. As I open the door, a blast of confetti hits my face along with a loud pop, leaves my ears ringing.
TJ, not in the face. Sorry.
I slowly pull the papery strings of confetti off from from around my ears, and the smell of fireworks stings my nose. Where the fuck's Carl? I look behind me and step over the side a bit, revealing Carl has got his arms folded tightly, head dipped.
Good thing I didn't answer the door, huh?
Happy birthday. Leo brustles in carrying 2 bags. Jenna follows carrying medium-sized cylindrical cake covered in white frosting. Carl perks up a bit when he sees us, his long ears bouncing.
Hey, is that my velvet? Yeah, Fiend says it's your favourite. Store made though. I would have made it myself if Leo hadn't warned us in advance. Or had warned us in advance.
Hey, I came up with this like 2 days ago. Flynn engages Carl with some fake punches while Leo sets the bags down on the table before turning to me with his voice low. Just so you know, your gift is a horn band. Okay, so is everything alright? With Flynn, I mean? Leo glances over at the lizard, quirking the corner of his mouth towards his ear. Yeah, I think so. It will take a bit of time for him to settle down, but he already sort of apologised while you were gone. So that's a start at least, yeah? I exhale. Okay.
Carl, where are your plates? The cupboard second door over.
Now that Flynn's not shoving him around, Carl stands awkwardly next to the table, paws fidgeting.
So why are we doing this? It's not until next month.
Leo shrugs, frowning. We just wanted to do something, really. I mean, it's not much to do, you know?
Have candles anywhere, Carl? No, I don't think so.
What's up, man? Haven't had your morning joint yet to lighten up? Flynn snatches at one of Carl's horns and wobbles his head around. Well, that's something Flynn did to Carl a lot. The taboo act of grabbing someone's horn almost makes me gasp out loud.
Stop.
Carl shoves Flynn off and smooths his beanie down.
Well, I guess we'll have to skip the candles. I told you we should have brought some, Leo.
Leo throws his arms out in a shrug. What? Sue me if I thought they'd have everything we need in this mansion.
No kidding. You know how places you haven't been since you were a little kid look smaller when you visit as an adult?
TJ's eyes scan the tall ceiling.
This place still looks giant. Sure, Tej.
Carl huffs out a breath.
Why didn't you guys tell me? I still need to take a shower.
Quit being a pussy. You always smell like skunk. Now eat some cake. Flynn grabs the knife while Jenna sets out the plates. The frosting is so thick it practically absorbs the knife. I'm had cake for breakfast since, like, your last birthday party, Carl. Carl doesn't say anything, instead sitting at the end of the table, paws in his pockets. You guys sure slept in? What were you doing all night? I wait to see if Carl's going to say anything. When it's clear he isn't, I chime in. Video games mostly, and a movie. Fun, fun. It's something we could all have done together, though. Maybe for people who don't have a job to go to the next day. I don't think that was a personal dig at Carl, but I don't miss the downward flick of his ears. Flynn plops down a thick slice of cake onto Carl's plate, and an inch deep frosting makes a splatting sound. Maybe you should just stick a doobie in there and light it, huh? Carl, was perked up at the sight of cake, sinks back down with a frown.
Just a small size, please.
Flynn eyes TJ, who's holding out his plate and positions the knife.
Smaller, please.
Oh my god, loosen up, you're on vacation. Flynn starts cutting the slice even bigger than Carl's was.
Hey! Flynn.
She says it quietly, but the chill in her voice is clear, so the fact that things aren't completely okay. Flynn grunts, then cuts the cake again. This time the slice is just 1 inch wide. That good?
Yeah, that's fine, thanks.
TJ moves away to sit down. The warm glow of our little get-together chills, but Leo chips in with a laugh. Make sure Chase gets a real big chunk. He's getting way too skinny. I don't argue, and Flynn slats down a large slice on my plate, a little notch in the centre where he tried to cut TJ's. I sit in the vacant seat next to Carl, where he's resting his cheek in his paw, methodically shoveling the cake into his maw. Everything okay?
Oh, yeah, everything's good.
I'm about to ask more, but Flynn points across the table at us. Hey Leo, wanna tell him what we saw on the way here?
Oh god, no.
I look at Leo inquisitively. Even Carl's ears perk up a bit. What? Leo purses his lips like he's trying to decide whether or not to tell us. Now might not be the best time. Flynn rolls his eyes. Screw it. You know Janice? The waitress? Yeah. The methed out one at the diner. Come on, Flynn. Well, anyway, we're driving up Main Street towards the field, and you know the rusted barbed wire and stuff? TJ's hiding his face with his paw as he stares down hard at his cake. Uh-huh. Well, we turned around the bend and saw Janice. He keeps pausing for effect, and it's getting annoying. Okay, what happened? Well, she was all crouched over, staring at the road, and Leo starts driving up to her. I thought she was having like a heart attack or something. Yeah, well, we get closer, we saw her pants were down. I recoil a little, not having expected that at all. What? Yeah, and when we pulled up next to her, she just grinned at us, and then... Flynn snorts out a laugh, covering his face like he can't believe what happened.
Can we please not talk about this? It just makes me feel awful.
What? Well, it's unusual to see Flynn at a loss for words. Well, she just started pissing. What? Why? I don't know. She just smiled at us and started pissing. Heard it first, then looked down and saw it. Then Leo hit the gas. Flynn stares back, done with his story, not exactly pleased with himself. I furrow my brow in confusion. Janice? She was one of the more well-adjusted people living in this town. Leo lets out a cough at the awkward silence. I'm still trying to figure out what exactly happened, so maybe we missed something. Either way, she seemed fine a few days ago. Well, now I have one more reason never to go to that diner again. We sit there awkwardly. I notice Carl still staring down at his now empty plate. I still can't figure out why Carl's been so quiet, but I see an opportunity to get him to talk, and change the subject.
I know why he's being quiet, but I can't vocalize it. As I don't know. I know exactly why he's being quiet, but I couldn't describe it to you. I just know. You know?
The quiet discomfort and a bunch of people coming round unexpectedly when you'd rather be either alone or with one person doing things that you want to do, but now they're making all the shots and you just kind of had to go along and grit it, and you really don't want to be there, and can they all go away? If I don't interact, will they leave me alone?
I am going to very quickly grab some more just because I have ran out. I'll be back in 2 seconds if the two of you want to keep discussing stuff.
Yep.
Sure.
Yeah. What do you think so far, Tom?
Spooky. Well, it's a little bit spooky, and it's a bit. I don't know. It's a bit uncomfortable with certain people being assholes.
Yes. Yeah, that argument's probably the most like. I don't like argument scenes. That one is brutal. I don't think there's many more throughout the game. I've got a feeling this one is probably like this routes probably the heaviest for like arguments. But it all kind of makes sense with the characterization. Like they're all really well written. Like having done one route, you kind of see the way they interact and how they perceive each other. Like we know how Flynn sees the entire group. He very helpfully verbalized all of it. Here you can kind of see how Carl sees a lot of the group. Like he's perking up around Flynn and everyone else is like, leave me alone. You know? There's vibes to it. Kitten. Where's the little kitten? Hi, Colleen. Yes.
Right, so I'm back. I have more brew to keep my vocal cords going. Right. Where were we? Alright. Hey, didn't we have some weird stuff happen, Carl? Carl looks up at me.
Huh?
You know, the sounds we were hearing.
Oh, yeah.
What kind of sounds? Like bumping sounds and voices.
That sounds creepy.
Yeah, and Carl just charged down there like he wasn't even scared.
That sounds dangerous.
Carl friendly gives a little smile.
Well, having a hard time, having a hard head can make you act crazy sometimes.
So, did you find anything? No, we're not sure what it was. I'd watch out, sounds like you got a pair of hobos banging in your basement. As we eat, Jenna looms over and starts pulling out presents from one of the bags.
Sorry, Carl, we didn't have time to wrap these up. It's fine.
She pulls out a comic book from TJ, a poster from Leo, and a manga from herself.
I know you hate these things, but you should give it a chance. I'll take a look, thanks. And then this hornband is from Chase.
She pulls out an orange and black band from the bag. The colours of my school, Carl's former school.
Oh.
He seems to be struggling to find something to say.
Thanks, I didn't know people still wore those.
Leo suddenly shifts against the counter, realising they had to explain my present. Well, they're making a comeback. We saw a couple of rams and a stag that they had like 5 of them on. Carl glances at me. I can tell he probably knows I didn't get it for him. Mainly because the university logo and also because we made fun of them together a few years ago about how bro-y they were. I don't know if I should feel embarrassed or not, but my cheeks burn anyway. I promised myself to get him something thoughtful the next time we go to Peyton. Yeah, well, here's mine. Flynn reaches into his pocket and pulls out something small hidden in his paw. He hands it to Carl, who looks confused for a second before the expression turns to one of interest.
Wow.
It's a small metal rectangular box with 2 sharp points jutting out of the top. I lean in for a closer look and realise that those parts are horns, and there's a complex, elegant design of the ram's face etched in the front of the box. Carl presses his thumb against one of the horns and pushes. The top flicks up and over, and that's when I realise it's a lighter. Saw it when I was over in the reservation. Made me think of you. He reaches out and traces a finger along the horns, then clicks it back shut.
Thanks, Flynn.
Yeah, now you look like a badass when you decide to get blazed.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
We all jump and look over at TJ, who's looking at the floor, his plate gone from the table. Plate gone from the table. There we go. Second spelling mistake we've noticed this whole game.
Yeah, it's been like, what, 16 hours, 17 hours?
Yep, 2 spelling mistakes, that's not bad.
It's not bad at all.
Flynn starts to laugh but catches himself.
Don't worry about it. They probably got 100 of those plates. Carl, where's your broom?
He doesn't say anything, and we look back to where Carl had been sitting a few seconds before, but he's gone, and so is another portion of the cake.
Huh? Where'd he go? Yes, Holly. Where did he go? Wait, where you go?
Hey, check between the wall and the fridge. I think that's where I remember seeing it. Chichi gets down on his knees and starts picking up the larger pieces. I look back at Carl's spot, then up the stairs. I'll be right back. Bathroom. I'm not sure why the deck in the first place I look, but it's where I find him. I watch him through the panelled curtains for a moment. He's sitting on a little swing set facing out towards a glaring bright desert. There's an empty plate with a fork on it next to him. He's also toying with the lighter Flynn gave him, flipping it open and closed a few times when holding it up to the light. Smoke wafts up from his lap where I assume he's holding a joint. Quietly I slide open the glass door and step out into the wooden balcony. The deck is of course nice and big and stretching around half the house. I see Carl's long ears twitch at the sound and he lowers the lighter down into his lap but doesn't turn around. Hey. He does turn around then and smiles.
Shit, I thought you were Leah or something.
Would that have been a bad thing? I look around and then decide to sit next to him on the swing.
He just pulled me back to the party.
I look over at him. He's looking down at his lighter, turning it over in his paws, hoof portions of his fingers making clicking sounds against the metal. Those things always fascinated me. It seems like it should make holding things a little bit more difficult, but he managed just fine. Are you okay? Carl huffs out a chuckle and leans his head back against the cushioned backing of the seat.
It's a great question. Everyone's always asking me.
You always seem really uptight is all. Carl's demeanour is a lot more relaxed now, obviously. To emphasise that, he takes another hit of his joint and holds his breath for a moment, then lets it out. The pungent smell envelops me.
I just don't like being around so many people, you know that.
Well, yeah, you're always fine around in these past few days. Carl rubs his forehead hard, and the paw holding the joint using his palm.
Yeah, well, things weren't about me then. Just felt like a little bit put on the spot.
He coughs.
That shit just gets me nervous. Like, can't we just hang out and not make it about me?
I don't see anything annoyed again that I can't just grasp what he means. Am I making you nervous? Carl finally does look at me, his massive horns swaying towards me.
No, you never do, Chase.
I do look away at that point, almost feeling self-conscious of the way he opened up to me.
And thanks for trying to get me to talk earlier. Just makes me feel guilty though. The way people try and include me in things and I just disappoint them. But you just don't really force me into shit. Everyone feels like I need to do something. Why can't I just decide that for myself?
I push against the ground, making the swing sway a little, trying to think of what the right thing to say. I mean, it's good to do stuff, right? You can't just sit around doing nothing forever.
I guess. It's just that I worry enough about it myself. I don't need other people doing it for me.
I lean back into the swing for a bit, looking out over the desert.
Nah, I'm hungry. Wish I brought more cake with me.
Not enough incentive to go back in?
Not yet.
I could go and get you some. He smirks at me.
What, you one of those fat fetishists? Just feeding garbage to make my moobs get bigger? There, that was a mouthful.
You don't have moobs, I felt them.
Yeah, can't keep your paws off me. You have a thing for my fat ass?
I look him over, as if trying to study his figure.
Hey.
Covers his chest. Well, I do actually like bigger guys, and there's nothing wrong with extra weight, especially if it's carried well. He looks at me expectantly. Which you do.
Sweet. You know, it seemed like a pretty dope boyfriend. Just eat me cake all day and get off on the results.
I was about to shoot back with something snarky when a stumbling figure catches my eye. Out in the sun-baked asphalt of the road in front of Carl's house, see a thin figure, a weasel I think, running up the road. He stops panting, pausing his knees before looking over his shoulder again. His whole body slumps, then like the air's gone out of him, like he's giving up on something. He turns around to look back up the road. He's far away, but even from here I could tell that he's talking. Carl looks over at my silence and down at the road where I'm looking. Is that Duke?
Yeah, that's him. He must be on something. He usually is.
Duke finally turns around and yeah, I remember Duke from the end of last time. In Stadia.
Good guy.
Yeah. Duke finally turns around and starts to cower, his paws up in surrender. His lips are still moving rapidly, reminding me of what he's trying to say. As much as they can before something cuts them off. What do you think? I troll off as Duke suddenly whips his head round to look up at us and starts pointing up at our balcony.
Uh-oh. Let's hope the doors are locked.
Carl's chuckling, obviously finding the whole thing hilarious, but I'm a bit more on edge. I don't really feel like he's high. Duke's movements are a lot more focused, more precise, like he's all there. And for some reason it feels like he's looking directly at me. I furrow my brow, watching as the weasel turns towards us, sticking a foot out to take a step. The sound of the sliding glass door wrenching open nearly makes me jump out of my skin.
What the hell are you guys doing?
Jenna marches around the swing set to stand in front of us, paws on her hips.
Whoa, what's up, Jenna?
Carol leans back on the swing, elbows in the back, smiling. Fox's eyes narrow, she sees the joint.
Did you forget whose party this was for?
Carl shrugs and rubs his forehead again.
Leo, I'm guessing? No, we all spent all day yesterday getting this ready for you. Leo especially. Now get back downstairs and have your party.
Carl sits quietly for a moment, then glances at me.
No, I don't think I will.
He's not smiling anymore, his face expressionless, head turned back towards Jenna, but his eyes are wandering off towards the side, looking at the sky.
Why not? Because I didn't fucking ask for it.
I pretend to look at my phone.
What? A party? I'm so sorry we were trying to be thoughtful, Carl. Maybe we should just forget you next time, huh?
Jenna, it's okay, we're just hanging out. She ignores me. I see the skin inside Carl's ears and around his nose turning red. Since he was a kid, Carl didn't deal well with conflict, usually running away from the first chance he got.
No, this was for Leo. Just don't understand why we couldn't do something that didn't involve... Sorry, Carl, but that's life. Sometimes you have to come out of your room. Sometimes you have to be the center of attention. And sometimes, God forbid, you have to talk to people. Well, what if I just want to stay up here and hide? Who gives a fuck?
The look in Jenna's face is approaching contempt.
Are you kidding me? This is difficult for you?
Jenna? Again, she ignores me. I might as well be talking to a statue, maybe a statue that she isn't paying attention to. I feel like something must have happened downstairs. This isn't like her.
You never realize how good you have it, Carl. If you even have a taste of what I went through.
I practically feel the heat radiating off Carl's body. He looks down at his lap.
Are you blaming me for that?
His voice breaks.
We all have our problems. Some easier than others.
Carl glares at her, trying to be angry, but I can tell it's not working.
You don't know what kind of shit I have to deal with. Like being rich. No, it's like myself. Oh, how terrible. The one thing you have full control over. No, that's so fucking unfair.
The quote from Carl's voice doesn't exactly sound convincing, but the pot doesn't seem to be helping as I can see his fingers shaking.
Just like life.
Carl's face is bewildered.
What the fuck did I do, Jenna? Did I say something wrong earlier?
Out of habit, he lifts the joint to his muzzle with shaking fingers, but then flinches as Jenna steps forward. I guess he thought she was going to slap him or something, but instead just reaches forward and plucks the joint out from his grasp. Right before flicking it back into his face.
Dick.
He hits his nose and Carl flinches again. Without another word, Jenna spins on her heels and opens the doors even harder than she did the first time. I'm stunned. I haven't seen Jenna that angry since she was in middle school, and definitely never at Carl. Carl doesn't say anything, instead rubbing at his nose, leaning back in the seat. The insides of his ears are still flushed a deep red.
The fuck was that?
I don't know. Something must have happened. That wasn't Jenna. I'll ask Leo about it later.
I didn't do anything, did I?
I shrug. No words coming to mind.
No, she's just being a cunt.
We sat in
She's
silence.
being a bit of a cunt.
Yeah, we sat in silence for a while, listening to the train horns. Looking down, I see the joint still smoking up from the planks on the floor. Slowly I lean over and pick it up before holding it out to Carl. He takes it and looks at it for a second, raising his paw. He pauses to take a drag before flicking it off the side of the balcony. He lets his head sag, this big horn is dripping towards the floor as he closes his eyes. Slowly I put my arm round his shoulders. He leans into me and doesn't pull away.
Yeah. So it's over with Leo, huh?
Carl waves his controller around like it's going to help him avoid my 3-spike throw, almost knocking over his bare ball. It hits him anyway, and he gives a little grunt of annoyance. I grin and consider letting up on him because he's clearly drunk. Seems that way. He hasn't talked to me much since I got here. I'll leave out the part that's probably my fault. Carl lets out a weird sound as I punch his character as if we were the one getting punched instead.
Well, that sucks. Does it suck?
He's looking at me intently on the screen. Still, I get the feeling he's not paying full attention because it's getting easier and easier to nail his character with my combos. I don't really know yet. It's been 3 years. Maybe it just hasn't kicked in yet.
Takes that long to kick in for you? When Tanya dumped me, I felt like I couldn't get out of bed for a week.
Oh god. I remember that back in high school when we were both 16. Didn't she get you into pot? Carl lets out a snort again as I flip kick his demon character in the chin.
Yep, and thanks Satan for it. Don't know how else I would have gotten over her. Anyway, not to be a dick, but you're better for it.
He surprises me with a spin kick that sends my angel wolf character flying across the screen. I focus back on the game and throw a barrage of punches into his demon character's face, sending blood splashing onto the screen. Oh?
Well, you know, it's just hard to talk to you in here when you guys are being loving and shit.
His words are mushy, starting to bleed into one another. His character throws a flaming spear at my angel, which I easily deflect with my shimmering shield. I extend my wings and swoop in to throw my lightning bolts. Well, you know, no one's ever tried to talk to us when we were together. It was like we were making you guys uncomfortable. I watch his demon fly into the air, surrounded by a glowing white circle. Looking over, I see Carl frowning.
No, I don't think so.
His demon spreads its own much spikier wings. Spikier wings, sorry. Spikier wings? Is it spikier?
Spikier,
It's a very strange word. Yeah.
It is. I don't think I've actually seen it written before. Or at least very rarely.
Spikier wings and hovers up from the circle. He reaches up to the sky and a red lightning bolt slams down into my character.
You guys were just kind of self-absorbed. You didn't call me once after you guys started dating.
And here I was thinking Carl never liked conflict. The sentence carried a lot of weight and a lot of years behind it. I'm not about to argue with them though, especially after what happened with Jenna. The lightning bolt was it for my wolf angel, and the demon flies up and the screen flips us off as winner is displayed. Well, there was college. Carl stretches, leaning back in the giant beanbag chair we're sitting on.
I don't remember much of college anymore.
He lays back in the chair and looks over at me.
By the way, I have a job interview on Friday.
My eyes widen.
Don't act so surprised, asshole.
He hangs up on the last word with a lisp. You're drunk, but that's awesome. Where at?
A print shop. Could be a production assistant.
That sounds decent.
Yeah, parents told me they'd buy me a car and get there. It's in Peyton, of course. But anyway, Flynn told me he'd give me a ride to the interview, but since you're here?
He gives me a lazy sidelong glance. While I usually wouldn't have an issue with it, the thought of how hard I've been procrastinating on my school project is starting to make my stomach churn. But hey, how often will I get a chance to hang out with Carl when the break is over? I'd love to take you. You know we were gonna go out and do stuff tomorrow. Why don't we change your look, get you new clothes or something for your interview? He keeps smiling.
Sounds great. So what's it like, kissing a dude?
I let out a surprised laugh. What?
You know, is it like, whoa?
He wiggles his paw uselessly in the air. I don't know.
You kissed a girl, right? Samantha, yeah?
I think so, but that was like 7th grade.
So it wasn't different.
I laugh at him again. Pretty sure it's just like kissing a girl, man.
Are you sure?
I feel like kissing different species would be more different.
Maybe. I've always wanted to know what it's like.
He says it slowly, deliberately trying not to trip over his words. Yeah? I say it even slower because I think I know what Carl's getting at.
I can see how guys can be sexy.
Carl, are you coming out to me? He rolls over onto his stomach, facing me fully now.
That's a good question. Maybe we can answer it.
I'm a little buzzed, but not drunk. Are you asking if you can kiss me? He gazes at me lazily through little eyes, looking a bit ready to fall asleep.
Only if you want to?
I've been asked to experiment with a few guys in the past in college. I've always said no, but Carl... What's the thoughts?
How gay do you want to be?
What's your thoughts, Tom?
Tom, how gay do you want to be?
I don't know. I do feel he is drunk. This feels like a thing that should be done when sober.
It is, but it's also Carl.
Yeah.
It is also
is.
Carl.
Yeah. Carl's a laid back dude.
Yeah, if you want. Carl's eyes widen slightly as he slowly gets to his hands and knees and crawls towards me. I was going to stand up, but looks like he wants to do this on the beanbag. I lean back in the bag, sinking into it a bit more. Carl's knees at my feet, looking unsure.
Is this right?
Yeah, do you want me to Before I know it, he's crawled up on top of me. His presence is heavy and warm, and I lean back, feeling myself get hard despite the awkwardness of it all. He looks down at me, into my eyes. I feel myself blush.
Sorry, is this okay?
Yeah, it's fine. He leans down, pauses, and leans all the way in. I can feel his soft, wide muzzle against mine. At the same time, I feel one of his paws slide behind my head. It's different from kissing Leo, or Samantha way back in middle school. Carl's muzzle was big and more blunt, his lips softer and more malleable. He covers the entire front of my muzzle. His beard tickles my neck and cheeks. I expect him to pull back quickly, but he doesn't, keeping his paw behind my head and pressing deeper into the kiss. So the paw holds on to my upper arm. I open my eyes and see that his eyes are closed. He hunches over me closer. I feel myself start to respond, reaching up to wrap my arms around his broad back. He huffs in response, and then I feel his lips part and his tongue flick against my lips. I start to open them, but that's when I feel the beanbag shift and Carl slides to the side. Somehow I manage to slip and fall on the wobbly beanbag, his mouth sliding sloppily off mine as he slumps on down on top of me. I feel a grunt as his weight comes to rest on my chest. He chuckles and I can feel spasms all the way through my own body.
Oops.
I laugh too. I wait a little, he doesn't move. Carl, you can get off me now. He doesn't say anything. I'm about to say something else when I hear a deep snore right next to my ear. Carl. His response is a guttural snore. I shift under him, for the first time realizing how actually fucking heavy he is. It's an adorable picture though.
It's an adorable picture, and I hate to say, but these two are actually adorable.
Why'd you hate to say it?
How dare this be wholesome? After Finn's route. That was the opposite of wholesome. That was eye bleeding.
Yes. It's not exactly a bad feeling. His presence is enveloping and warm, and the beanbag under me is offering enough cushion so I'm not getting crushed. The snoring isn't bad either. It's almost comforting as his breath tickles the hair on my ears. His big belly squishes up against my torso like a warm sandbag. My eyes are heavy and slowly I wrap my arms around his back. I haven't had someone to sleep with in years, and now I realise how much I miss the feeling. Slowly the dim lights in Carl's room fade as I fall asleep to his comforting rhythmic snores.
Adorbs. Stop!
That's a very weird TJ.
It is. I'm not
It's
sure I
like
like
outline.
that bit of artwork.
I heave
Yeah,
for
I think it's the first time I saw a bit of artwork that I don't like in this.
I heave for breath and chase TJ down a dusty street, trying not to pop the water balloons that I'm holding in my claws.
You always chase me.
TJ's whining again, but I don't care. He's always the funniest one to hit. His crazy speed made it all more rewarding. Even though he's a grade lower than me, he could outrun me easily. I can still keep up with him though, since he's running around houses and mailboxes. My 4th grade brain is easily able to figure out ways to cut him off. It's not long before I have him backed up against the wall of Ben Lee's trailer home.
Is TJ having the zoomies?
He does
TJ's got the zoomies?
He does a stupid dance when he's running back and forth, covering his head.
Stop!
I stick my tongue out the side of my muzzle, following back and forth with the balloon I have cocked behind my head. Hold still.
No!
He finally curls up into a ball against the house, crouching in the dirt with his blue swim trunks. I stop. Well, it's not fun if you're not gonna try and run. He looks up at me between his fingers.
You always throw it too hard.
Well, if you... He suddenly darts to the right, but I'm ready, hurling balloon right at his back. It doesn't explode though, instead smacking against his spotted back with a wet splat.
Ow!
He skids to a stop, immediately bends and scoops the balloon, grinning at how the tables have turned. Uh-oh. I start jogging backwards as TJ heaves back the balloon, but I don't have anything to worry about. In his excitement, he grips the balloon too hard, and I can see how his claws dimple the rubber before it explodes mid-throw. Water showers his head and dust kicks up as dark spots speckle on the ground, just like his fur, I think. He gasps the way cats do whenever they get any water on them, and I just point and laugh. I can tell he's deciding whether or not to sulk and cry, and I hold my breath because I don't want the game to end.
You know that meme of a cat like smelling a guy's toes and then like making that face?
Yep.
That's kind of what I'm imagining.
Yep. I think I win him over because he smiles and starts to laugh too.
It always happens to me.
Well, don't hold it so hard.
I wasn't.
Yeah, you were, I saw it. I see TJ's ears perk up and look over towards the front of the house. What? That's when I hear it too. Doing with those water balloons?
Don't touch me.
I'm not touching you, just give me the fucking water balloons. Clint and Jeremy. Carl must have followed us and they saw him out the window. My guts drop to my feet and I feel I'm gonna pee myself. TJ covers his mouth and I can see tears starting to brim in his eyes. I think fast. Go run and get Leo, he can help. Before I know it, TJ's tearing across the backyards of the houses, the block where Leo's filling water balloons. At least that's where I hope he's going. Slowly I pad around the house, peeking around the corner of the front yard. That's adorable. Carl's standing with his French cliff, staring hard, trying to look defiant, but I could tell he's terrified. Multicolored water balloons are scattered around his hooves. They must have been carrying them in his white tank top.
I think I know why the artwork's different. I think the artwork in these segments are from, what do you call it, Route 65.
Ah,
which is
right.
the prequel that came out as well, yeah.
Oh.
They might have had a different artist, I don't know.
He always wore a shirt when we did water games. What's the matter, cunt face? You're gonna hurt you. Right. Jeremy laughs stupidly at Clint and bends down to pick up the purple water balloon. Clint starts circling around Carl and the ram follows him with his muzzle nostrils flaring. As he's looking the other way, Jeremy throws the water balloon right in Carl's face. Following the smack of the rubber on the muzzle, the balloon explodes, showering all three of them in water. Carl whimpers and covers his face. I grip the side of the house, knowing I should do something, but my legs aren't moving.
Leave me alone.
Carl's doing a good job of not crying, but he's about to. Hey, we're just playing. Clint leans down to pick up another water balloon. That's when Carl makes a break for it, dodging around the bent over Clint towards the street. Clint's too fast though, and the ring-tailed cat instantly reaches out and catches Carl by one of his horns. He rides him for a second, jumping on Carl's back before using his long tail to trip the ram up. Carl lands in his stomach with a loud grunt as Clint sits on his back holding his horns. Can't! He's stepped on my tail! Clint grabs both Carl's horns and leans back so far that I think I can hear his spine cracking. Carl screams in pain and reaches for his horns. With his face pointed to the sky, they can see tears rolling down his face now. The one eye I can see is open wide. I think he sees me, but my legs still won't move. Hey? Leo jogs up the street, looking right at Clint. The ringtail sneers, but drops Carl back to the ground and stands up as Leo gets closer. The fuck do you want, Pina? Clint's weary, the casual demeanour more tense now that Leo's here. I sigh with relief. Carl sits up and quickly rubs his face before standing up and running back to the street, his hooves clopping loudly all the way.
Oh, he's adorable.
He is adorable. Leo doesn't want to look at him, his eyes on Clint. I said, what do you want? You don't understand. Honestly, Leo may not have understood. He's only been here less than a year. Still, Leo doesn't say anything, his jaw working as if wondering if he's imagining chewing on Clint's neck. You're fucking crazy. Let's go, Jeremy. Clint is afraid of Leo. He left us alone ever since they both moved in, at least for the most part. Even though they're both 13, Leo is a head taller and almost twice as wide. Leave them alone. Clint stops. What? Leave them alone forever. Clint looks hesitant, obviously not one to stay. But he's unable to leave now that Leo's thrown a challenge, not in front of Jeremy. Or what? Or, he thinks for a second, it's not good for you, painful. I hadn't been paying attention to Jeremy, but I see a sudden movement from behind Leo, followed by another smack and splash. Leo arches back, hissing in pain from how hard Jeremy had thrown it. The wolf now whirls around, one paw rubbing at the back as he snarls at Jeremy, who points and laughs. Wait back. He doesn't see Clint running at him from behind. Leo! I yelp out his name as he does a turnaround only to catch a sucker punch right in the stomach. I can hear the thud along with the air going out of him from all the way here. Leo stumbles back and stops with his paws on his knees, gasping. I wince to cover my eyes, only to pull them back down immediately and see Jeremy leaping on Leo from behind and biting his ear. Leo screams in pain but immediately twists and slams his knee into Jeremy's crotch. Jeremy lets go and has his own scream while Leo puts an end, which Leo puts an end to when he grabs the fox and swings him around by the shirt. Jeremy's forward momentum is brought to a halt as he slams headfirst into an oak tree. He goes down. Clint's scared, his eyes wide as he looks from Leo to Jeremy to the front door. Leo doesn't give him a chance though, running forward and hitting him with a tackle that slams both of them into the ground. I think I hear Clint start to beg, but Leo's fists start raining down in his face. Now all I can hear are crunchy, fleshy thuds, punch after punch hits Clint's face. And I can hear Leo too. I don't know how to pronounce that. Quieres pelear?
¿Quieres pelear? No me jodas.
Let's just say Tom to Leo that time. The sounds Clinton makes go from snarling, screaming to gurgling as I cover my ears because it sounds so terrible. Again, I feel like I should stop this. Leo looks like he's in his trance while focused he's being hard to Clint. But again, I'm too terrified. I run in the direction Carl went. I need to tell him that I'm sorry, I should have helped him somehow, but I was too scared. Even though this road doesn't lead to his house, I somehow get there. The sky is red and orange, and even though it was noon just a few minutes ago, for some reason Carl's house is bigger, much bigger than it should be. The architecture is pointier, different. I walk around it slowly, looking for Carl. Looking down, I see hoofprints. They're too big to be Carl's, but I follow them anyway. They lead around the back of the house right up to the wooden seat of the cellar doors. I reach out to them, even though I feel something terrible welling up inside my stomach. I pull on them, but they're stuck, as if welded shut somehow. A window well next to the doors draws my attention, and I get down on my knees, then on my stomach, and I look intently through the window. There are little clear spots in the glass, little paw prints breaking through the layer of old dust. The paw prints are children. The room is almost pitch black, but the red light behind me illuminates the cement ground through the windows. Behind the paw prints I see something long and spindly crawl along the ground. I don't know where I am at first as I open my eyes, but the dimmer Lucha Lobo lamp tells me. Laying there in a while, I realise Carl's no longer on top of me. My face fur is a little wet and my nose is stuffy. I look around thinking Carl's probably went back to his bed, but he's not there either. He must be getting a drink or something. A dull far-off thud makes me open my eyes again. I listen carefully, starting to worry at the sound coming from downstairs. Again I hear it makes me jump this time. Shit, is that happening again? I hear a voice coming from some same area directly below me. It's a lot more muffled, but I can still tell it's a voice muttering and cursing. Carl? My voice sounds weak and warbly in the heavy silence of the dark house. The scuffling sound below me stops for a second, though then start up again, more vigorous now. Slowly I sit up, listening to the whimpering and thumping beneath me. My mind flashes to Duke, the weasel foot forward. My eyes lock onto me. Finally my anxiety gets to me and I stand up, walking as quietly as I can from the room into the hallway. The kitchen is dark and I move over to the front door to check it's still locked. It is, so I move over to the stairs and look down to the inky blackness, almost afraid to turn on the lights. Nothing jumps out at me when I do, but the light is actually making me more afraid, knowing that it will light up anything that's down there. I move down the stairs as quiet as I can, every creak making my fur bristle. The scraping sound is louder now, and so is the voice. I'm almost positive that it's Carl, but I can't be sure. I call out his name again, but almost a whisper in my throat. I clasp my paws together against my chest, eyes flickering in each doorway, and I slowly move down the hall, not wanting Carl to get the jump on me. When I finally get to the crawlspace door, I can pick up a rhythmic thumping along the scrapes and muttering, and much clearer now. Burler inside, help. I shiver. Carl, this isn't funny. Again, my voice is so weak and unconvincing, he probably didn't even hear me. Another thump almost shakes the house and I jump. What the hell is he doing? Is it even Carl? Did whatever is down here murder him and is in the process of burying his body? The fear is too much and I know I have to open the door and put an end to the stupid prank, or I'm going to call 911 and make everything worse. With each step I take towards the door, it feels like the air is getting more electrified, the charge making my fur stand on end and all over my body. As soon as I touch the tiny knob on the door, I start to pull it open. The sound stops. I freeze, listening hard. I get the feeling that whatever's down here is doing the exact same thing. Then I hear a sound, a series of thuds, as whatever it is runs at the door. I fall back and can't help myself from shrieking, landing on my ass, scooting backwards on my paws and feet. The door flies open and I'm face to face with a dusty Carl. Carl, what the fuck? I scream at him, my chest heaving as I clutch it, like I'm about to have a heart attack. He looks confused, looking around and back at me, breathing hard himself.
I was just...
I wait, but he doesn't say anything. There's white dust all over the horns and his shoulders. Just what? I yell at him again and he jumps. I'd feel bad if I wasn't so freaked out.
I sleepwalk sometimes, okay?
I debate whether or not to accept that as an answer. He looks confused enough that it might just be true. You scared the shit out of me. Carl moves out the crawl space, leaning over to brush his head off.
You scared the shit out of me. I didn't know where I was.
I slowly get to my feet.
Cleaning my glasses.
Sorry?
Cleaning my glasses. I can't see the screen.
That's fine. I slowly get to my feet, still breathing heavy. What is that stuff? What were you doing in there?
Just dust. It's dirty down there.
Again, I feel like he's leaving stuff out. I try to look past him into the crawl space, but he closes the door.
Come on, I need a smoke after that.
I stand back to let him pass, tempted to open the door again. He grabs my arm when he sees me looking, though.
Seriously, dude, let's go. I don't really want to be alone in this house right now. Please?
I look at him and I can tell he's definitely freaked out. I would be too if I woke up in that crawl space. Yeah, let's go. Slowly I follow him and we look back at the door before flicking off the light. Thirsty.
We're getting through this relatively quickly, actually.
You sure you don't want to come down? Carl lays spread out in the bed, game controller clutched in both of his paws that are thrown over his head and against the pillow. He offers me a glance but returns back to his game. This time it's a new looking open world fantasy, and honestly I'd much rather be watching him play than doing my homework.
I just don't want to distract you, man. You know how much help I am.
I frown. Well, I'd be more for the company than anything. Do you want to look through the stuff too? Carl screws up his muzzles as if contemplating.
I've seen most of it. Dude, I've wrapped up half the stuff in there.
Well, alright. I pause, but he doesn't say anything. It's clear he's not interested, so I have no reason to nag him. Still, it sort of hurts my feelings. As I make my way into the basement alone, I realise another reason why I would appreciate Carl's company. The house is as creepy as fuck.
For speed res.
Speed
Getting rid of
res.
Speed res.
Mm-hmm.
I've always been a bit of pussy when it comes to scary things. I mean, once
like
after I'd seen a scary movie about possession, I'd been afraid to go to sleep for months, for weeks, mainly because the nightmare seemed so real. It took almost a month for me to manage it without the lights on, and I was 18 at the time. And now I mentally kick myself for remembering that movie while I'm down in Carl's creepy basement alone. Once I get to the crawl space, I do an awkward half run into the flood lamp. That probably would have made Carl laugh his ass off. The crawl space really is fucking creepy. I imagine Carl sleepwalking down here, which I'm pretty sure is what happened last night, then waking up alone in the dark. I can understand why I was so freaked out. The sight of the plastic tarp at the bottom of the steps brings back memories of the tarantula as well. Shit. Now I have a good reason to not go down there at all. I still don't know what I saw was real or some kind of hypnagogic?
Hypnagogic.
Hypnagogic. What's hypnagogic mean? I've never heard that word before.
I think it's meant to be like controlled, almost dreaming or something.
Ah.
Like lucid.
Yeah. Similar to a lucid dream.
Hypnagogic hallucination that my mind always seems so keen to throw at me. I scan the tarp. It's
That
white
is true. Chase does get a lot of weird, like, visions.
He does. I scan the tarp. It's a white and clean surface free of any insects as far as I can tell. I shudder again before making my way slowly down the steps, eyes still darting around. Come on, you idiot. This is ridiculous. When I was younger, I used to have a problem where I'd wake up in the middle of the night and see spiders crawling up my walls. I'd scream when my parents would come running in to tell me nothing was there. My dad talked to a psychologist friend who told him it was normal, so we didn't do anything about it.
I mean, that literally happened in Flynn's round.
Over time, the hallucinations stopped. They didn't come back until I took the night shift near my university's campus. After that, I started to get sleep paralysis. About half the time, spiders were involved. My feet crunch their way across the tarp back towards the tubs I know are marked history. I stare at them for a second, remembering that 2 days ago the tubs had been turned to have their sides facing the entrance of the crawl space. I clearly remember seeing them that way over Carl's shoulder right before I saw the tarantula. Now they're turned so the ends are pointing to the front. I frown, but the prickling feelings in my neck doesn't feel good, especially with being alone down here. So I shoved that to the back of my mind and grabbed the end of the bottom tub so I could start dragging it towards the stairs. Sitting down and start taking the lids off, I start shifting through the contents. Again, something isn't right. There are a few empty wrappers lying around among the artifacts as if someone has unwrapped a few trinkets before taking them. I wonder if Carl decided to take a few things. God knows why he would. I remove these wrappers, 3 in all, and set them to the side before digging in further. This particular tub has dividers in it. As I start unwrapping things, I realise that one side is for harder artifacts like keys and knitting needles. The other is mostly paper items like photos and documents. On the paper side, I see a thick folder labelled Biography of James Hendricks. My eyes widen. Now that would come in handy. Is this a book, or... As I open it, I find a bunch of loose papers inside. Well, it's clearly copy paper. It's old enough to its own right. I move back to the tarp so I can start spreading the documents out, not wanting to lose anything. I'm breathing heavy at this point, hardly believing my luck. There are hundreds of pages that I hardly know where to start. Oh, hang on. Chat?
That's probably why the boxes were so heavy, if they're full of paper.
Hypnagogic hallucinations are usually auditory or visual hallucinations that occur as you're falling asleep in that weird between state. Ah, okay. Thank you, Shona.
Does anyone else hear explosions when they're trying to sleep, or is that just me?
I don't seem to have that. I mean, my problem is that I have a sort of weird sleep window that if I don't sleep, like, I have a kind of, I feel tired, I feel tired, I feel tired, I feel very tired, and if I don't sleep at that point, my insomnia kicks in and I'm back awake again. So I don't really have much of a, on that sort of side.
I sleep so well that whenever, the only times I don't sleep well is when I'm ill. So whenever I hear anyone saying, "Oh, I had a bad night's sleep," my instinctive reaction is, "Oh no, you're sick. Are you feeling all right?" You know. Even if for them it's entirely normal to not sleep well. My immediate first thought is, "Oh my God, are you do you need some water and a rest? You know, should you be at work?" Because I'm like, well, shit. The only time I don't get to sleep is when I've got the flu or something, or tonsillitis. It takes a lot to make me not sleep well.
Yeah.
So I'm always like really sympathetic when anyone can't sleep, even if it's not really relevant.
No, I don't get it often, but like every now and again, as I'm trying to fall asleep, and like just before I end up actually falling asleep, I hallucinate explosions, and it sounds like a bomb has gone off next door.
Is it
but
like...
I also know that it's not real, so I just turn over and go back to sleep.
Is it like a series of explosions, or is it like a...
One massive one. Like literally like a bomb's gone off next door. It sounds like a house has been destroyed. But I know it's not, so I just go back to sleep. I did Google it. Apparently there is a thing called exploding head syndrome, and it is a documented thing that some people get. But it's also got like a really low report rate because most people don't turn up to their doctors and say, "I hear explosions while trying to sleep." So, because it makes you sound a little bit crazy, but like apparently it is a thing, and it's most common in like early mid-20s. And some people get it like once, and some people get it throughout their entire lives. Like, it's just a thing that some people have, and apparently I have.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it started me the first time, but by the second time it was like, well, I know it's not real. Like if a real explosion had gone off, I'd hear people panicking in cars and something.
I mean, you'd feel it more than just hear it, but yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't just be like a big old explosion
Yeah.
and then nothing.
Yeah.
And also, I am usually tired when it happens, so you know, it's easy just to go to sleep.
But no, with me, it tends to be a case of I just kind of. The problem is that I kind of have a sleep window, but Meow's never remembers I have a sleep window. So Meow has a habit of keeping anything she wants to talk about that day till we go to bed, and then we'll literally get into bed, and my sleep cycle will kick in, and I'll be like, right, I'm drowsy, and she'll be like, so this happened today, and I want to talk about it, and I'm just like, oh no. I can either wake back up and talk to her, or I can literally just let myself like continue shutting down. I liken it to like, you know, when if you've ever worked a night shift and you're turning lights off in a big building as you're doing stuff. I liken it to that because it feels like parts of my brain are just being turned off all the way along, and it's slowly working its way towards one end. And when that end's like turned off, it just click, I'm out.
Is it like the same time of day every single time it happens?
Nope. It's literally just when I get tired. I mean, literally, if it wasn't for Meow, I would sleep when I'm tired and only sleep when I'm tired, and that would be my sleep pattern was incredibly erratic, but I'd probably be a lot more rested. Whereas Meow needs routine, so that's why we kind of go to bed at a certain time. I don't really deal well with routine. I need to like exhaust my brain before I can sleep.
Yeah, for me, it's I can stay awake way longer than I should. I can function off way less sleep than I should. But when I am properly nodding off, nothing in hell is going to keep me awake. There have been many a night where like me and Jodie were drinking and I'm like slightly drowsy on the floor, and then she goes out to get more, and by the time she comes back 2 minutes later I am just dead on the couch. And then we just put the bottle of wine aside for the next night.
Yep.
Literally happened on Thursday night.
Sometimes you need someone to help you sleep.
In my defense, it was like 1 a.m. or something, and I'd been awake since 5 a.m. that morning.
Yeah.
I hit my limit.
Yeah. I mean, I remember with nursing doing the 14-hour days plus like an hour travelling there and back. Well, half an hour there, half an hour back kind of thing. 14-hour days, getting home and being like, I want to sleep. My brain's like, no, you can't sleep. So playing a lot of, I think it was Fable 3. Because this is one of the only things I had. I think it just come out, or I've been playing it on the console, and I just remember, because I think me and Rowena were dating at the time, just remember her kind of going, all I remember is you coming in, being half awake enough to throw food in your face, getting into bed, and then being like, I'm now wide awake, I'm going to lie and play Fable for like 4 hours, sleep for like 3 hours, then get up and go back to do shifts again.
Yeah, it's that healthcare lifestyle, you know?
Yeah.
Cigarettes and bad sleeping patterns.
Yep.
NHS angels my ass. Overworked nicotine addicts, more like.
I mean, don't you want people to rattle their pans for you, Rowan?
Just... I am way too adept at getting underwear off of people for someone who's asexual. I literally had to deal with a, let's just say, a lady who had mental troubles, and we had to do our best interests and get her clean. I have wounds. I have actual scratches. I will send you photos later if you want. It's very funny. Woman shredded me.
Oh yeah, they do that.
Yeah, she was trying to throw like the bed controller at us. So I just kind of grabbed it off of her. I was like, no, you are not doing that. That can do damage, sweet.
Oh, I remember one of the placements I was on, there was this one patient who was like spoken like the calmest monotone you've ever heard. A genuine, you were like, you alright, Sheila? Or I can't remember what her name was. It was something like that, but it doesn't really matter. I'm not going to give her a last name anyway. And she'd be like, yes, I am fine. And the next day you'd be like, you know, how are you doing? Did you have a sleep well? I slept fine, thank you. And then there'd be days it's like, I am worried, I've not had my medication. And you're just like, is there something wrong? And Because I asked this, and then we asked the doctor, and the doctor said, "Oh yes, if you look through her notes, you'll find out." And I was like, "Oh well, we can't look through her notes." He's like, "Oh no, just go ahead. Seriously, just it's really interesting. This one thing." And he opens his notes and shows me, yeah, in the '60s she had an LSD overdose, and it's just monotoned her ever since.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, this lady just had schizophrenia. That's way worse.
Yikes.
But yeah, it's just
Was it just like her tone of voice was...
yeah,
Sorry, no.
literally like she would never raise her voice louder than this. She would always just talk like this.
Was it that she, couldn't feel any emotions anymore, or was,
No,
was
she
it
would
literally just the voice that was
This is
different?
just the voice. Like she didn't react.
Just the voice.
Like she didn't she was very slow in reacting to stuff as well. But literally it would just be like, "How are you feeling today?" "I am feeling very sad today." And it would just never,
So
it would never change. It was just totally like monotone. But yeah, I always remember that because the doctor was like, "Yeah, she's a fascinating case because she had an LSD overdose," and I'm like, "What?" But it was apparently late '60s LSD overdose.
Right. Okay, that's fascinating.
So she's had it for like 50 odd years of this monotone. Like, well, 40 odd years.
It's always
Like that.
funny to me when I remember that old people used to be young.
Yep.
And
yeah.
Yeah.
Like some people you can imagine as younger people, and some people you look at and go, "No, you are transcendently old."
You were venerable when you were 30.
You just have old vibes. I can't describe it. Some of them have a lot of fight to them though, and act a lot younger than they are. I had a 9-year-old slap me on the ass today, for instance. The context,
to be fair,
I was saying goodbye to someone else and did a silly little bow to kind of lighten the mood and cheer her up a bit, and then I just got slapped.
I mean, to be fair, I was
I thought you were gonna say you were that 9-year-old. I was gonna go, aha!
7 or 6. I was 6 or 7, and I did that around school, and until a teacher called me and said, "Alex, what the fuck are you doing?" And I was like, well, actually, it was in French. "Alexandre, qu'est-ce que c'est que tu fais ça?" Huh? And of course, at the time, my English was good, my French was not. I was like, huh? So they had to, so they called my parents so that they could explain to me what it was that I'd done wrong. Not because, not because I was in such deep trouble, because apparently that kind of thing isn't like giga frowned upon.
It is France.
As much.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so they called my parents, not because it was so bad, but because I couldn't understand. It takes a special kind of case when you have to call your parents because the kid is too stupid to understand what you're saying, rather than they're in that much trouble. Very specific case.
I remember one time I was like 10, right? And some kid in school had been bullying me, so I told the teacher. And so, of course, we two were standing there as she told him off. And, like, my autistic fucking ass, undiagnosed, just got really distracted in the middle of that. And genuinely just remembered a skit from, like, Red Dwarf or something and giggled. And then I got into major trouble because, like, she thought that I was, like, happy that he was in trouble. No!
I would be happy if he was in trouble if he had been bullying me, just saying.
But no, I was just genuinely distracted by a funny quote I remembered because she said something that reminded me of Red Dwarf, and I just did like 3 tangents in my head at once.
No,
and
that
like, I've got a feeling it was the Arnold Rimmer song or something like that.
I mean, that would probably work, yeah. Oh god.
Sorry, Teach. I wasn't being a dick, I was just autistic.
I mean, if they've been bullying you, I feel like you've got free reign to be at least a bit of a dick.
A little bit, but like the fact that I genuinely wasn't, and then I got into even more trouble for being basically like a snide little snitch. And the reality was I was just zoning out.
Autism.
Lol.
Nature's comedy.
Oh dear, I am comic relief in blood and soul.
I just realised we've completely ruined the tension of this part of the story.
To be fair, I think we needed a slight breather.
I think we did, yeah.
Yeah, in a spooky story. How was everyone enjoying it, by the way?
It's good. It feels very, I want to say isolated compared to the last one, because like Flynn's one was very much like going here, there, and everywhere, whereas Carl's one is just, yeah, you're in his house.
To be fair, it matches Carl.
Yeah. But it's a bit more isolated, and I suppose it's faster moving, but it's building in a different way.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it, that this is a ghost story, this one. That's not a spoiler, you can probably see that coming a mile away, but yeah, this one's a ghost story.
I mean, he did literally say the house is haunted.
The house is haunted, yes it is, yes. The house is 100% haunted, if you can tell that already.
Alright, well...
the not leaving the house thing comes
water. I'll
back.
be back.
yeah, that's fine. Alright, shall we carry on?
Yeah, sure.
Let's go back one so we work. I'm breathing heavy at this point, hardly believing my luck. Actually, what was this? Yes, there we go. This was... There's a bunch of loose papers inside. Well, it's clearly the copy paper is old enough to its own right. I moved back on the tarp so I could start spreading documents out, not wanting to lose anything. I'm breathing heavily at this point, hardly believing my luck. There's a few hundred pages. I hardly know where to start. After a while I begin to deduce what this is. Someone's been trying to write a book on James Hendricks, and what I can tell it's Carl's mother, Tricia. Some of the documents were typed up and are typewriter, so they might have been started as far back as the 80s. Getting married, having kids and running a company probably slowed things down just a little bit. I grin. Well, it's too bad this might never see publication, Cosmo has no idea how much she saved my ass. On top of that, she got it all organised. One divider indicates James Hendricks, while another marks Emma Hendricks, who I assume is James's wife. A few of them are filled with several names: Marilyn Smith, John Beggy, Yanaha Beggy, Christopher Leeway. Finally, the last section in the binder is filled with dividers indicating dates 1825 to 1852, 1852 to 1875, 1875 to 1878, and 1878 to 1891. I start with that, my fingers shaking a bit in excitement as I start poring over Trish's meticulous timeline, using my phone to take notes. James was born in 18...
Lovely feeling when you realise someone else has done all the work for you.
And it's not been published, so you can plagiarise all you want.
Exactly. Do you need to read the history bits?
Sure, if you want to.
Yep. James was born in 1825 to an immigrant family from Erie. His family faced aggressive prejudice from the day they arrived in the country. Despite this, they managed to make a living with James's father becoming a plumber, a profession that mainly dealt with lead. His father, Martin, was abusive in more so than was acceptable for the time, and James suffered greatly for it. The mysterious death of his 5-year-old sister Martha led to many of the townspeople to suspect murder on the father. This was never proven. James left home at the age of 15. He told his remaining sibling Jane that if he were able, he'd find a place for both of them to stay and escape their family. Not much is known about James Hederick between 1840 and 1849, and Tricia assumed that he simply job hopped around the tri-state area. What is known is that James set out for the West in 1850 during the gold rush. Luck struck when James finding gold in a quartz deposit in 1852. The first person James confided in about the find was his only friend John Beggy. John was a native desert fox and would go on to become James's business partner. This comes as a bit of a surprise due to John's many recorded instances of prejudice against the natives. With John's help, James officially laid claim to the mine before turning it into a business. Little Echo was originally a small camp of less than 20 people that became a boom town. Over 2,000 people arrived within the next 3 years. Things went well for James after. He became rich, built a mansion in Echo, and lived off the mine's seemingly endless flows of gold. He sent Jane, who was married with a large family at that point, a yearly sum of money. Meanwhile, no money was sent to his parents, who lived deep in poverty. He married Emma, a girl half his age, in 1860. They had 5 children: James, Thomas, Guinevere, Carol, and Martha. Things changed for James in 1875, though, when he was accused of sodomy with James Beggy. The land being lawless at the time, John Beggy was hanged by the locals.
Why is his
James was
name
never
John B.
convicted.
Gay, or is it just for effect?
It might be a real name. I have no idea. James was
feels
never
a bit
convicted of the
too-
crime. It does sound a bit, yeah. Likely because of his strong influence in the town.
It does sound like a placeholder name that they just never changed.
I mean, it is a native being forced given a name, so that kind of checks. However, the ostracism grew to be too much, and in 1878 he left his family to live in solitude on the west coast. He quietly started a moderately successful ice cream business in the 1880s. It didn't grow into the regional juggernaut it is today until it was taken over by his grandson Peter. He died there in his villa in 1891 from an unusual insect bite. I rubbed my eyes and checked the time. 3 hours have passed already, and it's late in the afternoon. Oh, do you want to go back now?
Yeah, sure. Apparently Carl's game is so good he hasn't even bothered to come down and check on me. I silently gather up a few of the items: a pocket watch which looks like a nugget of gold and what I think is a stamp with a crest on it. I need to take pictures outside, considering how dim it is down here. I lay the items down on the adobe sidewalk that leads up to Carl's house. Deciding that it will make a suitable background, I start taking pictures. Hours after the discovery of the binder, I'm still relieved. It was really starting to worry me how little time I had left, but with Trish's research has saved me hours of time. In fact, she pretty much laid everything out for me. I nearly jump out of my skin and spin around, still clutching my camera. Behind me I can see the window still rattling from the force of whatever had knocked into it. The basement window. The window, well, I thought I can't see anything through it. It's too dark. I stare for a while, frowning. What the fuck was Carl doing? Did he go back downstairs and somehow see me through the window and decide to scare me? I slowly gather my artifacts back up and place them in the bag, keeping an eye on the window as I do. If he wanted to pull that shit, he could play that. Then I could play that game too. The only problem is that Carl isn't in the basement. From what I can gather, it was the window next to the crawl space that was hit. Looking out, I can see a spot where I must have been standing. The chills return and shiver as I move back to the crawl space. If it had been Carl, though, I don't get why he wouldn't. Oh, sorry. It had to be Carl, though. I don't get why he wouldn't have stayed down here till I came back. I gather everything back up and start to place them back in the tub without the same order I'd taken them out. And that's when I noticed something. At the very bottom of the tub, a plastic baggie had been opened with some contents spilled out. I set down the binder, which had been about to put away, and reach in, shifting through the spilt papers. They're newspaper clippings from the town of Peyton. They're incredibly old, and I can't imagine this is the best way to present them. Either way, the fashion in which they're carelessly spread out at the bottom of the tub makes me wince. I don't remember leaving it this way, and it makes me feel sick that I could have damaged any of it. Slowly, I push all the clippings back into the baggie, making sure to seal it tight after I do. From what I can see, nothing's been visibly damaged. I sigh before putting everything back in the tub and shutting it with the lid, making sure it's sealed tight. It's a shame that it's been so difficult for Carl's family to set up the museum. For what looks of it, some of this stuff isn't going to last much longer without proper preservation. Finally, I drag the tubs back and subconsciously taking note of exactly how I left them before heading back upstairs. When I get upstairs, though, Carl's asleep. His controller is still above his head, clutched in his paws like he's fallen asleep the moment I'd left. On the screen, his character is immobile, standing in the middle of some hut. A single NPC stands in front of him, walking back and forth. Every now and then it stops in front of him, exclaiming, "What are you doing in my hut?" I reach out and place a paw on his shoulder as he immediately opens his eyes, snorting loudly. He sits up and rubs his face, snorting again as he breathes deeply. "Did you go downstairs?"
Huh? What happened?
It's almost funny how utterly confused he looks. He's acting like he's doing a damn good... if he's acting, he's doing a damn good job of it. I heard some noises downstairs. I thought it was you.
No, I don't think so.
Things were moved around too. He takes in a deep breath before blowing it out.
I told you, man, this place is haunted. I wasn't joking.
We both look at each other for a moment. Finally, Carol breaks out and breaks the awkward silence.
So, how'd it go, aside from the ghosts?
It went alright, just 3 hours and a bunch of research. He looks at me bleary.
Oh, shit, seriously? It's gonna come down after a while, I just...
Fell asleep, yeah. We were supposed to go out today.
Really?
Yeah, remember you said so a few days ago? Carl looks around.
Well, what do you want to do?
I think. Don't you have an interview tomorrow?
Don't remind me.
Carl picks up his controller again and I frown. Well, I was thinking we could go out and maybe get you a new look. Now Carl frowns, clicking away at the controller.
Like what?
Well, your clothes for one. Do you have any dress clothes? You don't? Seriously, have you never had an interview before?
Well, yeah, she's gonna go out with
Uh-huh. Well, we'll definitely have to get you some of those. I look at his beard thoughtfully. Maybe we should give you a more clean-cut look. Carl doesn't say anything, instead goes on frowning. I put a paw down on his controller, forcing him to pause. Come on, it could be fun. You can't stay in this house, in this room forever. He finally does look at me, and his expression kind of sad. What's wrong? Carl looks away, then stands up slowly, his joints popping.
nothing. Makes you feel happy, then why not?
Great.
Just so you know, I'd rather just be playing video games with you.
It's tempting, but watching Carl play is a lot of fun with his style and commentary. This is more important. I really want to help him out. Maybe later tonight. Okay, let's get this done first. So apparently your great-great-great-great-great-grandfather was accused of sodomy.
What?
Carl looks up from his phone, his muzzle wrinkling. Yep, with John B. Gay. I'm almost positive it's related to Jenna, but I'll have to ask her.
Are you serious? How did you find that out?
He pauses.
Maybe don't ask Jenna about that.
From what I can tell, your mum's trying to write a book. Carl strokes his beard.
Oh yeah, she is. Well, was. More like, I don't think she's worked on it in years.
From the looks of it, she started it in college.
Damn. Well, I do remember her saying it stressed her out a lot, or that something happened to make her stop.
Carl seems to be thinking.
Actually, I think I remember her talking about it to Dad, about those old things that freaked her out or something.
He shrugs.
But we've always said the house is haunted.
Carl's phone starts buzzing.
And speaking of Jenna, she's calling me.
Carl looks a bit perturbed, but he puts on a cheerful voice as he answers it.
Yo, Whalers.
Ah, that old name. As he listens to her response, I see his smile slowly slide up his face. I can hear the sharp, muffled tones of Jenna's voice, even though he's holding the phone on the other side of his face.
I don't...
I guess she cuts him off because he doesn't finish. I glare. Here, let me talk to her. The way Jenna acted yesterday, which isn't like her at all, has given me a pretty good idea of what she's going off about right now. Carl doesn't give me the phone though, instead just staring at the windshield as we continue on the highway. Finally, he lowers the phone from his ear and stares at the screen for a while. She hang up?
Yeah, says something about how Leah's depressed now and how us hanging out by ourselves ain't helping things.
I roll my eyes. You know what? Fuck Jenna. She's been on one since Leo's day didn't go the way he wanted it to. For some reason she just wants to blame you.
Yeah.
Carl looks out of his window, so I can't really gauge the mood he's in. Listen, let's just get something to eat first, I'll buy.
No, my parents are rich, I'll pay.
I can't exactly argue with that, so I don't. I also don't feel like I can leave it at that, so hesitantly I reach out with a paw and place it on Carl's shoulder. Seriously, let's just have fun today, okay? Forget Jenna. He looks over at me and gives me a sad smile.
I'm fine, Chase. I just want to get over this, so get this over with so we can go back and play games.
I sigh. Is that all you think about these days?
Hey, lots of people play games for a living.
Name one.
Rob Lau.
That's a sport.
Still a game.
I grin as I hear that jokey playfulness back in his voice. Glad I'm able to take his mind off of Jenna for the moment. Well, at least that keeps him active. Playing games all day will get you unhealthy.
Fat? If you didn't notice, I'm already there.
You're not that bad. I swear you're mostly muscle.
Then I guess I've got nothing to worry about.
But you should get out more.
Why? I've got entire worlds in the game.
I don't know. What about girls?
They're in games too.
Well, you can't exactly touch a boob with your actual paws in a game.
I don't know. That's why they got those in anime land.
I know what you mean.
Already done
That's what,
it.
you know what I mean. You a queer or something? I say that with a southern accent.
Let's just say I don't label my sexuality.
Let that sit for a second. That's a pretty queer thing to say.
Guess I'm a pretty queer dude then.
Is that so?
Besides, until I'm able to see my hooves again, I don't think any girls are going to be after me.
Well, that's what we're doing right now, trying to get you a new look, fresh start. It'll boost your confidence and your appeal. You'll have girls and boys after you. Again, Carl doesn't act very enthused about that. I tell myself it's only because he has to go out. Once we get there, I'm sure he'll cheer up. I swear every store in Peyton Mall is dark and covered in neon. Carl stands there awkwardly, looking around as if unsure what to do. So what kind of look you want to go for? Carl looks at me like I'm crazy.
He does.
Seriously, dude? I have no idea. You brought me here.
Just work with this for the next hour and I promise we can go to the game store next. Carl makes a big show of sighing, but I assume the twitch in his ear indicates he liked that a lot.
Well, it's just dress clothes, so it shouldn't be that big a deal.
Carl's getting insecure the way he did during the surprise birthday party. It's kind of cute. Carl? Chase?
Tom, do you want to do this character?
Sure.
Okay, there we go.
Carl Chase?
The voice comes from behind me and Carl smiles over my shoulder before I turn around. Raven?
His name's Raven.
Black and white two-tone husky is just a few feet behind me grinning.
How long has it been?
Too long, man. What are you doing here?
Our family moved back after Dad got fired. Now I work here. I could ask the same about you, Chase.
Oh, just on spring break right now. You work in a clothes store now? Raven laughs.
Nah, I'm a store down. I work at Game Central.
Carl perks up at that.
So you're still in school, huh? Well, it's great to see you.
Raven's accent is only slightly detectable now, only noticeable foreign thing about him being his name.
So what are you guys doing here? Getting clothes?
Yeah, for Carl actually. He has an interview tomorrow. For some reason Carl ducks his head at that, and through his ears I could see him blush deeply.
Oh, really? It's about time.
I mean, I have had a job before.
So what kind of look are you going for?
When Carl doesn't answer, I speak up. That's what we're trying to figure out just now, actually. Carl shrinks further into himself, his hat seeming fall further over his eyes.
Dude, it's just dress clothes, really.
Well, I think you should get a red tie at least. Might go good with your eyes. And maybe trim that beard.
Since when are you fashionable?
Come on, Carl, at least try it out. Carl sighs, rubbing his forehead.
Okay, fine, but as long as we're out of here in the next hour.
Hey, I gotta get back to work. I'll be free in about an hour. Let's catch up.
I wave at Raven, then turn to Carl. Well, that was nice. Didn't think I'd ever see him again.
Me neither, actually. I'd love to hang out with him more. I mean, I like Flynn, but having to put up with him just to get a ride to the store isn't always worth it.
Well, anyway, if you want to get out of here now, we should probably get started. Of course, this is a lot less painful than Carl makes it out to be. Soon enough, we're on our way to the food court, Carl carrying a bag that's way too big for the contents inside. We meet Raven again, and once we get our food, he suggests we eat outside. I look from my full combo meal to Carl's small, tiny container of tater tots. You not hungry? Carl just shrugs and grins at me.
You just don't know the ways of the fatty.
Huh?
We're judged all the time, especially when we're eating.
He delicately bites the tater tot in half before adopting a sarcastic tone.
You gross, of course he's eating.
That seems kind of unfair.
See, Raven thinks so too.
Husky is in the middle of a huge bite of his Subway sandwich, his eyes on Carl. He swallows before speaking.
I see that you're as self-deprecating as ever.
You know me.
So, Chase, are you still dating that wolf, Leon?
Leo, and no. I ignore the sidelong glances I get from Carl.
Oh, sorry about that. You two are really cute together.
It's hard to know what to say when people comment on your relationship. If someone isn't homophobic, gay relationships are usually cute or adorable. Or maybe that's just the size difference.
But seriously, I've always wanted to date an otter.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're adorable.
Swimming clowns. Do tell. Raven picks up on my sarcastic tone right away, but doesn't seem to faze him.
I'm not reading that.
Why did Tom get the one thing? Okay. Well, yeah, you know what?
Just say the word swimming in a funny way every single time.
Well,
Well-
yeah, you know what they say about otters and swimming.
Carl almost chokes on, on the last tater tot.
The hell, Raven? You barely know him and you're saying that shit.
Carl's laughing though. I'm sure to keep my face passive. Oh, and what do they say about otters and blowjobs? Raven laughs.
You know, they never have to come up for air. 10 minutes non-stop.
Raven giggles and makes a visible effort to keep a straight face.
Sorry, I don't mean to make you all comfortable. It's just one of those jokes I always hear.
You can imagine I do. It's 8 minutes, by the way.
Psh, I'd take that too.
Carl crumples up a straw wrapper and flicks it off Raven's bluish-looking nose, to which he simply smiles. Carl stands up.
Oh, it's a fucking sparkle dog. I hate him.
What?
Hey, I'm going to the bathroom, Raven. Don't be a dick.
I'm not.
It's a term in like furry communities. People make characters, typically a wolf or a husky, almost always one of them two, and they are multicolored. And shop at Hot Topic, and they're called sparkle dogs.
I see.
We both watch Carl amble away before Raven turns back to me, the dopey smile back in his face.
So how long are you gonna be here, Chase? We need to catch up.
I wonder what catching up means, with our biggest interaction up to now was the point was dissecting a shark in high school biology. Sunday, school starts up again on Monday. Despite having a head start on the project thanks to Carl's mum, I still got a nervous twinge in my stomach. I still have a lot left to do. Voiceovers, B-rolls, and oh god, editing.
We should hang out.
His adorable little excitement is barely contained, and I'm pretty sure I can hear the thumping of his tail against the curb we're sitting on. Despite my earlier offence at stereotyping otters, I'm reminded how much worse dogs get it. Hey, Crimson.
Hello.
They're not common in Echo, or this side of the world for that matter. While otters are thought of as entertainers, I feel that it's better dealing with being seen as being seen as a simpleton. So the main reason I'm here is to do a news segment on Echo for class.
Ooh. Oh. Is it gonna be on TV?
I laugh. No, I mean, maybe. I could get into rotation the college TV station, but otherwise no.
Well, that's still pretty cool.
But my point is, it's kind of boring.
What? Is it just a bunch of writing, or?
Mostly going through old stuff. Carl's family saved me a bunch of artifacts. Carl's family saved a bunch of artifacts from the old days.
Whoa, so you're like actually touching the old stuff?
Yeah, that's a weird way to put it, but yeah.
That sounds awesome.
His outgoing nature is kind of infectious. I smile. Well, if you're really interested, I wouldn't mind having some help.
That's great. I have the next 2 days off.
Cool. Well, we'll ask Carl when he gets back. It takes a while for the ram to return, but when he does, he seems a bit reluctant to agree to the idea, which kind of surprises me. But eventually we convince him, we make plans for Raven to come over the next day. As we're heading back to the car, I nudge Carl, forcing him into a slight stumble.
Hmm?
What's up?
What do you mean?
I try to keep my tone light. You seem a bit down, actually. You have all day. Carl shrugs. I nudge him again, and he giggles.
I don't know. It's awkward coming out here and having to examine me like.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, dude. Just feels kind of weird, is all.
I stay silent for the moment, wondering if I'd make the right decision in doing all this. I've made the right decision in doing all this. Well, I'm just trying to help you out, you know?
I know, bro. It's cool.
Seriously, I've been thinking.
Oh no.
Your main problem is worrying about going out in public, like social anxiety.
Oh, now you sound like Jenna.
We get to my car and he smiles at me over the roof while I unlock the doors. I feel like if we can break through that, I'll help you out a bunch. I break eye contact as we both slide into our respective seats. And I think this job will be a huge part of that, so I really want you to get it. As I lean to the side to pull out my seatbelt, I feel something soft and warm press into my cheek. Only lasts for a second and it's gone. I look over at Carl, but he's looking out the window. Did you just kiss me?
Yeah, bro.
Are you high?
No? I mean, maybe.
He giggled. He giggles. So yes. Slowly I pull out the parking space. If you hadn't made a move on me last night, I might have been a little more shocked. Where the hell did you get high anyway?
I live behind the mall.
Charming.
Yeah, I'm sure I've got a few needles stuck in my hooves.
We drive in silence for a while, Carl looking at to the desert scenery while I squirm on the windshield trying to see the hazy through the hazy orange sunset.
I did mean that, by the way.
What?
Just thanks.
Sure. I don't know what else to say, so I'll leave it at that and we drive along in a pleasant silence. Carl still seems a little sad and I can't pinpoint why. Hoping that's just a phase. But by the time the interview is over, he'll be able to get past his anxiety and finally be done feeling like a failure at everything.
Yeah, that's
Oh
not bad.
no.
It just gets better.
I
Just
did.
gets better.
I did tell you that this was like a slow cracking of relationships falling into hysteria every time, right? Yeah.
I wake up to the feeling of familiar numbing heaviness in my body. I try to move, taking in what feels like a massive weight on my arms and legs, but all I can manage is to wiggle my fingers. It feels like someone's pressing down on my chest, trying to suffocate me. And something's in the room with me. I can't help myself, I open my eyes. A blood-red glow fills Carl's room as if the night light covered in blood. The sight would make me whimper if it was able to make any kind of sound. My eyes flick around the room. It looks strangely empty, a lot more empty than I remember it, as if Carl's in the middle of a move and he's packed up all his toys and decorations. In fact, the only thing I recognise in his room is his bed, the blankets tossed back and empty. I'm alone. That's a very loud cackle.
It
I
was.
thought that was a duck.
I heard a chuckle right next to my ear. It's a straight out horror movie. Whatever it is, it's right out of the line of sight and I can't turn my head to see what it is. My heartbeat picks up and I decide to close my eyes, knowing that thanks Tom, that nothing good will come out of opening them. It breathes heavily in my ear for a while, then stops. The weight lifts off my body and I feel its presence leave. I sit up, open my eyes again, I sigh with relief. But then I realise the room is still empty, and so is Carl's bed. Die! Something yanks me out of bed and suddenly I'm being pulled by both feet down the hallway. Down the stairs. Down the basement.
Ouch.
Towards the crawl space. Into the darkness. Furry legs crawl all over my body and pinprickles pierce every inch of my flesh. I'd give anything to be able to scream right now. I gasp and jolt out of the paralysis. I wait a good 10 seconds before I'm convinced that I'm reeling out of it. Carl's snoring loudly in his bed, one arm dangling over the side while his belly rises and falls. I sit up and rub my face, wondering how the hell I'm going to get back to sleep after that. Friday.
We are speeding through this. Or maybe,
I think his one is just faster.
I think his run is faster.
Hey, is this useful?
I look over at Raven as he holds up what looks like a porcelain canine doll of some kind. Maybe. Just set aside the stuff you think might be interesting enough for me to take pictures of.
Okay.
He puts it to the side and starts digging through the tub rather carelessly again. I sigh and turn back to the binder. I really wish Carl had agreed to come down. Again, he declined to help me even after Raven arrived. But now I guess I have the answers as to why. More stuff is missing from the tubs, and I know it can't be anyone else except Carl. Containers were turned the opposite way around when I got down the crawl space earlier this morning. On top of that, there were 2 more loose wrappers in the tub, along with... I traced my paw up the tore edges of the missing pages from the John Big A folder. Big A section. The question is, of course, why? Why is he doing this? There's absolutely no reason for it. And the bizarreness of the situation makes it pretty much impossible for me to confront him on it. It's his house, after all. Though if he didn't want me to go through it, why would he have shown it to me in the first place? And he isn't even trying to cover his tracks. In fact, I practically caught him in the act just a few nights ago. He must have known that I'd be able to put that together pretty quick. I closed the binder, deciding that this will be the last time I'm going through this stuff. If Carl doesn't want me digging up his family's history, then I'm not going to pry any further.
Hey, look at this.
Raven holds up a wooden train.
Bet there was probably the ship back in the day.
I sigh. Probably. My phone buzzes. I take it out. My notification's telling me I have a text from Leo. Met me at diner for lunch. Just you. For a moment I felt a pang of guilt. He told me how excited he was to hang out with me this week, yet I spent almost all my time with Carl. Though from what I've gathered in text, Leo's been spending most of his time with TJ and Jenna since the link's apparently still feeling down. At least he had that to keep him occupied. My excuse is that Carl had all the info I need for my project, made the decision to spend most of my time here a little less weird. What time and what do you mean by just me? Hey Rev, I'm gonna have to meet friends. Could you keep Carl company?
Okay, sure.
Raven seems busy pushing the train across the ground while attaching more cars. And just make sure you keep that together. I want to get pictures of it later. Now, meet a talking Privoto. I sigh and put my phone away, patting my pocket for my keys ahead of the crawl space steps. Leo waves at me as I walk into the diner. I'm surprised to see the diner is completely empty. There's almost always someone in here. Something else is amiss too, and I don't notice until I've sat down across from the wolf. It's eerily quiet. The usual rockabilly tracks aren't playing from the jukebox. Hey. Hey man, what's up? The atmosphere is unreasonably awkward as I blame most of that on the strange state of the diner. So apparently we have to go up to the counter to order, because Janice ain't here. Oh, why's that? Leo shrugs as he sips on a milkshake. Dunno, sick I guess. It's then that I remember the story Flynn had told us about Janice and her incident. Though I'm not going to bring that up because I'm not sure it's because I'm sure that's what Leo's thinking as well. Well, I'm not really hungry anyway. What was it you want to talk about? Leo swallows softly and looks down at the table. So you probably know this whole thing didn't go as I planned. I look at the collection of condensation in the glass before I speak up. Yeah, sort of. Leo frowns as if he hoped I would try to deny it. Well, it's mostly my fault. I should have done a better job at resolving shit. Mr. Cat, you can't just shout all the time. No.
Yes, he can.
No, I
That's
frown.
like his whole deal.
Come on then, Appy, come.
He wants fed.
Come on. Come on.
Again, he wants fed.
You got fed earlier. Anyway, hey. I wait until he takes his eyes off the table and look at me. You know you're not our big brother anymore. He looks back down at the table. We're adults, believe it or not. We make our own decisions now. Everything we're doing right now is our decision. Our fault, not yours. Leo's eyes get shiny, but he smiles. Yeah, you're right. Guess I just wanted to go back is all. Hey, we're still young. You're talking like my grandpa. Leo laughs and leans back. Mine too. Leo jerks his head as if he just remembered something. So what the hell happened between Jenna and Carl? I was actually hoping you could have told me that. I have no idea. She keeps going on about him not participating. I told her it was fine, but she can't seem to let it go. Yeah, well, it's really weighing on Carl, I think. Leo swigs his milkshake, forgoing the straw. He wipes away the cream from his muzzle as he bites back down the table with some resolve. Brings it back down the table with some resolve. But I'm not letting it end like this. Let what end like this? Our group. You realise this might be the last time we're all together. That sentence immediately formed a lump in my throat. I'm misreading today. Yeah. So I'm not gonna let it end like this. Flynn's pissed at TJ, Jenna's pissed at Carl, you and me. He lets that hang while I don't say anything, he coughs. So I planned something. What? His hesitant tone is making me nervous. He looks me in the eye and squares his shoulders. We're gonna go to the lake tomorrow. He lets that sink in as his words, as I turn his words over in my head. I had suspected this was what he was getting at. I considered my words for a moment, not wanting to say the wrong thing. I don't know if that's... Leah puts up a paw. I've thought it over real hard, Chase. That day, what happened to Sydney, it fucked us all up, changed us all. Not for the better either. It took something from us. Leo pauses, looking at the side as if searching for words. Flynn, Sydney was his best friend, and Carl, he's been depressed ever since. I feel the need to speak up. I don't know if you can pin all that on what happened. Maybe we would have turned out the same. He presses on. TJ saw Sydney die, saw him drown. Can you imagine that, 8 years old? And Jenna, has she ever been happy since? I shake my head. I always felt like that experience helped her in a weird way. Decided to go to school, leave Echo. He doesn't seem to be listening to me. And you, I love you, but you did change that day. The day it happened, you're practically a different person.
Lol.
I don't have anything to say to that. And me, his voice catches his throat as I close my eyes. Leo, I was supposed to be watching all of you, but I was supposed to take care of... Leo stops talking and I keep my eyes on the table while he grabs one of the brown napkins and wipes his eyes. When he speaks again, his voice is thick and cracks with emotion. His parents never said that, but they trusted me with Sydney. I think they blamed me. No, Leo. He falls silent. For a while we both sit there and share the feeling of being weighed down by 11 years of baggage. A good 5 minutes go by, Leo staring out the window. The afternoon sun turns his normally red fur almost orange. We can't do this anymore. This might be our last chance to find some kind of closure. I take a deep breath, swallowing past the lump. Okay. He looks up at me, relief all over his face. So you'll go? I smile reassuringly at him. Of course. Have you told anyone else? He lowers his ears. No. Oh God, are you gonna tell them? I don't know. Leo. He does his signature shrug, paws out. I really don't know how to get them to go. Then there's no way this isn't gonna be a disaster. Hey, we gotta try. I guess. So can you bring Carl with you? I think for a moment. Oh shit, Carl was an interview. What time? 10 I think. Well, we'll plan around it. Text me the actual time, okay? Anyway, I invited you here to talk about more than shitty stuff. What have you been up to these past 3 years? And so we talk for the next 2 hours, catching up on everything. It feels good and I regret not spending more time with Leo this past week. As we part in the small parking lot, Leo surprises me with a hug. I have a good feeling about this. It'll be hard, but we'll be a lot better for it. I hug back, hoping with all my heart that he's right. Saturday.
The pictures have returned. There weren't any the last 2 days.
Yeah.
Dudes, I don't know about this.
I peek into the bathroom watching as Carl stares at himself in the mirror, running his fingers through his hair.
You look great.
Raven stands back, grinning with a trimmer in his paws, looking Carl up and down.
Oh, tell him, Chase.
Carl looks at me and I have to agree, he looks a bit better. You look fantastic, a lot cleaner.
Thanks.
Now, take a shower.
Before Carl can say anything, Raven shoves the mall bag into Carl's chest before slamming the door in his face.
Man, this is gonna be great. The interview was based on looks alone. He'd get that job locked.
Yeah, probably. And so with that, we move to the living room and wait. Half an hour later, Carl shuffles in quietly. We don't even know he's there until he clears his throat.
How does it look?
He looks good, but I'm more concerned by the fact that he still looks the most insecure I've ever seen him. He shifts from hoof to hoof, not making eye contact at all, his fingers pulling at the rolled up sleeves.
Oh my god, that looks fantastic. There's no way you won't get that job now.
Raven sounds genuine enough, but then again, he's always excited. Carl looks over at me and I give a start, realizing how bad my silence must have seemed. You do look great, Carl.
But,
Raven chuckles and Carl's eyes widen.
What?
the beanie. Do you always wear that thing?
Carl lifts a paw to it.
Usually.
You can't wear that. How do you even get it on?
It's stretchy and my head feels awful.
Seriously, you can't wear a beanie to an interview?
Carl's getting all fidgety again, so I butt in. What do we think?
Ow. Both options hurt, but I expect that now.
Great.
It's been interesting we've had the same conversation in Flynn's Run, only with different people talking.
Yeah.
Do we let Carl wear his beanie? Anyone got
Either
any-
way, things are going to go badly, so let's pick the first option. Just because.
Okay. Carl, what's a really bad idea for a job interview?
Oh, come on.
He looks sad and angry at the same time, which gives me pause.
I'll wear it if I want. This is my interview.
After a couple of seconds of silence, Raven coughs. Raven looks at me, then back at Carl.
Well, alright.
Carl sighs and shifts around again. We watch him expectantly.
Sorry, got my mouth full.
Sorry.
Sorry,
Sorry.
dudes. This feels weird as all.
It's you! You'll get used to it.
I pull out my phone and look at the time. Alright, we need to head out. We should get there early. As we head to the door, Raven makes his follow us. I kick myself for forgetting to talk to him earlier. I turn around and face him as Carl heads out the door. Hey, Raven?
What's up?
So after the interview, me and Carl and our other friends, we're going to be doing something. Raven raises his brow.
Oh?
Oh, it's not that we don't want you to come, though I really wouldn't mind having his upbeat attitude present when it would surely be the biggest downer of the week. It's just that it's really personal.
Oh, really?
Yeah, seriously, you wouldn't want to come. We're going to be talking some heavy shit. Raven seems to perk up a little at that.
Oh. Well, I wouldn't want to intrude. I'll just hang out here then.
Yeah, we're back soon, okay?
Sounds
good.
So,
But you have to tell me how the interview goes. I know he's gonna do amazing.
So he's basically Daxton 2.0. Okay. I will, and he will. See you in a few. Carl looks confused as I come out of the car alone.
I think they got enough difference in personality that it kind of... They deserve to be different characters. I think I prefer Dax. He was nerdier. Either way. Where's Raven?
I sit down and make a show of buckling my seatbelt. So I wanted to tell you this after the interview so you didn't have more to stress out over.
What?
I pause as I back out, pretending to be distracted so I can gather my thoughts. So Leah wants us to meet up at the lake.
The lake?
Yeah.
Why?
Closure, he says. Carl stays quiet as we drive through Echo and I swerve to avoid all the potholes. As I'm merging in the highway, he finally speaks up.
I think that's a good idea. Like, we've been sitting on this for how long? We should do it while we get the chance.
I nod in agreement. I just hope everyone feels the same. We fall back into silence that stays that way for the remaining 20 minutes drive. Carl gets more nervous the closer we get. I can see his knees bouncing in the corner of my eye as he stares out the window. I reach out and put my paw on his shoulder as we pull into the parking lot with the print shop. You look awesome, you're going to do amazing. Carl starts taking deep breaths, staring out the windshield. Just be yourself, everyone loves a relaxed employee.
Wish you'd let me have a smoke before we left.
Yeah, going into an interview smelling like pot, great idea. Carl giggles nervously but otherwise doesn't move. Do you want me to go in with you? Carl shakes his head quickly, unbuckling his seatbelt as he opens the car door.
No, man, I'll be fine.
Okay, cool. I'll be waiting. I grin at him, but he just shuts the door and ambles up to the print shop. He pushes the door, and when they don't move, he pushes harder, shaking the glass. I start to open my door, tell him to pull instead, but he seems to figure it out before I have to, and disappears inside. Oh, Carl. Then I sit back and wait. I try to take a nap since I've been up all night with Raven and Carl gaming, but the heat bearing down through the windows becomes too uncomfortable. I turn the AC back on and shuffle through the stations, only find twangy country and mariachi. I look at the time, 10:10. If the interview started on time, he was probably almost done with it by now. I sort of want to go inside, but I know Carl wouldn't want me to. I settle back in and close my eyes, trying to get some relief from the failing AC. Then the door rattles and I hear haphazard hoof steps. I open my eyes, but no one's there. I do catch some movement disappearing around the side of the store, and I lean around to get a better look. I wait, but Carl, at least I think it's Carl, doesn't come back around the corner. Looking around, I slowly open my door. Carl? Nothing. Carl? I yell it, but he still doesn't come out. Feeling some dread build up in my stomach, I get out of the car and slowly walk around the side of the building. It's an alley, between the print shop and what I think is a laundromat. Nothing's in the alley except for a few dumpsters and clumps of garbage. I step carefully around the puddles covered in oil so I can wonder if maybe he just really wanted the smoke. Carl? Something shifts to the other side of one of the dumpsters and I hear sniffling. Wordlessly I walk around the dumpster to the other side. Carl is bent over, back to me, paws on his knees. His whole body is shaking like breaths are ragged. Holy shit, Carl. I'm at his side, instantly rubbing his back. What happened? Are you alright? Stench of vomit hits my nose. I don't need to look closely to know what puddle between Carl's hoofs is. Carl makes sure to turn his face away from me, not saying a word. Shit. I dash back to the car and open the passenger door so I can get the glove box. I pull out a few napkins before hurrying back to the van. He takes them from me wordlessly and starts wiping his face. The last time I seen Carl like this was the last year when he had a panic attack at school. I didn't think he'd had that problem now after all the therapy and time away. I tried to rub his back comfortingly in a clockwise motion like a mum would do for me. At least he's not hyperventilating. He had his horns pressed up against the wall, taking deep breaths as he wipes his face again.
Why do I suck at everything?
He says it quietly between gasps, but I can make it out. No, Carl, you're fine. Let's just get you home. I start to pull on his arm, but he yanks it from me violently.
Don't touch me.
I'm stunned into silence. I just stare at him, mouth open. He glances at me and his eyes are red, and for once it's not because of weed. Carl starts off for the cart on his own, spitting off the side as he does. Carl, what happened? He whirls on me.
I fucked up, obviously. Any more fucking questions?
His voice breaks apart in the last sentence as he turns away from me. His face starts to screw up. My stomach feels hollow as I watch Carl get into my car. I've never ever seen him like this. He immediately hunches forward, head in his paws. I slowly walk up to the driver's side door, feeling like crying myself. I sit for a while, waiting to see if Carl's going to say anything. He does.
I'm sorry.
He blurts it out through his fingers. I look over at him, scared to say anything in case I say the wrong thing.
It was disaster, man.
He takes a deep shuddering breath.
You could tell I wasn't into it right away. I was awkward as fuck.
He leans back and tugs at his shirt.
This shirt, this isn't me, and they knew it and got me nervous. I've been nervous since I got my clothes, since I got this stupid trim.
At that moment, it feels like I've been punched in the stomach. I just now remember the conversation we had on Wednesday. I close my eyes for a moment, not wanting to believe that I'd become exactly what he said I wasn't. But he liked me for not being. We sat in silence for a long time until Carl finally looks at me and smiles.
God damn it, we both knew this was gonna happen, didn't we?
I don't know, man.
And fuck me very much for taking it out on you.
It's sort of my fault.
Nope, I'm the one that screwed up the interview.
Carl settles back in his seat.
Now with that fuck up out of the way, on to the next one.
I force a smile. You sure you want to go?
Hell no. I don't think we've got much of a choice.
I sigh, looking at the hazy horizon in the direction of where I know Echo is. Can't wait. So with that, we turn on the ignition and pull out the parking lot, leaving the print shop and alley far behind us. Leo, TJ, Flynn and General gathered outside around a picnic table. It's set out neatly on concrete in front of the rocky shore of the lake. None of this existed when we were kids. In fact, it didn't exist when I left. Like I was trying really hard to stay alive. I don't need to get out of the car to gauge the mood. My friends are around, their shoulders slumped, faces turned away from each other. As I park, Leo's ears perk up and he turns to wave at us. I take a deep breath and turn to Carl. You ready?
Nope.
Nevertheless, he opens the door and steps out as I do the same. The sun beats down on us, but being this close to the lake cools things down a bit. As we approach, I see Leo with his butt up against the edge of the table while TJ sits next to him. Jenna sits next to TJ while Flynn sits across from Jenna. When Flynn turns around, he almost immediately zeroes in on Carl. What the hell happened to you?
Drugs, sex, and rock and roll.
Out of order, bud.
No, I just put it in the appropriate descending order.
Flynn rolls his eyes and looks at me. Hey, fuck boy, maybe you can talk some fucking sense into this idiot. Leo's ears are flat, but he doesn't look at Flynn. Glad you guys could make it. Sure. Carl sits down next to Flynn and I sit on Carl's other side across from TJ. The silence that follows is possibly the most awkward of the week. Flynn snickers. See? This is stupid.
How about we let it happen naturally, Flynn, instead of using every mode to take shots at people?
Jenna's tone is icy. She hasn't even acknowledged me or Carl. TJ, meanwhile, keeps his head down, poking a sharp claw into the soft wood of the table. Flynn shrugs and starts to do his trademark I don't give a fuck lean back pose, but gives a start when he realizes there isn't any backing on the bench. Well, we've been sitting here for the past 20 minutes and nothing's happened.
Maybe you want to start it off?
Flynn sighs. Well, we could talk about how I never agreed to this shit. How's Leo a complete fucking idiot for forcing this to happen? I wonder what he thought this would accomplish anyway.
That's a start, I guess.
Flynn sets his jaw. Of course, talk that would actually get us somewhere wouldn't be from me when he's not talking. Temperature seems lower and impossibly hot air. I don't look at TJ to see how he reacts. After a brief silence, Leo speaks up. How about we start with you, Flynn? Flynn looks at Leo, brows raised. How do you feel about what happened? I see Flynn clench his jaw. What? His tone sends shivers down my spine. I feel Carl tense up next to me. I look out across the lake. The shimmering reflection is blinding me. You never talked about it. Maybe it'll help. Sweat pours down the back of my neck, builds up onto my arms. Even with the wind coming off the lake, it's way too hot. But telling you how I fucking feel? How the fuck do you think I feel? Flynn screams it and TJ jumps in front of me. You just gotta keep it buried your whole life, Garabo. I think about the time I used to come down to the spot every day and skip rocks with Jen and TJ. So this is how you plan to fucking get us over it? By fucking making fun of me? I'm not making fun of you, I'm trying to help you. Taunting someone who's felt like shit for a decade is a pretty weird way of helping.
Please, guys.
Don't you even fucking talk right now.
Don't you dare take that tone with him. We all went through this.
Calm down, Flynn. The table shakes as Flynn slams his fist down the wood, snarling and standing up. Tell me to calm down one more fucking. Just shut the hell up. I stand up. Everyone turns to look at me, including Flynn. I don't say anything, instead I just strip off my shirt. The hell are you doing? I don't answer him. Instead I take off my belt and slide my pants on, so I'm left in my boxers. Without a word I head to the lake. It's about 100 yards from the tables to the lake, and while most of the way there is sand, a good stretch of it is pointy rocks. I make my way carefully over the section, remembering the numerous cuts I'd gotten as a kid. I don't look back until I'm right on the water's edge, and when I do I see Leo following me in the process of taking his own shirt off. The rest of them are still sitting on the table, but I don't care because it's really just for me. I step into the water and sigh at how cool it is before I wade out further. Once I'm waist deep, I dive in the water and pop several feet further away from the shore. I'm neck deep at this point, and when I look back I can see Carl now standing at the lake's edge, paws deep in his pockets. Behind him, Jenna's helping TJ across the rocks. Only Flynn remains behind at the table watching us all. Leo's up to his chest at this point, and I swim in a circle around him before diving under, then popping up right in front of him. Sneaky otter. He splashes water in my face and I cough. Don't be that way. I swim around some more and laugh at how he flounders after me. He's always a terrible swimmer. I dive into the water again and swim up towards the shore, hopping up at 10 feet from Carl.
Having fun?
He's smiling, looking a lot more relaxed than he has all day, probably because we just avoided a situation that could have gotten really ugly. To my left, Jenna and TJ are sitting on a boulder in the shallows. TJ's slacks are rolled up to his knees. Him and Jenna seem to be talking. I decide not to play the same trick on them as I did with Leo. Flynn, meanwhile, is standing up, now arms folded. For the next little while, I swim around, occasionally popping up in front of Carl or Leo, sometimes splashing them with my tail. There's a little free feeling about finally swimming in the lake again, having so much space. Flynn, after a good 20 minutes, comes out to the shore. He leans against an old familiar boulder watching us. There's no way for me to know how they're all feeling, if it's liberating like it is for me. Flynn is right, in a way. We can't just talk about it because there's nothing really to say. What happened, and no amount of talking can fix it. What we can do, and what I can do at least, is choose to move past it. And that's what I'm doing now. I just hope that what they're feeling, that's what they're feeling too. Eventually I run out of exhilarating energy and had so consumed me and instead drift to the bottom of the shallows. I lay on my back against the sand, staring up at the murky glow of the sun. I feel my eyelids get heavy and I stretch out against the soft lake bed. It is of course a bad idea to fall asleep underwater. If that were to happen though, I'd probably just try and breathe and get a nose full of water and immediately wake up. Still I decide it's best to avoid that if I can. I force myself to open my eyes again and swim to the surface. Except, I can't. I'm frozen. Every nerve in my body is on fire and I struggle not to panic. To not start trying to breathe because that's what my body wants to do. I close my eyes and will myself to be calm. Sleep paralysis usually only lasts for a minute at most for me. I can hold my breath for 8 and I've only been under for... God, I have no idea. It feels like I've been under a while. My chest is already starting to burn and that usually means I've been under at least 6 minutes. And this is starting to last a long time. By my efforts, panic starts to set in and it sets in quick. I start jerking my body around trying to get anything to move. I don't understand why I'm not floating to the surface. I'm not trying to stay underwater. Seconds turn to minutes and now my lungs are really burning. Something has to be holding me down, maybe some kind of vegetation. The water begins to glow red as if blood is spread across the surface above me. I tug and pull, praying that this is all a dream, that I'm back in Carl's room, that any moment I'll wake up. You thought it'd be this easy? That's a good one. I try to turn my head towards the voice, which is right in my ear, even though I'm underwater. Things go silent again. At this point I start to contemplate that I might actually die. I can't get my body to move, none of my friends know where I'm at, and I'm now almost out of air. Bubbles flow past my lips as my lungs finally give out and blackness starts to cloud my vision.
Rip.
He's waking up.
My eyes open slowly, painfully, and I'm face to face with a ram, his muzzle wet with tears.
Oh my god, he is.
Give him room. I feel some rough paws supporting my back, turning me on my side. Can you breathe, Chase? Leo's voice is ragged next to my ear. Yeah, no, I'm fine. I sit up quickly and a wave of dizziness threatens to topple me over again. I feel movement behind me out of my field of vision. No! I can't believe this, I can't fucking believe this. Flynn's voice is torn and ragged, I barely recognize it.
Calm down, Flynn.
No, we forced to come here and then this shit happens.
Guys, I need to go.
TJ, Flynn, get over here. I feel Leon's support leave me. Carl is sitting crouched down in front of me though.
Oh my god, dude, what happened?
Carl's gasping like he's the one that's just underwater. I don't know. Carl rubs my back as I rest my head in his paws. Vaguely I can hear some more yelling behind me and Carl looks up too.
No, don't. Leo, help!
Despite my aching head, I turn around to see Flynn chasing TJ, grab him and throw him down on the rocks. Flynn doesn't get any further though because Leo tackles him with such force to fly a good 5 feet before smashing down the rocks and sand. Leo wraps an arm around Flynn's neck and yanks him up hard.
Jesus.
Carl stands up and starts gasping again. I try to but fall back down on my ass. Carl reaches down to help me up.
Shit, you're not okay.
Carl steadies me but I'm distracted while trying to see what's happening. Leo's leaning down with his muzzle right up against Flynn's head, yelling at him. Meanwhile, Jenna's crouched over TJ. Carl starts to breathe heavily again, his breathing picking up speed. I look over at him and his eyes are glazed as if he's watching everything from afar. Carl? Carl, what's wrong? I don't want him having another panic attack. I know I should probably stay and help, but I'm so fucked up right now. Besides, I don't think it will help me if Carl has a breakdown. I grab his arm. Let's get out of here, Carl. He looks at the scene a while longer, then turns away. Without another word, we make our way back to the car. I get in, barely noticing I'm drenched in the seat. Looking at the windshield, I see my friends are still in the same position that we left them, except Jenna. She watches us pull out and keeps watching us until we're out of sight. Carl stays in his glazed state till we make a short drive back to his house. I can't give him much more of my attention though. I'm more preoccupied with the fact that something terrible just happened. Not only to me, but the entire group. Maybe this is a dream. Everything feels so surreal right now, like I'm watching all of this happen from 100 miles away.
I can't. I don't know.
I look over at Carl, but his expression is still glossy. He looks exactly like how I'm feeling. What's wrong, Carl?
I don't know.
You don't. I'm cut off as a large coyote suddenly runs out in the street. But she's a good distance down the road, so there's no danger of me hitting her. I watch as she tears out from the sagebush, zigzagging about, arms flinging out in all directions. Carl and I both watch her as we pass, silent. Something's happening in this town. To all of us. Once we get to the house, Carl heads straight for the stairs. Carl?
You
Yeah.
guys back? I don't know.
Raven's voice calls from upstairs. Right, something's wrong.
Huh? What's wrong?
I don't answer as we walk into the stair. Carl just disappears down. Once I get there, he's already gone. I make my way down the stairs, and it's at that point my headache starts to make a comeback. Carl? He's not in the basement either, but I can see the yellow light glowing from the crawl space. Something, I don't know what it is, but something feels incredibly wrong right now. Buzzing fills my head, the ground feeling unsteady as if I'm walking on sand. Once I find Carl, we're both going to the hospital. I stumble down the crawl space, and again Carl's not there. I'm greeted by the familiar row of tubs, but the stack of them have been pulled away from the wall. Carl? Carl, what? I fall silent because ahead of me is a hole, about 3 feet high and 2 feet wide. What the hell, Carl? Plaster covers the tarp around it, and the wall had been bashed violently to create a hole. Did Carl go through it? Getting on my paws and knees, I look into it, but the darkness is inky and black. I swear I can touch it. As I crawl forward, my mind gives a violent jolt and I arch my head back, teeth bared as my face spasms. And then I fall. It feels like I'm fall forever.
So at this point, I'm going to reiterate the trigger warnings. Hi. If you're scared of entrapment, genocide, child murder, possession, general ghost spooky shit, anything regarding the colonization of America, injury. We're getting into the matosphere. The spooks are a coming.
Okay. I'm gonna run away then and sit on the stream instead.
Okay, well,
Fair enough.
no,
I'm spooked.
thank you for voicing Raven, Tom.
Does Raven show up again?
Yes, yeah, he is part of the 4 characters that end up in the. I'm going to call it an escape room.
Alright, well,
I'm sorry, I can't voice him anymore.
It's fine, I'll voice it from here on, Tom. Alright, well, you've had the trigger warnings, you've had your time, let us get into it.
Run away!
Oh, ligature. Let's stick a warning there. Homophobia. Evidently, probably should add that.
I mean,
We're getting into colonial America nonsense now, so
Yeah.
alright. Wind blows pleasantly through... Kitten, if you stand there, I can't see my screen. Can you stand there? That's better, thank you. Wind blows pleasantly through my fur, seeping underneath and cooling my sweating skin. The smells of desert, sagebrush and dirt overwhelm my senses. Everything is black around me, but there are a million stars above me. I hear the smattering of small feet running circles around my body. Snuffling of noses right up the sides and neck. Mixed in the sounds of the wilds are words, languages I don't understand, chanting and singing. Sounds of dancing. Then another language. I hear a word or two that I learned from Leo years ago. Then my own language. And above it all is a maniacal cackling, one that builds and fades before choking off into a sob. The first feeling I have is one of confusion. I feel stiff and cold, and I'm lying back on something hard. I expect to see stars above me when I open my eyes, but instead all I see is blackness. Panic starts to swell up inside me. My breathing quickens, and though it's hard and painful, I manage to push myself up against the sitting position. That's when I see a gentle glow coming from an opening about 30 feet away from me. Where am I? The last thing I remembered was the lake. Wait, no. Carl's house was the last thing I remember. We went back to his house after the lake. Did I fall asleep in his house somewhere? I feel around the floor with my hands and can feel wood underneath me. It creaks as I shift around. Carl? Sorry, cat. My voice comes out hard and crackly. I have to lick my lips several times to keep them from sticking together. I call out again, but more softly this time, because now I'm starting to wonder if someone else brought me here. When I don't hear anything, I start to crawl forward towards the light. My head throbs a little, and there's a coppery taste in my mouth. Probing my tongue around, the taste the sour bites along my cheeks. I start to run through a list of things that could have happened. I was in Carl's basement. I just sort of seized up. Someone hit me over the head. I stop crawling and start moving my hands around my body and over my head. No sign of injuries. Aside from the cheek bites, it's really just the inside of my head that hurts. While I do this, lucidity starts to return on waves, and I have a dam broken. All my senses are starting to fall back into place. At the same time, panic starts to return as I realise how much this doesn't make sense. Someone had to have brought me here, wherever here is. I start crawling again, trying to keep my panic under control. That's almost a glow, but it's weird because coming from the ground. As I get closer, I hear soft brushing behind my head. I tense and look over my shoulder. I'm greeted by the sight of inky blackness, so dark that it almost feels alive, and I get an impression of a giant mouth opening in front of my face. The imagery gives me a jolt, and I lunge forward, deciding to get up to my feet so I can move fast. And then I'm falling, but not for long. My senses are full of light right now, and I throw my hands forward to catch myself. But I keep falling. In the split second before I hit, I realise there's a ladder. I instinctively grab at it, but my head hits the rungs first. I flip forward before landing on my feet. It happens on weak ankles though, and my right foot gives out and my ankle rolls. I hear a series of pops before the rest of my body hits the floor. I lay there for a moment, the sudden noise and violence in the fall stunning me. In my stupor I feel a cold spiderweb of electricity pulsing from my ankle, and that's what spurns me on to move. I pull myself into the sitting position and clutch at it. Fuck. The pain isn't really bad, but something definitely wrong, and I'm not sure I can just walk it off. That's when I notice my surroundings. A long hallway stretches out either side of me. It's lit with decorative chandeliers. Looking up, I see that I've fallen down a drop pole ladder to a small square in the ceiling. What the hell? I look back down at my ankle. I wiggle it around and immediately feel another pulse of electricity that feels much more painful this time around. I grit my teeth and spread my hands out against the wall behind me, pushing myself up slowly, making sure to not put any weight on my injured ankle. As I'm doing this, I feel a soft clapping sound coming from my right. At the end of the hallway, it looks like it takes a sharp right turn, and it sounds like noises are coming from that turn. My throat tightens and I press myself harder against the wall. I see a shadow slide up the carpet at the end of the hallway and I hold my breath. The shadow stops too, and I get the feeling that whatever it might be is holding its own breath. Finally the tension gets to me and I clear my throat nervously. Carl?
Chase?
Carl. I let out a gasp of relief and almost sag down the wall. More clopping of footsteps as Carl appears from in the corner. His eyes are wide and his nostrils flare. He stumbles up to me, his hand clasps together nervously.
Holy shit, dude. It's so fucking good to see you.
I press up harder against the wall, taking more weight off my foot. What the hell is going on?
I don't know, I just woke up. You okay?
He looks at me, then down at my foot.
Are you hurt?
I gesture up at the ladder. I fell down that thing. Carl looks up at the ladder and the dark hole that leads up to it.
What were you doing up there?
I don't know, I just woke up in the dark and tried to crawl out.
Shit.
Carl bends down and looks at my ankle, which is clearly starting to swell.
Can you walk?
I think so. Kind of. He stands back up and looks around.
Chase, I don't know what's going on. I just woke up in a bedroom in the hall like 20 minutes ago.
Is this not part of your house? Carl looks at a breathy, incredulous laugh.
No, definitely not. I was trying to find a window, but I can't.
Maybe we're in a basement or something. The last thing I remember is your crawl space.
Why would they have an attic in a basement?
I look back up at the dark hole in the ceiling. Maybe it's not an attic.
Chase, I'm freaking out.
And it shows too, his breathing is picking up, his wide nostrils flaring again. I reach out and put a hand on his shoulder, giving some reassuring squeezes. No, it's okay. Maybe we got real high or drunk or something. What's the last thing you remember? Carl starts clicking his fingers together, looking away up the hall.
The lake.
Yeah, I remember we went back to your house, then down to the basement, and then... Carl frowns.
I don't remember.
I watch him carefully. But then I remember looking behind the plastic bins and there was this... Help! We both jump as the scream comes from right down the hall. Carl and I both look at each other wide-eyed.
What the hell?
Hello? Someone out there?
That sounds like Raven.
Well, I guess I've got to change the accent again then. Carl starts hesitantly walk up the hallway. Carl starts hesitantly walk up the hallway and I move to follow. I immediately regret it. I put weight on my ankle. It's completely stiff now and the pain shoots up my shin like lightning. My gasping causes Carl to turn around in confusion. His eyes light up when he sees my leg.
Oh shit, here.
He reaches out and wraps an arm around my neck. He's sturdy and strong, easy to lean against, and I sigh with relief as I take the weight off my injured ankle. Somebody!
This is awful.
We hobble our way down the hall, following the sound of Raven's panicked voice. We take a left at the end of the hall and are confronted with an almost identical hallway to the left. That's when I start to smell smoke. Do you smell that? Carl puts his nose up.
Something's burning.
Help me! I almost jump again as the sound comes from right on our left. The only door on the left is the hallway. We both look at the door for a moment, Carl's ears perking straight up. We both jump again as the door shakes from several heavy bashes that rattle the frame. Help! The cry is mournful, like he's given up.
Raven?
The shaking and pounding stops. Carl? Carl? The voice instantly turns hopeful and the voice grows muffled as if Raven is pressing his muzzle right up to the door. I'm stuck. The door won't open and there's a fire. What? Chase, there's something burning on the stove or something. I can't see it. Me and Carl look at each other in bewilderment. Guys, it's getting real smoky in here. I can't really see anything. He gives a little cough. It's really hard to breathe.
Alright, hold on a sec, man. We'll get you out.
Carl shifts me to the wall and I lean against it. Then he tries the doorknob. The knob barely turns, clearly locked.
Shit.
Yeah, it's locked. It's getting real hot in here. Oh.
Hold on.
Carl shoves his shoulder up against the door. It gives a few creaks but otherwise stays solid. Please help. His plaintive whimperings barely audible through the thick wood. What kind of lock is it? Maybe we could pick it. Carl studies the knob.
I don't think it's a paperclip is gonna work.
I lean in to look at finding myself staring at an old-fashioned keyhole. The hell?
Raven, can't you unlock it from that side?
No, there's nothing there. Guys, I can't breathe. His voice is getting desperate again. There's no other way out, no other door in there? Raven doesn't answer and Carl and I both wait for a good 10 seconds. Raven?
Carl, you already ram the door.
Ah! We both jump for a third time before Carl presses his face up against the door.
Raven, what's happened?
For a few seconds all we hear is coughs and Raven's voice lower up against the bottom of the door, as if he's laying down. Something in the smoke. Help! What's in the smoke? My mind flashes back to what I heard in the attic. Something. Can't see. Open the door.
Fuck, alright man, stand back.
I don't know if he's talking to me or Raven, but I take a step back anyway. Carl takes a few steps back and throws his body forward, smashing up against the door. It shudders a bit and I hear a crack or two, but otherwise no charge. Change. He tries it again with the same result. Carl, I don't think that's going to work. Carl doesn't say anything, instead just backing up until his back touches the opposite wall. He takes a deep breath and charges forward, his head down this time. Instinctively I close my eyes, imagining Carl snapping his neck right in front of me. The impact is much louder this time and accompanied by a crunch. When I open my eyes, it's not Carl's neck that's broken, but rather the wooden door. Carl's head is completely busted through the door, so his head's poking into the other side. I stare, expecting to see the tendrils of black smoke snaking out the broken door, but there's nothing. Carl sits his hand on the side of the door, apparently taking a look around.
Raven, you okay?
I walk up to Carl's side, but a hand in his back. Carl, what is it? Is there a fire? Carl braces himself up against the door before pushing back, yanking his head out of the opening. He comes up with a bunch of wooden splinters clinging to his head, fur, beard and sweatshirt.
Nothing.
I duck down and look through the opening as well, taking care to keep the weight off my injured foot. I'm quickly to the side of a brightly lit dining room and kitchen, but it's clear, no smoke in sight. It was completely black in here a second ago. I look down at the trembling voice of Raven below me and I see the husky curled up, his head poking from the fetal position. Hey, Chase. Hi. I don't know what happened. There was smoke everywhere. It's like when you opened the door and all got sucked out. I sniff and now I can't get a whiff of smoke aside from the residual taste. I still have of it in the back of my throat. I hear a click next to my head and look over to see the doorknob twist. I pull my head out of the hole and Carl opens the door. Oh, sorry, Carl pulls the door open.
Are you kidding me? It was locked, right?
It was definitely locked. Raven gets up, brushing shaky hands down his shirt.
You okay, man?
Yeah, I just thought I was gonna die for a second. I watch as Raven struggles to keep his ears perked. What happened? Raven takes a deep breath. I don't know. I just woke up here and the smoke started coming in from the stove or oven or something. You said you saw something? Yeah, something in the smoke. It looked like arms or something. Carl and I both look at each other. But that might have just been the smoke. I look around the room, scanning it for any sign of black smoke the Raven was so adamant he'd seen. I don't think he was seeing things just because I'm pretty sure I hadn't imagined the smell. I promise I'm not lying. It's just what I saw. I think it's a bigger issue is that when we're here, at all. I mean, where the hell is here? I spread my hands out, giving an incredulous laugh. I thought maybe it's just another part of your house. Raven looks at Carl. I mean, we went downstairs after you guys found this hole. Then everything went dark. Carl looks down. Same here, I followed Carl. We both look at Carl, doesn't say anything as they were just moving past Raven into a large kitchen next to the dining room. I hobble after him, then reach out to lean against the counter. I try to gather my thoughts. Everything still feels dreamlike, surreal, and my thoughts are sluggish. Carl, do you have any idea what happened? I mean, that whole... Did you go there too? Carl twists his hands on his hips, eyes wandering around the room.
Honestly, I can't remember anything that happened after the lake, man.
Raven casts a sidelong look at me before moving next to Carl. Well, maybe it just take you a second before you can remember. I was really confused when I woke up here. I just curled up over there on that counter. Raven points to a marble top counter under a row of a dozen pans hanging from the fixture attached to the ceiling. We stand there in silence and imagine we individually absorb the situation we're in. Carl, are you sure this isn't an extension of your house? Maybe something that leads out the crawl space? The ram laughs, but this definitely isn't genuine.
Dude, I think I know if this was some part of my house. Unless my parents have just been building this secret kitchen underground for who knows how long.
I glance at the lighting, which is definitely electric, then look over as like an electric stove. While everything sort of looked old-fashioned, there was a mixture of modernity to it as well. Where else could we be? Raven and I remember going to the crawl space and losing consciousness after we found that hole, which is where you went, Carl. Carl finally does turn to me at that point, his brow furrowed.
Do you think I had something to do with this?
Even though I was implying that he might know more, Carl's sudden jump to being defensive catches me by surprise. No, I just wonder if you might have any more ideas since it's your house, you know? Carl laughs again. I'm struck by the fullness of it. Usually when Carl laughed, it was crackly and half-hearted. Now it's loud and a little abrasive.
Didn't I just waited in the shadows and drugged you all up with acid or some shit?
I don't respond, just watching Carl as he stares back at me, breathing hard. Raven coughs loudly. Hey guys, let's just calm down. You know, I'm kind of hungry. Why don't we make some food? I seem to break Carl out of his stare down with me. He looks over at Raven and huffs out one of the his more characteristic chuckles.
Really, Raven?
Yeah, that always makes me feel better. Raven starts opening cupboards, but each one is empty. Carl turns back to me, frowning.
Sorry, Chase. I'm just fucking freaked out too. The thing is, I don't think we're in my house anymore.
He chuckles again.
I mean, are we even in Echo? What time is it anyway?
I reach into my pocket and check my phone. That's when I remembered I have a fucking phone. I almost jump with the realization and shove a hand in my pocket to pull it out. Why didn't I think of this before?
What?
Phone! I pull out excitedly and hit the button to turn the screen on, and I am met with a black screen. My phone's dead. Are you kidding me? I hold the phone power button and nothing happens. I look up to see Raven and Carl getting similar results, Raven shaking his as if it's going to help. Carl shakes his head.
Are we out that long? It's crazy.
I press a hand to my face for a moment. The idea that it could still be some sort of dream is coming to mind. I remember after taking an overnight job back as a freshman how that fucked my sleeping schedule. That in turn gave me all kinds of fucked up realistic dreams. Sleep paralysis plagued me to the ends of my wits, and I remember one time I thought I'd never be able to get up. I was stuck in bed, but each time I sat up I thought it would be over. I'd end up waking up again, still lying down, still in the paralysis. Dreams within dreams within dreams. No food either. My scattered thoughts collect long enough for me to decide the next course of action we should take. Alright, this is stupid. We should go out and look around. We'll find the way out eventually.
Yeah, we need to do that. I looked around a little, but I didn't find anything.
I grip the counter a little more tightly as I feel a slight wave of dizziness come over me, making everything feel less real. But the pain that's shooting up from my ankle is very real, and I just glance down and the ever-growing swelling confirms it. The suspicion that we'd somehow been drugged grows, but I don't want to upset Carl again, so I don't mention it.
Okay, yeah, let's stick together and go. We'll find the way out.
Oh, I am hungry. We can eat when we get out. There's no food here anyway. I turn around, even though I do it as lightly as possible. The moment I set my right foot down, feels like 100 needles pressing to my ankle. Oh, fuck. Carl's at my side instantly, reaching out a hand to steady me.
Dude, you're right.
What happened? I'll lean on my weight on the counter at that point, just letting my foot dangle as I hold it off the ground is painful.
He fell down a ladder and landed on his foot wrong.
What? But it's only now it's really starting to hurt. I say it through gritted teeth. The pain is actually making me sweat, and I'm realising I might have actually done more than spraying it. I don't think I can walk like this. How'd y'all fall down a ladder?
He woke up in an attic. Here.
Carl hunches down in front of me. My stupefied brain thinks up a butt sex joke, but I manage to keep it canned. You sure? I could just lean against you.
That'll take too long. Besides, it looked like you can't walk at all right now.
Hesitantly, I let go of the counter and let myself sort of fall forward onto the ram's back. He's sturdy and barely budges as I lean on my way onto him. Carl reaches back with both hands and hitches my legs off the ground as he stands. I feel all my muscles in his back flex as he does. Damn, Carl, you work out? Carl grunts.
A little bit.
I move my head over to the side to keep from knocking my nose against his horns. It's a smart move because just then Carl nods his head in Raven's direction.
Hey, I know this is kind of fucked up, but I need to grab a kitchen knife.
Raven raises an eyebrow at Carl. Why? I immediately see what Carl's getting at. We have no idea where we are or who put us here. Might be safe to be able to defend ourselves, you know?
You said you saw something in the smoke.
Raven's eyes widen, but he reaches out to slowly pull a knife from the silver-looking knife block. The husky frowns at the shing sound it makes. His ears down, elbows in. It's clear he's never used anything as a weapon before. I can't blame him, neither have I. I don't know if I should be the one to do it, though.
Well, you're not strong enough to hold Chase, so I've got my hands tied.
He looks back at me.
If anything happens, though, I'll have to drop you and help him out, okay, man?
I chuckle softly. Yeah, no problem. Let's just hope that doesn't have to happen. And with the shaky Husty in the lead, we set off back into the hallway. Immediately it's clear that wherever we are isn't very large. 4 identical hallways lead us around in a perfect square. Each hallway has 3 doors on the right and 1 on the left, a hatch in the ceiling that leads to an attic. What also becomes more immediately clear is that the house on the left, the door on the left leads to the kitchen, but from the kitchen there's only 1 door out. Each time we open the door of the kitchen, we come to realise that the angle of which we enter is the same. The first time this happens, we're mostly just confused, wondering if maybe we backtracked somehow. After the second time, though, Raven laughs. This isn't real. We're on drugs or something. But we're all seeing the same thing. Or I'm just having this dream and none of y'all are real, huh? The husky's voice is bordering on crazy. That paired with his grin, paired with him holding a knife, is slightly disconcerting. Yes, kitten. Carl huffs, hitching me up higher on his shoulders.
Alright, calm down. And don't think about it. Let's try the other doors.
I'm a little surprised at how well Carl was taking all this. I wonder if part of it has to do with any of the weed that might still be in his system. Thank you for that, kitten, for charging into me at high speed. We start trying the doors on the right, and this time things are different. The first door opens up to a wall, just an extension of a beige colour wall surrounding it. We stare at it for a few moments, and the first time I get a deep unsettling terror in the pit of my stomach. I managed to keep it from rising to the surface, but all of this bizarre imagery combined with the surreal haze is making me feel sick and claustrophobic.
Bummer. That's definitely not the way out. On to the next door.
Carl chuckles again as I feel myself clinging to his attempt at humour just to keep myself sane. The next door opens what looks like a bathroom. It's definitely not a modern one though, since it's complete with a pull chain and a high tank.
Well, at least we've got all the essentials, right?
The next
A
door...
lot of my clients had those.
What, the sort of big
The
tank pull chain?
Yeah. I think my grandparents.
The next door reveals a room full of tools and chains hanging from the ceiling along with a sawhorse. The walls, though, are lined with wooden planks, and Carl gently sets me against the hallway before hurrying in and peering at the wood.
Kitten, where you going?
It's just concrete behind it.
I don't bother to ask what the hell is going on again. I'm just starting to accept that where we are can't be explained. More doors are open, 12 in all. One is completely white and empty, and another contains a full bedroom where Carl says he woke up. Further along we come to what looks like an office, a room decorated with sofas and a chandelier. When we reach the one in the last hall, though something is different. The first thing we notice is the smell. Although it's faint, I can tell it's sweet in the most disgusting way possible. Ugh, what is that? Raven holds a hand up to his nose as we approach the second to last door in the last hall. This one is clearly damaged, the wood splintered in the middle, like bulging out slightly as if it had been punched on the other side. We all stare at it for a moment, the smell growing stronger. Then it hits me. Oh god, do you think? I can't finish covering my muzzle with both hands. Raven, who had been right up next to the door, steps back with an arm up across his face, looking at it. He's about to throw up. I imagine the smell's a lot worse for him. Maybe we should skip this one for now. Carl hesitates, then gently sets me down against the wall again.
We need to check every door. This could be the way out, you know.
He looks back at me, but I don't say anything, just grimacing at the door. He holds up a hand to Raven.
Knife.
After handing it over, Raven takes several more steps back, further up the hall. I press my hands into my muzzle, readying myself to shut my eyes. As Carl turns the knob, I grip my teeth. This room has no illumination, therefore we have to rely on the light from the hallway to see inside. As the light from the opening door spreads across the room, I see it's rather simple. The walls are concrete, peppered with craters and rocks. The floor is smoother, but a web of cracks in the surface. I can't see the ceiling. I can't see the ceiling, but I do see what's hanging from it. Once the door opens completely, there's enough light to fully take in exactly what it is. A noose, frayed and old looking, but unmistakably a noose. Carl stares at it, then sticks his head in further and looks back and forth before stepping back to close the door. What was it? Raven calls from up the hall, his hands clasped nervously together. I notice then the rotting smell is completely gone now instead of getting stronger when Carl opened the door.
Nothing. Empty room.
I see Carl's visibly trying to keep his breathing under control as he holds the knife out for Raven before bending down in front of me again. Really? Oh, thank God.
You're not getting up here.
Carl trembles as he stands up with me in tow. As the husky moves to the final door, I lean to next to Carl's cheek. You okay? Did you see anything? He turns his head towards mine, touching his cheek to mine. Aside from the rope? No, oh sorry, it's you.
Aside from the rope, no.
It's hard to say whether or not I believe him, or he's just trying to protect me from whatever else he saw in there. Either way, I don't press for it. The last door is locked. It's big and made of small logs. Deep brown colour contrasts all the others. Raven jiggles the hand a few times and Carl tries the handle a few times, and Carl tries to look back at the cracks in the logs, but it's completely black. So that's it. That's all the doors. I'm starting to feel a certain level of panic again that we know that we're stuck. Carl, I think, picks up on that and comes over to where I'm leaning against the wall and sets a hand on my shoulder.
It's alright, man. We haven't checked the attic either. I mean, there aren't any windows, like you said. Probably in a basement or something, right?
The reassuring hand feels good, but it's not exactly enough to keep me from feeling a certain level of despair. Honestly, I think I'm dreaming right now. Carl doesn't say anything to that.
Save, by the way. I realise we haven't done that in ages.
Oh yeah, we probably should do that. That's a good point. Overwrite that save. Yes, that's fine. Raven sidles up next to us.
No,
dream on that, I'm still pretty hungry. I both glance at Raven. I can't help but give a little laugh at the grin on his face. I guess, at least for now, best to just not think about it. We head back to the kitchen, which doesn't take very long because every door on the left leads to it. We all split up and search many cupboards of the drawers of the kitchen for food. We come up mostly empty, only finding silverware and cooking utensils here and there. Because of my injury, I cover a lot less ground, only able to sort of hobble around along the counter, using it as a crutch as I move down the line of cupboards. Even if we were able to find any food, there's no way to be able to cook it. The only thing I'd be able to make on my own was grilled cheese sandwich back when I was in high school. Even then, I'd almost burnt down the house when I dropped a piece of bread in the gas stove. In a panic, I threw the flaming bread across the kitchen into the living room. I smile at the memory as I opened the last cupboard along the wall, and right in front of me is a block of cheese in a glass plate. Next to it is a loaf of bread and plastic bagging and a small square of butter wrapped in a wax paper. I stare for a moment, waiting for the food in front of me to disappear. I even blink a few times to be sure. Guys?
What's up?
You seeing this? What? Cheese, bread, and butter? I stand to the side and Raven perks up. Ooh, you found food? I swear I've already checked that cupboard. Raven is next to me a few seconds later, reaching in to take it out of the food. For a moment I swear the bread blurs as he pulls it out, and I have to shut my eyes for a moment to keep it from feeling sick. I feel Carl support me from behind with his hands on my shoulders.
Hello, dude. You alright, Chase?
I grab on the counter again. Yeah, it's just... Carl waits for a moment.
What?
It's just... I was thinking about grilled cheese before I opened the cupboard. Like, you wanted a grilled cheese sandwich really badly and it popped up? Sort of. Huh. Carl walks up to the bread and bends over, observing it closely.
It looks real.
It is real. Raven walks up to the cupboard where he had pulled the food out from and closes it. Alright, I'm wishing for a steak. He closes his eyes from it and then reaches out, pulls the cupboard back open, smiling expectantly. It's empty. Well, grilled cheese ain't bad. Raven moves down the counter to grab one of the pans hanging from the rack. Carl moves over to my side as Raven turns the gas stove on and click with the lighter. Of the igniter.
Dude, I think one of the important things to do right now is stop questioning this place. We just can't make sense of it.
I fold my arms. It has to be a dream. Carl puts an arm around me.
Maybe, but dude, I'm just glad I'm not alone.
I nod in agreement. Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to deal with that.
Let's just take it one step at a time now, man.
I manage a small smile. Are you high right now? Carl laughs.
Man, I wish.
Hear the sizzling of the melting butter as Raven plops in the pan. Carl and I go about setting slices of cheese in the bread as Raven starts searing them. The action is making the food enough to calm me down at least a little, and the other two keeping me high spirits. Lifts mine. Before long, there are 6 grilled cheese sandwiches stacked on the plate. They look so good, but after the first bite, I almost let the food fall back out of my mouth. What the fuck? I look over to see Carl and Raven pulling similar faces. It kinda tastes like chalk.
You know what chalk tastes like?
Yeah, I ate some when I was a kid. He has a point, it's dry and crumbly, almost inedible.
It still sort of tastes like grilled cheese. Sort of.
I don't think this is food. It's not that bad, besides it's all we got. Raven forces another bite, so does Carl. I can't bring myself to do it. My ankle, the smoke, the dead body smell, and the noose, it's all too much for me to deal with right now. I watch Carl and Raven talk back and forth, and again I'm struck with how surreal this all feels. I think back to the time I first got stoned from a stupid pot muffin, and nothing felt real. How I felt like I wasn't able... Excuse me. Thank you. How I felt like I wasn't in control. It's like that, only 10 times worse. I wonder if the others feel the same. Something etched the surface of my mind, trying to break through the veil of fog surrounding my mind. What are we doing? Why are we sitting here eating when we should be trying to figure a way to get out of this fuckhole? I open my mouth. We're at this point. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. I struggle to keep food down, instead choose to look hard at the tablecloth. You're not hungry? Raven is looking intently at my half-finished sandwich. No, you can have it. I slide my glass plate across the table to Raven. Carl watches me but doesn't say anything, slowly chewing. I subconsciously note that he'd eaten around the crust, leaving those in his plate. We start discussing what else we might be able to do here, other possibilities on how we can get out. The attic is really the only place we haven't been yet because it's so dark and might not and we're not so sure about going.
Oh, why don't we sleep on it and figure out what we do when we wake up?
Raven yawns widely. That sounds good to me. It feels like it's been ours. It does feel that way. Without our phones, it's really impossible to tell. Leaving our plates where they are on the table, Raven leads us back out to the hallway. It takes us a few minutes to find the right door, considering everything looks identical, though we take special care to avoid the damaged doors. As Raven moves into the bedroom, Carl leans against the wall, turning his head to talk back to me.
Hey, we're gonna be alright, okay?
I look back at the one green eye I can see and will myself to squash the boiling pit of dread in my stomach. Okay, it's just, I can't believe this is happening, you know?
I got you. I just want to know I'll be here for you, okay?
I look back at his gaze for a while, to the point where I think he's getting uncomfortable. I sigh. You guys are just acting really weird about all of this.
Yeah?
Well, I guess Raven is being Raven, but you're acting different.
Really? How?
I swallow. Just yesterday you were throwing up over a job interview, now you're a level-headed one while I'm freaking out. I laugh a little. I just don't understand what's going on is all. Carl sits me down against the wall, then turns to me with a hug.
Hey man, I don't know either. I'm just trying to keep it together too.
The hug surprises me, but I'll take it gratefully. I stare over his shoulder at the uniform hallway. Despite Carl's efforts, the worrying feeling returns. Raven pokes his head out of the doorway. Hey guys, that sofa thing is awesome. I'll sleep there. You two can have the bed. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. We should be able to get through all of this one today.
Hopefully. Let me just look something up real quick.
Sunday's usually the last day, right?
Yes.
And of course, I dream.
You okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was just waiting for you to look something up, or do you want me just to carry on while you look something up?
Oh, no, I looked it up.
As in, you've already looked up and I should just carry on?
I looked it up and I googled endings to see how many there were.
Mm-hmm. Yes?
I'm not saying any more.
Are there multiple endings?
Occasionally.
Is this just in Carl's run?
No.
Okay.
I'm not spoiling this.
Alright, well,
Basically, save at choices, and that's all you need to know.
Okay. I'm running through endless hallways. All kind of hallways, including the one that looks at the space station, and another one looks like a medieval castle. And each one, I run into locked doors because of this. I could only move through the halls knowing what's behind those doors. Eventually I woke up, but my dead limbs and heavy head tell me I'm not awake, not fully. I brace myself and shut my eyes again. My heart thumps and stomach churns with the disappointment of knowing I'm still in that fucking bedroom. The one that tells me I'm still stuck in a nightmare that's beyond the one I'm currently in. I feel things move around the room, hear things that sound like whining, crying and screaming. Then I hear something in the ceiling moving above me. It has many legs, like a spider weighs hundreds of pounds. And then I'm free. I hold still as the gradual release of paralysis seeps through my muscles and joints. At this point I feel like I've been mostly learned how to cope with the nightmares. That thought would make me happy if it wasn't so crushed that I'm still here in this actual nightmare. Immediately anxiety rides back up into my chest and I realise how fucked up this actually is. How much sense this doesn't actually make. As far as I can tell, we've been drugged somehow and moved to this underground hellhole as an experiment of some kind. Somewhere in Echo must have done this, one of crazy old people, maybe Duke. He probably built this underground maze just to watch us lose our minds, probably get off on it at the same time. I grip the bed sheets and grit my teeth, grimacing at the ceiling as I try not to cry. And that had to be it. There's some kind of supernatural alternative dimension. This is real, someone's fucking with us. We're probably being watched on cameras that are being set up in the corners and peepholes right now. The idea sends a shiver down my spine. I glance to the left, scanning the way down the wall for any inconsistencies. We just need to get out of here as soon as we can. The sooner we start moving, the better. I hear a small whining grunt to my left, and the moment I look over, only to find Carl isn't in the bed next to me. I stare for a moment at the tangled mess of sheets on the side of the bed, trailing off to the side. Carl? Another grunt, then I hear Carl, at least. I think it's Carl. His voice is deep, raspy, and sounds like he's trying some sort of weird accent that I've never heard him use. Hey Teddy, how's it going? I'm just...
Hello.
It's alright, just updating the save.
My name... Soiled.
Slowly I sit up and that's when I see something white sitting next to the bed. Jesus. I jump and slide back on my ass away from it, almost falling off the other side of the bed. Staring at it a few seconds longer allows me to make out the clear shape of horns under the bedsheet. Carl is sitting next to the bed with a white sheet over his head, swaying back and forth gently. What the fuck, Carl? I shout whisper at him, my earlier explanation sounding way too loud in this quiet room. I look over at Raven, but somehow he's still curled up on the sofa fast asleep. Turning my attention to Carl, I jump again to see he's staring straight at me, or would be staring at me if it wasn't a sheet in the way. Carl, what are you doing? This isn't fucking funny at all. I push myself off the bed, leaning against it to take my weight off my swollen ankle. Now it's twice his original size. I stand in front of Carl. I reach out to the sheet off his head, but I hesitate. The horns, they look bigger than they should be, and the voice is different. Because it's probably going to be a thing, I will say, because I can't save on actual choices.
Yeah.
Dining, love. Carl? Carl, you're scaring the shit out of me. My voice is weak and it cracks at the end. I lose my nerve. Had this place been getting to Carl more than been letting on? But then maybe he was just sleepwalking. I remember him doing so when I slept over at his house years ago. I reach out again, more slowly this time, but again I hesitate. Oh, for fuck's sake. Don't want to have to keep saving it, but yes, I can't shake the...
Don't worry too much, because you can always go back.
Yeah. Suddenly the horned head shakes back and forth violently and grunting reaches a fever pitch. Shocked, I fall back on my rear, yelping as my ankle is jolted. I lean back on my hands, watching with wide eyes. The shaking is so wild, the sheet starts to slip off the head of whatever's under the sheet, trying to shake it off. I brace myself, watching as the sheet slides away slowly, with the horns to reveal... Carl. Of course it's Carl. He stares back at me with bleary eyes, like he's just woken up. Aye, we're doing good. We're playing a... how would you describe this to someone who's not seen any of it? An LGBT horror visual novel.
Gay furry dating sim, but no, it jokes on you. It's a psychotic episode. Basically.
Yep. I swallow hard. Carl? Carl, what are you doing? He's silent for a moment, then finally speaks.
I know what to do.
Where are we supposed to be looking?
Anywhere. I know it's here.
I lean uselessly against the dining room table again, watching them. I'm biting my lip, trying to not lose my cool, trying to absorb everything. Carl just told me. You said James Hendricks himself came to you in your dream, right? Carl huffs but doesn't look at me.
Yep.
And he told you that you had to find something. Carl gets down on his hands and knees and looks under the stove.
I know it sounds stupid, but that's what happened.
I frown. You know, I had a dream about a giant spider crawling through the ceiling, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be searching around for a spider in the ceiling.
No, this was different. I never had a dream like that before.
He stands back up and looks right at me.
It felt like he was actually in my brain, telling me.
I look back at him for a while, not wanting to help him. He's going crazy just like I am. Well, it's kind of vague to just tell you that you need to find something, isn't it?
You told me other stuff.
Carl moves closer to me, starting to look through the various decorum of the living room. Like what? Carl lifts up a vase, then looks inside.
Said this place is chaos. A leftover memory from the old house.
That still doesn't really make any sense.
And that he organized it for us into separate sections to help us figure this out and clear his name so we can get out of here.
How was clearing James Hendricks' name gonna end this? I throw my hands in the air, gesture everything that this is. Carl bends down, look under the dining room table and stands right up in front of me.
What else do we have to go off?
Let's just update that. Hey, I found something weird. We both look over at Raven, who holds up a corkscrew. Carl turns back to me, ignoring the husky.
We find it, that locked door will open and we'll be able to get out.
If he's here, why doesn't he just show up himself and do this for us?
He said he's weak and that there are other forces in this house that have much more control than he does. He can only do so much.
I gape at him. Do you hear yourself right now? Carl frowns and moves past me. What does his name even need to be cleared of? I feel tears starting to sting my eyes again because I'm thinking the only one who realizes how crazy this all is. Don't you guys get what's actually going on here? Raven stops rustling through drawers and looks up at me. Yeah, okay, Chase? No, because someone fucking kidnapped us and is put in a crazy maze dungeon, and we should be trying to figure out how we can all get out. It's quiet for a moment as Raven and Carl exchange glances. It's okay, Chase. We're gonna get out of here. I lean my head back in despair, about to cover my face in my hands when something catches my eye. In the chandelier, a small white envelope is wedged between the glass ornaments. I squint to make sure it's not my watering eyes creating an illusion. Yes, it's definitely an envelope up there. Diamond passes from the crystal cast across the surface. Guys? Carl ignores me as he continues to shuffle through things on the counter behind us. Carl, I found something. I point straight up at the chandelier above me. Carl stops then, finally, and moves next to me, looking up.
Is that a letter?
Looks like it. Do you think that's what you're looking for? Carl gets up on the table, wobbling slightly as he reaches up to pull the envelope from the crystals. With a heavy thump, he drops back down to the floor. I'm a little skeptical of everything right now, but as I get a little closer to the letter, I think I start to recognize it. That kind of looks like the same envelopes your mum collected. Carl picks up the envelope, turning it over.
Kind of. It just says John on the
Carl opens the flap to empty the contents.
Isn't that the guy that... Whoa.
The letter lights up and what sounds like a match being struck accompanies the flash. Carl gasps and drops the letter, shaking his hands. It's on fire!
Shit, put it out!
I stupidly wonder if the lights have somehow set the letter on fire as Carl starts to smother the fire with the sleeve. At that moment, a great moaning sound shakes the walls, almost knocking me off my feet and sending plates crashing to the floor. I cling to the table as plates fall from the counter and the chandelier swings above us. A deep groaning coalesces into a scream that makes me clap my hands over my ears. Carl is staring at the ceiling, his eyes wide when we hear another hissing sound. I jerk my head back in time to see a gush of inky black smoke burst from the stove, another scream accompanying it. It rushes straight towards us, and just for a moment I see the outline of what looks like a mouth and eyes in the smoke before it engulfs me. My senses are completely smothered. It feels like something is slamming up against my chest and all the air is gone to be replaced by the unbreathable smoke. It's like water filling my ears and eyes. I scream into the emptiness, but I can't hear myself over the cacophony that is sounding like rushing water mixed with muffled screams and explosions. I fall to my knees and curl up in the ground into a ball, just praying that the savage thing killing me would stop. Just as I'm starting to give in, something grabs the scruff of my neck really hard and yanks me up so violently, my teeth clack together. The fingers are unmistakably hooved. The letter, you fucking idiot! Then I'm shoved forward to find myself laying flat against the dining room table. Completely blind, I feel around before finding the letter. I clumsily rip the envelope apart, grabbing the letter inside. Then, like a massive vacuum being turned on, the smoke is sucked out of the room, along with a horrible screaming and roaring. In an instant, the room is quiet again. I slump back on the floor, gasping for breath. Carl is right next to me, curled up in the same position that I was. Raven is whimpering, his face in his hands and his rear in the air. Carl coughs a few times, wheezing in the air before he looks at me and the envelope clutched in my hands.
What the hell just happened? Are you okay?
I can't respond. I lean back against one of the chairs tucked into the table for a moment, gathering my wits. Carl?
My road sucks.
It's alright. Carl?
Yeah?
If that James guy tells you anything else, just tell me and we'll do it. Carl breathes heavily in response. Raven, you okay? Raven sits a few feet from us on his knees, tongue hanging out as he gasps. Good, good. You know that's what I saw yesterday. Yeah, I gathered that. I give a short, humorless laugh. That and I'm done asking questions, I just want to get out of here. After a few minutes of catching our breath, I turn our attention back to the letter. Somehow it's completely undamaged despite catching on fire. It feels crisp and new, the ink looks almost fresh. It definitely looks like it come from one of the bins in the crawl space. But if that were the case, there's no way it could be in the great condition it's in. The letter itself is short, and I start to read it aloud. My dearest John, the militia grows more agitated by the hour, and I fear that they will demand a search of this mansion. If that does indeed occur, I will do everything in my utmost power
To hold them off.
I look over at Carl, wondering if he just wanted to read the letter instead, but he's looking right at me.
They will never find the room I left you in. Do not fear.
Carl moves closer to me, his hand reaching out to grab my shoulder. Carl?
But if they so much as try to lay a finger on your head, it will be the last thing they ever do.
Before I can even move, Carl leans in and kisses me. I'm just able to glimpse of Raven's shocked face before I'm practically smothered by Carl's soft, warm nose and lips. I freeze, my shoulders tensing. It's not that I'm not enjoying it, it's just that the kiss was so unwarranted. I'm not sure how long it lasts, but I never make a move to stop it. When Carl does finally pull back, it's awkward and he's looking just as confused as I am. Raven sits there openly staring at us. Carl lowers his ears, his nose growing pink.
Sorry, I don't know why I just did that.
I clear my throat. Don't worry about it. This place is doing weird things to me too. Oh, that's so cute. Raven, could you help us up? I mostly ask him so he won't dwell on what just happened. Carl clears his throat.
Well, I think the door's open now. Let's go check.
We make our way slowly down the hall, Raven just behind us. I lean closer to Carl's ear so the husky can't hear. So, was that really you, or did you great whatever take control again?
I don't know. Think I was still in control? It just felt like the right thing to do, you know?
It looked like you already knew what the letter said.
Yeah.
I wait for him to go on, but he doesn't. Well, what does he need his name cleared for anyway? Being gay? I don't think people care about that stuff anymore.
No, we already sort of knew that. Besides, that was basically a love letter.
So, what is it he thinks has ruined his legacy? Carl thinks.
I guess the idea that he just allowed his lover to die? I think people believe that he sort of just left John to die. He didn't really try and save him.
This whole mess was a pretty roundabout way to go about that in my opinion, but like I said earlier, I'm done asking questions. Well, it was kind of nice, the kiss I'm in. Carl looks back at me with one green eye.
Yeah?
I smile a little. I guess the fact that something has been growing between us since the beginning of the week is pretty undeniable. And now we're here in this crazy alternate dimension with smoke monsters. So, well, fuck it, I guess. I lean forward and kiss his big soft cheek. Yeah. Carl grins and about to say something when I catch movement at the corner of my eye. Immediately afterwards I hear a double thump and Carl grunts, his eyes bulging for a crumples, sending me to the floor with him. Oh my god! I yelp as my ankle bangs on the floor and I roll onto my back, teeth grit, straining to reach down to hold my foot. Whoever just hit us is standing over me now. I raise my hand feebly to hold off the next blow. Let's just update this. When it doesn't come, I lower it slowly and look up. Jenna? Jenna stands there stoically, holding what looks like a small wooden stool. Jenna, how the hell did you get here? Jenna slowly sits the stool down, slowly seeming to recognise me. I lean forward to feel my ankle pain radiating it from hot pulses.
Chase, are you okay? What happened to your leg?
I sprained it. Hey Jenna, it's been a while. I look over at Carl, who's still curled up on the sidearms wrapped around himself. Carl, you okay? Then to Jenna. Did you hit him? Jenna walks past Carl and crouches down next to my leg.
This looks really bad.
Yeah, Carl, are you okay? Carl grunts and turns over to face us, with a hand to his chest.
Jenna, what the fuck was that?
Jenna looks at my ankle a while longer before standing up and looking round. When it doesn't look like she's going to answer, Carl sits up.
How'd you find us here?
Raven perks up. Yeah, is there a way out? Jenna finally looks at Carl and I note the complete lack of concern in her eyes.
I came to your house looking for TJ and ended up going into the basement.
She looks down the hall again.
And I ended up here somehow. I blacked out before I did, so I don't know how out.
Carl finally stands up, wearily eyeing the stool held loosely in Jenna's hand before bending down to help me back up.
Your leg okay?
He grunts into my ear as he slides my arm over his shoulder and slowly pulls me back onto his back. Mostly. I think I kind of twisted it up again. Carl grunts again and turns back to Jenna, now with me on his back.
Well, that's pretty fucked up to just blindly swing at someone around a corner. No, what's fucked up is working in a place you have no memory of going to.
Jenna's sharp muzzle points right at Carl, glaring. Carl stutters for a second, clearly not expecting to have Jenna snap back at him.
Hey, this isn't my fault. We have no idea where we're at either.
Why are you guys fighting? Raven looks innocently between the two of them, his ears perked. It's a good question.
Raven
I watch
has no brain cells.
It's a good question. I watches Jenna closely from over Carl's shoulder. She just glares at Carl, arms folded. Did she blame him for this somehow? After a few seconds of awkward silence, Carl speaks up.
Well, you hit me for one. I don't know why you're mad at me.
Jenna looks back at Carl and I see the tenseness in her shoulders slowly loosen.
I'm sorry, I'm just a little uptight after waking up here.
Hey, y'all taking it better than us. Chase was freaking out for hours. I give Raven a side glance.
It's been crazy since you two left the lake.
You might have to repeat that one, I couldn't hear it for the car.
Well, things have been crazy since you two left by the lake.
Like us ending up in this fucking nightmare dimension?
Not just that.
Jenna sets the stool down on the carpet before sticking out her forearm. That's when I see the crusted blood in her fur in the form of three long lines.
What the? TJ attacked me.
What? That sentence doesn't seem to fit together. TG attacked?
Why? I have no idea.
The faraway vacant look Jenna had in her eyes earlier is fading to be replaced with a more concerned expression. I better know her for.
He's been losing it ever since Flynn tried to grab him by the lake.
I start to feel a little sick to the stomach. Why?
He wouldn't tell me. He was just acting anxious and kept looking over his shoulder.
But isn't he the sort of like that most of the time? Jenna folds her arms and shakes her head.
No, he kept looking around, kept saying he was seeing things.
She stops short.
Like what?
Jenna looks up.
Sydney.
We're quiet for a while. It seems all the rumors about this town are true. Everyone is crazy.
This isn't normal at all, even an echo.
Jenna looks at Raven.
I'm sorry, who are you?
Raven grins. No, I'm sorry, I'm Raven. He sticks out a hand. Jenna looks at it before turning to me.
Chase, something was going on with Leo too. He kept asking around for you, then he ran off saying he had to take care of some things.
Oh, I don't know why. I tried to think of what Leo might have wanted from me, but I draw a blank. It could be anything.
Anyway, I've been trying to find TJ for ages. I don't even know what day it is anymore. I tried Carl's house since I'd ran out of any other options.
Jenna goes quiet, then reaches into her pocket and pulls out her phone, holding it up, clearly looking for a signal.
Just as long as I got to your house, Carl, I heard popping sounds.
Jenna sighs and puts her phone away again.
Gunshots, I'm pretty sure. Coming from Main Street. Something's been happening to everyone.
Jenna slides her hand into her back pockets, looking around.
And now this.
Wow.
And just because I have food doesn't mean you have to shove your face in it.
Is your cat joining you for food, is he?
Yes. Yes.
Right. So something fucked up is happening all over town. I think about Leo and TJ and my stomach twists at the thought of them being out there. I can only hope they were able to get out somehow.
At this point, I'm just waiting to wake up. We all are.
Yeah, especially after that giant smoke monster chases around the dining room.
What?
Jenna looks at me and Carl. Carl glances back at me as if asking me to be the one to explain the impossibility that just happened. I take a breath, trying to think of how I'm going to say this. Let me just say, because that might be an option. No, it's not. So I think at this point we're going to have to just go with whatever this place throws at you, Jenna. Yeah, I think we're all kind of accepted what's been happening. Well, we have to, otherwise it would just be us sitting around freaking out about how crazy it all is and not doing anything about it.
And so far, it seems like we've been moving things forward.
Jenna stares at us.
What happened?
We all stand in front of the wooden door in half a circle, none of us wanting to open it.
So, this is all to clear James's name? Seems that way. But why go through all the trouble?
I rest on my good foot on the carpeted floor while I lean on Carl's back, wanting to give him some relief from carrying me all the time. Probably because the smoke monster thing is trying to stop him. Maybe it's making all these obstacles. Jenna had taken her whole description of what happened to the dining room pretty well. She listened silently while we explained what happened so far.
So I guess we can get the story straight maybe, get out into the town what really happened, we might be able to get out of it.
Jenna eyes the door.
You think that there's maybe a reason why this monster doesn't want James to get the information out?
We're quiet for a moment. Well, we don't really have much else to go on. Again, there's a long pause as we contemplate what the hell might be behind the door. The pause is broken by a certain husky, although his white hand suddenly reaches out to grasp the handle. Maybe we've already done what needs to be done. I'll bet this gets us home.
Raven.
The heavy door pulls open slowly with an unearthly squeal. For a brief moment I'm conscious I see a black square in front of me that grows in size until it takes up my entire vision. Muscles in my back and neck seize up and my teeth clench together, my head jerks back. And then I'm falling. There's a rhythmic throbbing in my head. But it's hard to decide if it's coming from inside my head or not. Inside head or outside. The next sense that comes back to me is a touch. I feel cold, hard. Okay. I feel a cold, hard surface under my back. Probably wood, judging by the way my claws sink into it. I shift around a little. I don't feel like getting up just yet. The smell is musty and old. I'm reminded of my grandpa's woodshed, the place I'd often go when I played hide and seek. The drumming sound continues and the rhythmic makes me think of that something's definitely coming from outside my body. It sounds tribal in a way. Where am I? On the edges of my memory are troubling images of endless halls and rooms, the smell of decay and a noose. But I feel like if I block it all out and just go back to sleep, I can erase all of it. This is probably the choice. I say as I say for the upteenth time. I almost succeed, but
you
then
try to guess when they're gonna pop up. It's
Yeah.
very funny.
I almost succeed, but this brings me up right out of my reverie.
Reverie.
Carl, Chase. I grimace, the voice reminding me of something dark, cloudy. Help! A much louder yelp that follows has me rolling to my side, cracking my eyes open briefly. I'm in a dark room, very dark. The only source of light is coming through what looks like a candle on the bedside table. The large bed sits next to it. I'm laying near the foot of the bed, and opposite me I could barely make out the wall. I could barely make out a wall next to which is a wooden box. Help! Raven's plaintive moan forces me to my feet, my joints cracking uncomfortably. As I drag my right foot up to stand under me, a blinding pain flashes up my leg, sending bright white across my vision. I let out a muffled scream of pain behind my clenched teeth, closing my eyes as I wait for it to subside. Memories are starting to flow back to me. There's a doorway in front of me, and I start to make my way towards it, hopping slowly on my left foot, holding my right foot off the ground. I come into the small hallway, the one that branches to the left into a corridor of darkness. Right in front of me, however, is a set of stairs. Light glows at the bottom, and I'm pretty sure that's where Raven's voice is coming from. This will be the fucking choice then. Fuck's sake.
Just relax. You can always go back.
I know, but it's
just relax.
And in fact, I'm pretty sure I can hear the voices coming from there as well. I look down at my ankle, wincing because I see it gotten even bigger, more than twice its original size. I'm starting to think there was more than a sprain. As I make my way down the stairs.
Starting to?
Yeah, I mean, they've mentioned the size of it 4 times, but yeah. As I make my way down the stairs, cringing with every light hop, my stomach starts to sink. I remember now the weird mansion we were just in, the doors and the hallway, the smoke monster. And the door we just went through, whatever's happening to us isn't over yet. When I reach the bottom of the stairs, I find Jenna and Carl standing around a tall brown wardrobe. As I stand there breathing heavily, Carl turns to see me.
Chase.
He immediately rushes to my side, his hooves clopping loudly against the wooden floor. I think he's simply coming over to support me, but he wraps me up in a hug.
God, I keep worrying that one of us is going to disappear. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, I'm fine. I was upstairs in a bedroom, I think. The anxiety I'm feeling over the whole situation goes away just a little absorbed in the warmth of Carl's body. Over Carl's shoulder I can see Jenna watching as her eyes narrowed, expression dark. I'm about to ask her what's wrong when I hear a loud bang from inside the wardrobe. Gaz, are you still there? I think something touched me. Jenna turns back to the wardrobe, silent for a moment, then bends down to look at something. Gaz? I hear a metallic click and Jenna jumps back as one of the doors swings open and a black and white blur falls out like a rock. Raven face plants the nearby wooden floor. Sorry, is that neatly onto the wooden floor? Yeah, neatly onto the wooden floor.
Hello, Juniper.
He stays there a moment, moaning into the planks, for Jenna bends over to help him up.
Are you alright?
Yeah, I just felt something grab me. I look back into the wardrobe to find a very bare and empty wooden compartment. I'm inclined to believe him, though, after everything's happened. Where are we? It's a good question, and now with the excitement over, I take an opportunity to look around as well. Everything is wooden, the walls, the ceiling. There's a large rug on the floor, covered by colourful patterns and shapes. It reminds me of the art projects we used to do in elementary school when learning about the natives. There's a big stone fireplace and 2 rug-covered chairs in front of it. Jenna gingerly shuts the wardrobe.
So, log cabin? Does everyone remember where we were before? Oh my god.
Yeah, that mansion place. So we're stuck in this dimension thing. I sigh, rubbing my face on one hand, while I lean against Carl with the other. I'd long given up on trying to figure out exactly what the hell is going on. Like Carl said earlier, we just have to keep moving and hope we get out of here. What's that sound? The drumming that I thought was coming from my head has started up again.
Drums?
The husky moves towards the wall, consists of several logs stacked horizontally on top of each other. I can't see anything, the cracks are filled with stuff. I look around again, this time more carefully. Right in front of me is a large log door, not unlike the one we initially came through. On my left side, separated by stairs, is what looks like a kitchen side of the room. In it, there's a small table with 2 chairs on either side. There's also a big black wood-burning stove next to the few shelves, which are full of pots and pans. Various tools and furniture clutter up the rooms, and there's a window. I point it out to Carl. Look, let's try and see out through there. Carl pulls me up to a familiar position on his back before clopping over to the window. That sounds a bit louder with my added weight. Jenna and Raven follow behind. There's a ledge next to the window, thankfully, and Carl lets me sit on it. I turn to look out the window while the others crowd around me, resting their hands on the wooden bench. The first thing I notice is the flickering light in the distance, about 100 yards away. It casts out across the ground around it. Shadows from rocks and bushes dance about with the movement of the illumination. It's definitely a fire, a large one, probably a bonfire. The blackness around the fire is unnatural, though. just like what I saw through the windows in the mansion. It's inky and thick, the oppressive air of almost being alive. No other light comes from what I presume to be the sky, that fire being the only signal that exists outside the cabin. A fire? Raven says redundantly.
The drumming, it's coming from it.
Carl reaches out, but his hand looks to immediately press against something. I reach out too, but feel a solid flat surface where a pane of glass might be set up, but it's clear there's nothing visible there. Observe, accept, move on.
Hey, look.
I look up in time to see something dark flash across the fire. It disappears into the darkness from the right in the flame, though. What was that?
Maybe it was a tumbleweed or something. No, it was jumping, whatever it was.
I feel a prickling along my neck, and now I'm not really into the idea of just staring out into the darkness. But then it happens again. I see what Jen is saying. The dark shape starts to the left side of the fire before passing in front of it. I get a brief impression from the tail and ears and legs and arms pumping as if jogging in place. It moves past the flame, then disappears into the darkness again. Something's out there. We continue to watch, but the drum beat dies down, and after a minute, it's clearing. It's clear nothing's moving around out there anymore. What was that?
Well,
Carl glances at Jenna.
the drumbeat sounds kind of native, don't you think?
He's clearly waiting for Jenna to confirm.
Maybe.
There's an awkward silence before Carl coughs.
Well, let's think. We weren't able to get out of the mansion until we found that letter, right?
He looks at me. Yeah. I respond automatically.
Well, if that's the case, then maybe we have to find something in here, right?
I guess that would make sense, but what are we supposed to find? Another letter? Yeah, didn't someone tell you about finding something that would open the door?
Yeah, and I think it makes sense that whoever set this up would do it in the same way, right?
I sigh and stop staring at the window, my back sore from the twisting motion. I sit straight up on the bench and look back in the cabin. Well, if we're supposed to find another lair, there's a bunch of places to hide it.
Maybe we should try the door first.
Jenna walks over and tries the door. It looks up and down before reaching out to slide back a rusty bolt. To my surprise, it moves with only a little resistance. Are we sure we want to go out there? I mean, we don't know what is running around. Jenna hesitates, then heaves back on the door, but it doesn't budge, not even an inch. Jenna sighs. Raven bounds up next to Jenna before enthusiastically yanking back on the handle as well. Again, the door holds fast.
Of course.
Jenna stares at the door a moment before turning to us.
Let's take a look around upstairs. If we're supposed to find something, then we should start from top to bottom.
Agreed. Carl bends down to pick me up, but I rest a paw on his shoulder. Wait, I don't want you to have to drag me anywhere, let alone up and downstairs. He stops mid-step, his face level with mine as he looks at me.
You sure? I don't really want to leave you alone round here.
As I look back at him, I can't help but note the difference that I had noticed earlier. His face was harder lines, his fur duller, eyes somewhat deeper. Wiser?
You alright?
I break out of my trance and blink. Yeah, I think I'll just stay down here and look around where I can. Jenna and Raven are already making their own way up the stairs. Raven going on about how his family used to have their own log cabin.
Alright, shout if you need anything.
I smile. At least some parts of Carl are still familiar. After the ram heads up the stairs, I lean back on my little bench, letting my head tilt back as I close my eyes. Even in this new environment, everything is still feeling surreal. I've come to welcome the feeling, though. It's a nice little barrier to everything that's happening right now. In some ways, I can still pretend this is a dream. Hell, even now I'm thinking that it's a dream that I've somehow stuck in one of my paralyses. Maybe I'm in a hospital right now and they're trying to figure out how to pull me out of it. That thought has me feeling like I've been watched and the fur prickles around my neck. I guess it would have been kind of awkward if all those doctors were watching me right now. Maybe Carl and Jenna are there too, and Leo and Flynn and TJ. The feeling gets stronger when I turn back around to look out the window. It's still silent, the lonely little flame in the distance continues to flicker around the rocks and sagebush. It makes me wonder how endless this world is. And if we're some kind of ghost dimension being manipulated by ghost gods, then will this whole ordeal be never-ending? The thought twists my stomach, so I stop thinking about it. I turn back around and force my eyes to start scanning the kitchen from top to bottom, looking for something, anything that might stand out. I assume I'm looking for a letter, but again, the rules are limitless in this world. Then there's no telling what might be and what we're supposed to find next. I think about vocally asking James or whoever the hell it is for some help. Maybe some kind of hint at least. There's no way you're gonna do that with the others, without the others with me. Just updating this. It's been 10 minutes. I'm thinking about pushing off the bench to start limping around the kitchen when a small scratching sound catches my attention. I hold still, leaning back, tilting my ear towards the sound. It's muffled, a bit distant. It's coming from directly to my left. It's happening on the outside of the cabin. My fur prickles and I think about calling Carl. I can hear 3 of them stomping around, talking to each other in muffled voices from upstairs. I turn around again, this time a little more tentatively. The dancing bonfire continues to glow quietly, no other movement aside from the shadows. This time the rustling sound comes from that same spot and I instinctively turn my eyes in its direction. Carl? I raise my voice only a little, but the conversation carries upstairs if they had said anything. I look up to the ceiling, then back out the window. The rustling sound continues, and this time in earnest, as if something twisting around in the bush. It's coming from just out of view of the window, right at the base of the house. I hold my breath and lean forward, stretching my neck up to get a better angle and peer down in the darkness. It's really too dark to see much, or at least what I'm thinking. Almost as if it had its own glow, a bright white face stares back at me from the blackness. My mind blanks, my body seizes up, and just like that I'm in a paralysis, forced to stare down at the white face, the black eyes. It's as if the thing holding me is within its gaze. But as it does, its features become more definable. I see tall ears, long pointed muzzle, a band of some type across the thing's forehead. Stop it. Something says it very deliberately through their teeth right into my ear. At the same time, the face flickers and fusses like a TV picture with a bad reception. The head twitches and shifts and the muzzle opens up, and the cackle that comes forth is all at once terrifying and familiar. And at that moment I'm released. The vocal cords start working, and the same time I let out a scream as I fall backwards. I land on the wooden floor with a loud thud that shakes the pots and pans on the shelves. The room spins and I feel like I'm coming right out of a dream, like I've been sleeping for ages. The next thing I know, I'm surrounded by the 3 faces of my friends all looking down at me. Carl grabs me under the arms and pulls me into a sitting position, his face worried, but there's something else too. Anger?
What happened?
Oh, 1 second, sorry. Okay. I'm startled by his abruptness and I stammer through an answer. It was a face out the window.
What did it say?
Carl, what are you doing? Raven approaches the ram gently, his ears falling. Carl glances at the husky, then at Jenna, who's been silent so far, then back at me, slowly letting go.
Sorry, I was just worried about you. What did you see?
Did it say anything?
It takes me a moment to find my voice. No, it didn't say anything, just laughed.
What did it look like?
A fox, maybe? He had a band over his head. Carl's eyes narrow. Hey, I found something. We all look up at Raven as he holds a white piece of paper.
What is that?
Carl stands up, staring at the piece of paper in Raven's hand. I don't know, looks like a photocopy of a newspaper. Let's see. Raven turns towards the candle sitting on the desk. Jenna stands behind him.
We see the boy missing after...
Whoa. Raven flinches back as the paper catches fire, illuminating the entire cabin room. Our shadows dance across the log walls. The paper which Raven had dropped flutters to the floor, a tongue of angry flame eating it up completely before it hits the floor. We all stare at the smouldering flake of ash on the ground.
Raven, are you kidding me?
Oh, I wasn't even that close to the candle.
That might have been what we needed.
But, Raven stares at his hands, looking forlornly between them and the candle that seems to flicker innocently on the table. I rest my face in my hands. Well, what we do
He wasn't near the candle.
I pull my head out of my hands, not because of what Jenna said, but because of the way she said it. Huh?
We've got a side angle here. You were at least 2 feet away.
There's a brief silence.
Jenna, what are you talking about? I don't know, Carl. What am I talking about?
Jaina turns to the ram, eyes narrowed, teeth just slightly bared. I look at Carl. He's frowning, a concerned look in his face.
Jenna, I don't know what you're about. I'm saying that there's no way that candle burned that paper.
Carl's concerned expression deepens, but there's also a hint of
Condensation.
condescension there.
What else could have done it?
This time the silence is heavy. I'm baffled by the interactions they've been having so far, and judging by the look in Raven's face, so is he. Hey guys, I'm sorry I burned it, but maybe we can figure something out from the title. See the boy missing? I look at Jenna. Oh yeah, Masita, isn't that your tribe, or?
Yep.
I feel my face flush as I wonder if I'm being insensitive. Like I think she knows everyone from the tribe. Give me 2 seconds, I'm going to quickly grab myself more brew because my throat is drying up. Alrighty folks, we're back. And let's just carry on. So yes, what were you saying about that bit you looked at, Rowan?
Yeah, I did a quick Google of Masita tribe, basically to see if it was a real tribe or not. It is not, though it seems to be based off several different tribes in the American Southwest. They mention Wendigos, only time I'm going to say that word, which are not part of Navajo tradition, but are apparently, and I'm going to butcher this, Algonquin. Hogan dwellings of spirituality have similarities to Navajo people. Navajo are forbidden to know about that thing I just talked about, and the Masita seem to be based off of that. The internal architecture is similar to that of the, again, dickhead with a car to go past. I'm going to butcher this, Tlingit, which is the native peoples of the Pacific Northwest. And Begay, which I'm certain I'm pronouncing wrong, is a last name of several, is a real Navajo surname, derived from the word, which I'm also going to butcher, spelt B-I-Y-E. I'm guessing B-A. Had a guess? B-A?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it seems to be like based off of some interesting stuff.
Yeah.
Mostly Navajo traditions from what I can tell. But again, I'm no expert. Just thought it was interesting.
Alright. Well, we shall continue from there.
Mm-hmm.
I feel my face flush as I wonder if I'm being insensitive, like I think she knows everyone from the tribe.
Sorry, I'm just getting back up.
That's fine.
And what does that mean? A lot of people go missing out here.
Well, it wouldn't have something to do with James, right?
How do we know that?
I look at Carl. Are you okay, man? You've been acting really weird since we got here.
I think we're all acting a little different after getting here, don't you think?
Carl glances at Jenna. Are we fighting again? Staring at the ash on the ground, something I should have realised earlier suddenly hits me. Wait a minute, that newspaper just kind of looked like something that came out of the crawl space tubs.
What do you mean?
I was looking through some of the artifacts that Carl's family saved from way back when, for that project I was doing. It seems like years ago at this point. I snapped my fingers, and some of the stuff was missing from it, like pages ripped out of Carl's mum's notes that had photocopies of old newspapers. So that was just a clipping from the notes? Maybe, I don't know, but John was native, so maybe it had something to do with him. I think back to the small fox I saw lying in the window with the band across his forehead. Was that John?
So the ghost just ripped right out of the pages to show you in this nightmare world? Why didn't he just point them out to you in the real world?
I don't really have an answer for that.
Then we wouldn't have to be going through this shit right now.
Ghost rules? Raven shrugs.
And what if that was our key to get out of here?
Well, they can't just leave us here, right? We don't know anything about where we are or what these things are capable of.
So what now? We just sit around and wait for something else to happen?
Carl suddenly sighs.
Well, I'm gonna look around some more. You guys do whatever you want.
Again, I'm taken aback by Carl's demeanour. I've never seen him act like this before. It's like he's a different person. Without another word, he turns in his hoof and walks away. Over the next several hours, we search the cabin from top to bottom. I hobble around the ground floor, careful not to look out the window, even when the drumming starts up again at a few points. I check all the shelves, under the chairs, tables, in the stove, pantry, between the cracks in the walls and the floor. We don't find anything. At some point, I almost topple over from dozing off, and that's when we call off the search. There's some discussion as to where we should sleep, if we should do it in shifts. Jenna suggests she stays up downstairs while the rest of us sleep, just in case something else happens. Carl suggests I sleep in the bed upstairs because of my leg, and I have to agree with him. Raven stays downstairs with Jenna, making himself comfortable in one of the chairs. As Carl hobbles up the stairs with me on his back, Jenna watches us the whole way. I sit on the bed watching as Carl moves about the room, looking behind shelves under the bed. Carl, I hate to ask again, but are you okay? Hmm? He looks back at me.
Yeah, I'm fine. I just want to make sure everything is safe for you.
Thanks, it's just you seem different, I guess. Carl looks at the ceiling, seemingly thinking. It's difficult to make him out in the darkness. Just like when he has a sheet over his head, I get the weird feeling that who I'm looking at might not be Carl.
I think that's just. I think it's just that this has made me grow up. I realise how useless I. This is sort of an opportunity for me to do something, help people, you know.
Yeah. It sounds nice, but I can't get rid of that nagging feeling that something is off. It's in the way he talks, the way he moves, right down to his facial expressions. I swing my legs gingerly onto the bed and lay back. Carl comes over and sits on the other side. Gonna sleep here too?
Yeah. You need me to get around, so I'm going to be at your side as much as possible.
Alright, thanks. As we lay awkwardly on our backs for a moment, Carl suddenly turns to the side and pulls me into his chest. I'm surprised. I turn instinctively so that he's spinning me. I guess that makes sense after our semi-confession back in the mansion. He nuzzles my neck, but again, the action is weirdly unnatural. Even with his big warm body next to mine, it takes me a long time to fall asleep. I open my eyes and blearily I can make out the dark cabin room. My heart sinks again as I realise where I'm at, but it's more subdued this time. Guess I'm getting used to my new life. My mouth is dry, very dry. I feel like I need to find water or I'm not going back to sleep. I sit up. Carl's moved back to his side of the bed at this point, lying on his back snoring. Quietly I get out of bed, wincing at how creaky the floorboards are. I make my way down the stairs, eyes adjusting to the point where I can barely make out the ledges. When I reach the ground level, I see Raven is sprayed out on the carpet, snoring as well. I shake my head before moving to the kitchen. Jenna isn't there and I wonder where she might be at. Was she in the other room upstairs? Maybe I just missed her when I was distracted by Raven. Looking around, I see a small cup sitting on the table. I'm almost positive it hasn't been there before, but maybe Raven or Jenna had set it there. Walking over to it, I'm relieved to see it's filled with what looks like water. I pick it up and sniff it, not really getting a hint of anything. Tentatively, I take a sip and immediately spit it out. It's salty, putrid, tastes like... I jump and some of the liquid splashes to the floor. Gingerly, I sit down the cup looking at the opposite room. Everything is still in the other room. I can't even hear Raven snoring anymore. This time I see the wardrobe move, the door specifically. Just updating that, because it's been about 10 minutes. I stare wide-eyed. Everything falls again. I don't dare move. Jenna? I whisper loudly. It wouldn't make any sense. Why would she be in there? But who else would it be? Ghosts, of course. I'm about to take a step forward towards the stairs, maybe at least wake Raven up, but then when a small door cracks open. I freeze, all the fur in my body standing up. James? Words die on my tongue as something long and black slides out from behind the door. It dips down behind the ground, only then does it vaguely take the shape of a foot. Another long black tendril follow, slightly ahead of the first one. When it touches the ground, it takes the shape of a hand, resting flat on the wooden floor. I choke and start to try and step back, but then the door explodes open and I'm just barely able to make out a galloping black shape before it engulfs me. I collapse back on the ground, twisting, trying to scream, but the thing is completely covering and smothering me. I choke, I gag. I feel like I'm being suffocated, my arms pinned to my sides, my legs rigid. As I try to yank away from the thing, it feels like something is freed from my mouth and I'm able to scream. Help! Get it off me! Help!
Chase.
The surface underneath me becomes soft, the thing on top of me is warm. The brilliant eyes will look up at Carl just to make out the carve of his horns. Carl? I hear movement in the doorway and I glance in that direction to find Jenna standing there, hackles raised, teeth bared. Jenna? Before I know what exactly going on, Jenna sprints across the room and jumps on the bed. Carl doesn't even have time to turn around before she snatches him up by the horns and yanks his head back violently. The ram lets out a choking sound as he's dragged back through into the floor. Jenna jumps off the bed after him. From the sounds of it, she lands on him. What follows a series of thuds and smacks. Weakly, I pull myself to the foot of the bed, still completely disorientated.
I knew it! You motherfucking piece of shit!
What I see is Jenna still sitting on Carl's back, swinging her fist into the head while the ram tries to cover her up. This will be a helping moment. You haven't changed at all. Jenna, stop. I roll off the bed, confused as to why I'm so weak. Pain shoots through my leg again, but this time I barely notice it. There's something around Jenna, something big and black, like a shadow, making her look much bigger than she actually is. Her fist swing and hit Carl with a force I didn't think she was capable of. And she grabs Carl by the horns again and yanks back, slamming his face into the floor. Jenna! I lunge forward trying to pull myself between the two of them. Underneath me, Carl has gone limp. Just like that, Jenna, there's something black and shadowy around him as well, but it's fading, moving away. Jenna's still trying to get at Carl, reaching around me, snarling in my ear, and sound makes my fur stand on end. And then she's gone. I look to my left and see Jenna being drawn back by Raven, his eyes wide with shock. What are you doing? Jenna struggles in the husky's grasp. I saw him. Oh, sorry too.
Oh, I saw him! He was trying to fuck the otter.
The otter? Jenna, stop. He was helping me. Raven continues to try and pull Jenna towards the door, but she continues to struggle. I was having a nightmare. Jenna's struggling, loses some of his vigor, but she continues to snarl in Carl's direction. Raven, please get her out of here. The shadow around Jenna seems to shrink and her face shows some doubt as she stares back at the crumpled form of Carl. After a moment, she seems to let the husky lead her from the room, and I hear something soothing tones from Raven as he leads her down the stairs. I turn back to Carl, his arms around his face and his head still buried in the ground. After a while, I see his shoulders heaving with sobs. Gently, I pull one of my arms back and he looks up at me. This time I recognise his face. I sit next to Carl on the bed, mopping up his face with a bloodied button-up shirt. He sits there silently looking at his hands while I work. At least nothing's broken.
Dude, what happened?
I'm not sure he's talking about what happened with Jenna or just everything. I've been asking that question since we got here. He looks at his hands again.
I felt different.
I sit back and look him over, satisfied with having cleaned up most of his face. You were acting different too.
Like, I felt like I knew everything. I knew who I was, what I was doing.
You were acting really confident. I agree and set his bloody shirt off to the side. When I look back at him, he seems so sad and beaten down that I have to hug him.
Dude, you're gonna make me start crying again.
His voice cracks, but he hugs me back anyway. I'm just glad you're back. I felt like I was talking to a stranger. Carl leans against me and sighs.
Don't know if I'm glad though. It's like I came down with a huge high.
I rub his shoulder for a while before I venture forward with my guess. Was it James?
I don't know. Maybe?
Carl looks at his hands again as if he's questioning if they're even his.
I just felt like I knew what I wanted, and when things didn't go the way I thought they would, I got really pissed.
He's silent for a while, I imagine contemplating what he'd just gone through. Jenna isn't really acting herself either. Carl looks up at that.
Yeah, I felt like whatever is in me, whatever it is, really hates what Jenna is doing for some reason.
Carl looks around the room, scanning it with his dark green eyes.
I feel like all of this is some kind of mental fight between James and whoever else is fighting against him.
He looks back down at his hands.
That's why we have to do all this.
He falls back into silence. I don't ask any more questions, wanting to let him rest a bit. There's one nagging thought that comes to my mind though. This is kind of stupid, but what happened back in the mansion? You know, that thing between us. He looks up at me and I feel my face flush, looking away. I guess I was wondering if that was real. I mean, if that was really you feeling that way. Carl doesn't say anything, so I'm forced to look at him. When I do, he's a sad sort of smile on his face.
Dude, I think that was the only part of me that was real.
Despite where we are, despite everything that's happening, and somehow it makes me incredibly happy. Happy enough to lean forward and kiss him. He kisses back, and while we're barely more than a peck, has my entire body feeling warm. He puts his own arm around me, and after I pull back and rest my head on his shoulders,
I feel like it's gonna come back though.
I look at him. What, James?
Whatever it is, I can already feel it. It's like on the edge of my mind.
Do you think you can fight it? Carl sighs, then looks at me.
Should I?
So this should probably be a decision. I say again. What do you mean?
I mean, it made me feel amazing. Like I could do anything. Maybe we need that.
I frown. I don't know.
Not only that, but I felt like I knew what I had to do. It might save us.
He stares back into my eyes.
I know it's not really me, but it'll probably only be for the time that we're here.
I look away, thinking.
Then I'll be back to my old self.
He squeezes my shoulder.
But it's important to me what you think. We're in this together.
Right. What do we think?
I'm gonna let you decide this one.
Well, so this is probably a point we could come back to. So let's let it help us first. I don't actually like the idea of whatever is changing Carl influencing it might be our only choice. I think you should probably let it.
Yeah?
Carl looks at me, I can tell he's a little surprised. Maybe it's basically trying to help us, right? And if it is James, he knows exactly what we need to do.
Yeah.
Carl sounds a little reluctant, but I can tell he's starting to agree with me. It'll only be for the time we're here. He wants to show us his story, then we can get it out. I don't mention that I'm more confident Carl can make everything easier as well. I just had to make sure that he and Jenna were carefully kept separate. Either way, we are in this together. I'll make sure things don't get out of hand between you and it. We sit there for a while, Carl absorbing what I just said. It's clear that whatever influence on Carl and probably Jenna is powerful, and we have to be careful. I am going to do a separate save though, so
Yeah.
remember.
Good idea.
Because otherwise I'll forget. But if he decides, I just pray it's the right decision. I wake up groggily, my head throbbing a bit from laying on the stiff pillow. Like the last time I woke up, it takes me a while to realise where I am. And just like the last time, I get a sinking feeling in my stomach when I realise what it is. I lay on my side staring at the wall in front of me, watching shadows dance along the log bumps. It's depressing, though not as much as last time. At some point, I guess I realised there wasn't much I could do. Just go with it and hope something came of it. At least there seems to be a goal in mind of whoever had control of this. Whatever it was. Suddenly I feel an arm slide over my hip and I stiffen. Carl breathes into the back of my neck. What's up?
What's up?
That's you, sorry.
It's alright.
I shiver as he breathes against my neck. Nothing, just thinking.
About?
A bunch of things. Carl suddenly squeezes my ass hard. I yelp and jump as he chuckles. Dude, what the hell? I whisper, trying to keep my voice down for fear of Raven and Jenna hearing, especially Jenna. Carl doesn't say anything, choosing to nuzzle the fur on my back of my neck while he grinds his hip against me. I guess it's okay since we sort of made things official last night. So his behaviour feels like it's coming out of nowhere. Are you okay? He chuckles.
Yeah, everything's fine now that I've got your tight butt here in front of me.
I turn my head and squint back at him. Are you acting like this because of James, or because you're just trying to get more confident? Carl just gazes back at me with a half-little eyes before he starts wagging his brows. I turn away again and lay my head on the pillow. Well, I guess you're trying too hard. Just let it come Ah! Carl dives in again and starts nuzzling my neck, running his hands over my body. I writhe and try not to laugh, but it's no use, soon I'm letting out full-on guffaws. Wait, stop. He doesn't let up though, and not until we hear the voices drifting up from downstairs that we do stop. It sounds like Raven, but I'm pretty sure he's talking to Jenna. I roll onto my back in Carl's arms and turn my head to him. We gotta keep it down. In mind of our situation when I see some flakes of blood around Carl's nose and big splotches in his shirt.
I guess we're being a little loud.
Yeah, how's your nose? Carl automatically raises a hand to touch his nose.
I'm fine.
Alright. I lay there in silence for a few seconds, feeling like the moment is kind of ruined. I look again at the walls, remembering that we should be looking for something instead of messing around like this.
Looking for something?
Not sure. Hey, we should be finding something, right? Carl lazily starts drawing circles on my chest with a finger. I mean, didn't that ghost ancestor, whatever it was, tell you need to find stuff? Carl rubs his nose.
Yeah, in the last place we were in at least.
I guess it would be the same for this place, right? Unless it was what we already burned up.
Yeah.
Carl lays there quietly thinking. Well, I think we might have to try looking downstairs. You want to stay up here and look around?
I guess.
I want to get the other two start looking too. The threat of Jenna hangs heavy in the air, and the way we're both obviously avoiding it makes us all heavier. Makes it all the heavier.
What about your ankle?
I flex it around. The twinge is a lot less sharp now, though the stiffness feels even worse. I think I'm okay. Let me try it out.
Okay.
Carl holds on to me for a while longer, giving my neck one last nuzzle before letting me go. I sit up and swing my legs over the side of the bed. Pressing my foot onto the floor, the twinge that runs through my ankle is minuscule. Standing up, I'm able to put some pressure on it before it hurts too much. Problem is, I can't bend the joint at all, leaving me with an obvious and lumbering limp. I think I'm okay.
Sure you don't want to ride my back down the stairs at least?
I consider it, but I don't really want him and Jenna anywhere near each other. Especially after what she might have heard just now. Nah, I want to test it out a bit more. I turn my head to look back at Carl. His brows are raised at me like he doesn't really think I can do it. I'll call you if you need any help, okay? Carl purses his lips.
Alright.
The trip down the stairs is ponderous and awkward. I'm probably loud too, but when I reach the bottom I find both Raven and Jenna already staring at me. Hey. Hey. Jenna doesn't say anything, continuing to watch me. We stare at each other awkwardly for a bit before she finally moves her head to look down my leg.
How's your leg?
Oh, it's alright, a bit stiff though. I grasp at the opportunity to talk about anything other than what we've been obviously avoiding. I think I should be able to walk normally, maybe in a few days.
Hopefully in a few days we'll be out of here so you can do that.
Yeah. Jenna's definitely not herself right now. Her eyes are vacant, dull, and it's hard to explain, but they lack the mischievous and compassionate look I'm used to seeing. Her voice is weird too. It's deeper and more husky. Well, we'll be out of there by then. Raven says it with a grin as he leans back in the chair he's sitting in. Yeah, actually I want to talk to you guys about that. About what? About how to get out of here.
And how do we do that?
Well, I was thinking that the last time we were able to unlock the door, all we had to do was find that letter. Raven blinks at me. So we found a letter? Or something like that. We just need to find something, I think.
We did find something.
I look over at Jenna. Huh?
I said we did find something. Carl burned it.
Oh. Well, I don't think Carl burned it.
He did.
I pause. But there's got to be something else, or maybe whatever's doing this is a way of putting something else here. The others don't say anything. I don't know, but we can't just sit here looking around. It's the least we can do.
Where is Carl?
Jenna's standing up now, looking at the ceiling. Faintly I can hear the sound of clopping Carl's hooves in the soft wood. He's looking around upstairs. Jenna continues to look up at the ceiling, her face stony. Let's start in this room. Raven stands up and starts walking along the wall, looking up and down, legs prodding at the spaces between. Sorry, logs. But Jenna starts looking up to the ceiling, and I worry that she's going to try and go upstairs. Hey, Jenna, can you help me look around in the kitchen? Jenna looks back at me.
Huh?
My ankle still kind of hurts. It'd be nice to be able to lean on someone if I need to walk for far to the kitchen. Jenna pauses before moving over to my side. She stands there stoically and awkwardly. I wrap my arm around her shoulder. Thanks.
Yeah.
We amble slowly to the kitchen. Jenna stops in the middle of the room and waits. I guess I'll start with the cabinets. My voice goes up at the end like I'm asking a question. Jenna doesn't say anything, so I stumble away from her and again awkwardly before finding support in the wooden pantry. I hesitantly start opening up some of the cupboards, feeling a lot less into my idea than I was just a few minutes earlier. Jenna stares out the window. So, are you okay? She finally looks back at me, frowning.
I'm fine. Why?
You're being really distant.
Do you need me to stand next to you?
No, I mean, you're not really here mentally.
I'm sorry.
I open up another pantry door to a set of glass mugs. Is it something to do with Carl? I know that Jen's going through something similar to what Carl is. I just have no idea what's doing it or why. Unlike Carl though, Jenna's thing isn't helping us.
I don't have a problem with Carl.
I mean, what you did yesterday.
I just have a problem with the way he acts. He could do a lot if he put his mind to it.
Takes me a moment to realise she's talking about what happened before all of this. So, you attacked him?
Well, no, that was something else.
I turn around and finally see something familiar about Jenna. Some life in her eyes. And about all I have to do is talk about stuff before this whole warp to ghost dimension. I mean, he tries, he has problems. Shouldn't a psychology major know that? Jenna looks away from me.
Guess, but I'm not a therapist.
So what?
So I don't know.
No, I mean, so shouldn't anyone have sympathy?
I have a little more sympathy if he'd actually try to get help.
He has, but it's not that easy. Again, I don't feel like I should be explaining this to someone who has 4 years of psychology under her belt. I tried to get help, but I didn't feel better for years. Jenna doesn't say anything. Carl's problem didn't really start until his first year of college. I kept pulling open cupboards and my heart sinking a little more each time there's nothing inside. I mean, yeah, he has problems before, but it only gets worse for him.
Well, it doesn't matter what I think about Carl right now. We're trying to find a way out of here, and screwing around isn't going to help.
Jenna says in such a way that I feel like I was supposed to be pointed. There's little doubt now as she heard us messing around upstairs. I sigh and reach to pull open the last cabinet.
He's not who you think he is.
It's so quiet and deep I'm not sure that it's Jenna that said it. I turn around but she's already on the other side of the room standing next to the opposite set of pantries. Did you say something? She doesn't respond. I stare at her for another few seconds before slowly turning back around. The fur on the back of my neck prickles at the idea of turning my back on her. Why do these damn ghosts have to be so subtle and cryptic? If that's what it is, of course. It seemed like James had no trouble telling Carl the whole clue-finding crap. Why couldn't they just tell him, or even Jenna, right now instead of just creeping me out? The kitchen isn't very big, so I run out of things to search through pretty quickly. I skip the area around the window, though, not having forgotten what happened yesterday. Yesterday? I don't know how to keep track of time in this place. I look back over Jenna, who's still in the same place, staring at the pantry. The thought maybe I myself could be possessed momentarily passes through my mind. For some reason I actually doubt it. For some reason I doubt it, even though I'm not sure why. I don't really feel like I'm of interest to whatever it is that's doing this. At least
Lol.
not directly. Yeah.
Lol.
Lol. I look around the room, at the ceiling, at the floor. It's a small place, but there are so many nooks and crannies in this place it could be one of a million places. Maybe we should assign halves. I pause to hear loud clapping coming from up the stairs. Jenna pauses too, her ears perked. What the fuck is that ram doing? Sure enough, the ram suddenly comes swinging around the opening to the stairs. I shake my head vigorously at him, but he ignores me. Jenna stands there stiffly, arms folded tightly. Hey, Carl, weren't you looking around upstairs? Carl stands in the doorway looking at me with a grin.
I know where it is.
My eyes widen. Really? Upstairs? He ignores me again, so walking around me to the end of the room. He halts in front of a wood-burning stove. Carl, what are you doing? Again, he doesn't say anything, instead kneeling to twist the metal handles of the stove just before letting it fall open. Jenna walks closer to be sure to keep her distance, her arms still folded. Hey, what's going on? Raven looks around us, not even bothering to read the room. Did y'all find something? Carl looks into the stove before slapping the top of the metal stove.
There it is.
What? But how?
How did you know it was there, Carl?
Jenna's voice is deep and husky again. Her expression is dark, her eyes narrowed at Carl. Carl ignores both of us as he reaches into the stove. His head is pressed up against the side of the stove as he strains to get whatever it is. I'm about to ask what it is again, and he suddenly pulls back and punches the stove.
God damn it.
I jump. He suddenly turns around to face his eye briefly resting on Jenna before he turns to me.
Hey, I think you're small enough to get it.
What am I getting?
Carl.
As if he hadn't heard any of us, he grabs me by the arm and pulls me to the stove.
Hey. Don't worry about it.
Carl finally responds to Jenna, though he keeps his grip on me as he gets out of the way and positions me in front of the stove.
He's just getting something I can't quite reach because I'm fat.
He pushes me down to duck in towards the opening and points the back of the stove upwards where the chimney is. See that white piece of paper? I'm barely able to make it a white smudge in the sea of darkness. Yeah? That's our ticket
That's
out.
not
Sorry.
it.
He gives me a slight nudge in the back. Normally I wouldn't have a problem crawling into an unlit stove, but something about the setting being a haunted cabin makes me nervous. He gives me another nudge, more insistent this time, and I slowly crawl to the edge of the stove. It's a tight fit, but I'm skinny enough to make it. I decide to sit on the ledge in the opening while the rest of my body stretches inside. The smell is smoky and the air is cool. I wonder if subconsciously if the chimney might lead to the outside. I reach up towards the chimney, feeling around the rough metallic surface where I make contact with a stiff piece of folded paper. I close my fingers around it and pull, getting just a little resistance before it comes loose. And at a moment something caresses my hand. Rough tipped fingers almost lovingly run up my wrist and arm. I yelp and jump, banging my head against the roof of the stove. I fall sideways into the ash-filled bottom. I'm on the verge of panic when Carl reaches in and pulls me out, banging my head as I fall into the wooden floor. What happened? You alright? Something grabbed me. I rub my head with one hand, other clutching onto the paper. Carl roughly pats my clothes, sending clouds of ash into the air. I cough and splutter, feeling all kind of grit in my throat.
Might have just been imagining it. Who knows what kind of shit's dangling in that chimney?
Yeah. I frown at Carl. How did you know where it was? He grins at me.
Same way it happened last time.
So it is paying off. Ah, well, at least we have someone giving us directions in this place. Jenna snorts, but I choose to ignore her. I look at the yellowed piece of paper in my hands. It's a lot older looking than the photocopy newspaper we burned up earlier. So y'all think that's what we need to find? Raven asks excitedly, staring at the paper.
It is.
After a few more hacks, we finally managed to start getting my breathing under control. I make my own way towards the candle for better light. Well, I guess I read this out. A hand suddenly grabs at my wrist. Confused, I pull it away instinctively, and that's when someone grabs the paper at the same time, shoving me back. Jenna? Her face is locked and determined, grabbing my wrist and pulling the paper with her other hand. I probably would have given her the paper if she'd asked, but the sudden aggression has me automatically resisting. She grabs me and swings me around. We both fall against the bench under the window. Jenna's hand smacks against my nose, bringing tears to my eyes. I yelp as she pulls her fingers in, raking lines of fire down my nose with her claws. There's a pounding in my ears, and I distantly register the drums have started up again. She twists up from under me and pulls away from my bench. Where in the fuck did she get this strong? I numbly keep my grip on her wrist, and she spins, swinging me away from her. I lose my grip and stumble back, stepping wrong on my foot and rebending my ankle in the exact same way I did last time.
Ooh. Fucking
He's
hell.
not got much luck, has he? I yelp again, much more loudly as this time as I crumple to the ground. Carl swears and jumps over to me at Jenna. Wait. I try to grab him by the hoof as he's passing over me, but I miss miserably. As I sit up, I hear an ungodly bestial snarling. When I look up to see Carl wrestling, kicking and scratching Jenna to the ground.
That is fucking it.
He pins her there while she writhes under him, trying to scratch at his face. Stop it, guys. Raven is still standing off to the side, his paws in his head, pulling at his ears. I crawl over to the riding bodies, one eye wincing shut at each movement, sending the lightning bolt through my legs. I grab at Jenna's hands, forcing them down above her head. Jenna, stop. Jenna suddenly kicks one of her legs between Carl's leg and as he kneels over her.
Oh, fuck.
He crumples over on top of Jenna, lying on top of her legs as she tries to pin his thighs together.
Little cunt.
Carl rears back and punches her in the face, landing a glancing blow, but it's enough to snap her face to the side. Stop. I force myself between the two of them, shoving Carl's chest while straddling Jenna's neck. It's an awkward position, but I'm trying to protect her and stop her from retaliating at the same time. Stop it. What the hell are you doing? I say to both of them as Carl tries to reach around me, paper in Jenna's hand. Jenna snarls up at me, but it's softer this time. Her struggles die down a little after holding my gaze for about 10 seconds as she looks away. I notice a little bit of blood collecting on the front of her lips. Seeing the paper held loosely in her hand, I quickly reach out and snatch it back in case she tries to attack again. She doesn't, instead just laying there with her hands above her head, staring at the ceiling. I slowly push off the fox, taking Carl with me as I do. He's not fighting anymore, instead taking the paper from me and holding it firmly in his hands while he glares at Jenna. Raven? Raven, still with his fingers twisted around his ears, looks over at me. Yeah? Take Jenna upstairs, take a nap or something. I think we need to be kept separate. Raven is easily able to coax Jenna up off the floor and they head upstairs, Jenna looking down at the floor all the while. I scoot over to Carl, holding my breath. Each drag sends another spasm to my leg. Only now am I really feeling the pain in my ankle. Carl's busy inspecting the note as if he's worried it's damaged.
She was gonna try and fucking burn it.
He holds it up to the candlelight.
Like that would be getting back at me for earlier. She still thinks I burnt that fucking paper.
How do you know that?
The way she was looking at the candle right before she came at you. And she just kind of... the person that would do that.
He looks at my ankle.
You fuck up your ankle again?
Yeah.
Oh, what a stupid bitch.
Carl. He looks up at me.
What?
I've never heard you talk like that before. Carl shrugs, unfolding the paper.
Well, I've never been attacked like that before.
I look closely at his face. It's still Jenna, you hit her pretty hard.
She kicked me in the nuts.
Well, yeah, but I'm just... Carl doesn't seem very interested in all in what I'm trying to say. She's not herself either. I think the same thing's happening to her.
Same thing.
Like what's happening to you. We know Jenna's ancestor and Echo at the very beginning. What if she was being affected by an ancestor just like Carl is? But for some reason deep down I feel uneasy about bringing John up in front of this Carl. Even if they were lovers, something's clearly wrong now. Carl shrugs.
She's always been that kind of bitch.
I swallow down whatever I'm about to say next.
Anyway, I'm gonna read this thing so we can move the fuck on, alright?
Okay. I'm confused and worried. Did I make the wrong decision telling Carl what to do last night? This isn't like him at all. The ram holds up the letter, clearing his throat.
My dearest John, I've been hearing terrible things lately. They say that you've been accusing me of the most egregious monstrosities. I dare not believe them. In fact, I will not until I hear your words for myself. There must be some misunderstanding. Has one of my many political enemies pitted you against me? Are they using the missing native boys as a weapon against my campaign? I would not think that to be below them, but what concerns me most is you. Please visit me at my mansion. We must speak on this. I very much look forward to your company and believe that we can soon set this straight. Yours forever, James.
I look up at Carl. He looks back at me. So, what do you think this means? Carl shrugs.
John clearly did something terrible to James, right?
Well, maybe, but what? That sounds like you tried to frame him or something. I remember the newspaper clipping that had somehow gone up in flames. Hey, that newspaper article that burned up, something about a Meseta kid that went missing.
So John tried to pin missing native boys on James?
Maybe. We still don't know if John was doing it anyway. James doesn't seem to know either. I wonder maybe if James inside of Carl has any idea what's going on right now. If he does, he's not saying anything. I look at the ram who's in the middle of rereading the letter. You okay?
I'm fine.
Are your balls okay? Carl shrugs again.
They're fine.
I think about making a joke about making them feel better, but that doesn't feel appropriate right now.
I'm more concerned about Jenna. I think she's becoming more dangerous the longer we're here.
Yeah? It seems at this point Jenna isn't really Jenna anymore.
We need to have a talk with her about resisting John.
Yeah? I mean, James is helping you, right?
He's helping me, yeah, but John's not helping her at all.
I look in the direction of the door as a loud click emanates from it. Carl's long ears perk and follow my gaze. We both stare at it for a few seconds. Is it unlocked? Carl gets to his feet and strides confidently over to the door. Careful, I say, a little apprehensive that something might open from the other side. Carl doesn't say anything as he stands in front of the door. Reaching out, he rests a hand on the handle and gives a slight push. It shifts open a few inches. Carl looks back at me. Get the others. Oh, sorry.
It's alright.
We all stand around the door, Carl to my right and Raven to my left. Raven and I are making sure the maximum distance between Jenna and Carl. The door is still shifted open a few inches in vertical black void. It reveals a little ominous. So we just go on through?
Isn't that what we did last time?
Yeah. I feel like the real question is if we really want to go through the door in the first place. Is it just going to lead to another terrible place where terrible things happen? I feel like a void similar to the one I'm looking at open up in my chest. The thought of being trapped in a loop going through door after door that leads to nothing but horror. Let me just save this one.
Mm-hmm.
Just in case there is actually a different option. Already this place... Oh, I didn't realise there was a button to save screenshots. Already this place is having an effect on Jenna, which seems to be getting worse with each passing hour. How much longer can she keep it together?
What did the letter say?
I tense up. Anything she does now is putting me on edge, like I'm waiting for her to lash out again. My hand drifts conspiratorially to the pocket where the folded up letter is. I glance to my right at Carl, he's got his eyes on the door. A few things, just more history stuff.
About what?
I decide at the moment I have to lie. We need to keep Jenna or John calm if we want to get through this. I have a feeling that Jenna or John wouldn't want to hear about James revealing what I assume is her secrets. I didn't read anything about John trying to sabotage James in my research. Maybe that's what James is trying to tell us. So I shrug my shoulders, moving my hand away from my pocket. Stuff about the mine, how there wasn't enough of it to sustain the town. I'm worried Jenna might challenge my life for whatever reason. She doesn't say anything though, and Carl just keeps on staring straight ahead. Raven suddenly claps his hands together, making me jump. So, should we open it? Raven reaches out. Wait. Husky pauses and looks back at me expectantly, his black ears tip forward. Should we do this? I mean, it's probably going to lead to another place where we have to find another thing. Yeah? So maybe we shouldn't keep going. I stumble over my words, trying to piece together my feelings and put them in sentences as I go. I just think that they're not really on our side, you know? I make an effort to not look at Jenna. So if they're not, why are we doing this? Why are we doing what they want us to do? I realise I'm shaking now. It makes more of an effort to make my hands still. What else should we do? Raven's tone isn't accusatory, but it's genuinely curious. I don't have a very good answer. Well, maybe we find a way back somehow. Maybe we're still in Carl's house right now. Carl's house, that place seems like 1,000 miles of years away at this point. Maybe we can, like, wake ourselves up somehow. Raven doesn't respond, and neither does anyone else. I realise how stupid I must sound. Sorry, it just feels like we're taking things too fast right now. Carl clears his throat.
Trust me, we're going somewhere.
The ram leaves it at that, and I'm left to wonder what James knows exactly where we're going. If he does, why doesn't Carl tell us now? How in control is he? It's something that we would have to bring up later, as I'm not going to be able to do that in front of Jenna.
You can stay here if you want, Otter.
Takes me a second to realise she's talking to me. Is she really that far gone? I just hope that we reach the end of this so we can get her back somehow.
You would like that, wouldn't you?
I cough, clearing my throat as I realise another fight could be about to start up. No, I'll go. I just wanted to think about it for a second.
Have you thought about it then?
Yeah. I look back at Carl. He's still staring stoically at the door.
Well, if that's all, then let's go.
Jenna steps forward to grab the door handle, and I bite my tongue to keep from saying we should wait again. The door swings open to reveal blackness, just like the last time. Unlike the last time though, there's a spot of flickering light in the distance. The fire. Everything's quiet now. No drumbeat. The darkness is unnatural. It's inky and thick. I think it's alive. I get that unnerving feeling that it's trying to eat the light from the fire. Maybe towards the fire? Jenna suddenly steps forward, and just like that she's swallowed by the darkness. Jenna, wait. She ignores me. Carl gives his shoulders another shrug.
That's all we can see, so I assume that's the right direction to go.
I see her form pass in front of the firelight a few times, then she's gone. Alright, here we go. Despite his nervousness, Raven still sounds cheerful about stepping into oblivion.
Lean on me.
I'm suddenly yanked sideways to lean against the ram's sturdy shoulder. Then we're off, Carl tugging me into the darkness.
Stay close.
Yeah? We're immersed in blackness. Not only do things go dark visually, but the change is physical too. I don't know if it's all about my head, but I feel heavier, like the darkness is pushing down on my shoulders. It's colder too, to the point I can feel the heat radiating off Carl's body when I brush up against him.
Try to move faster.
Oh, okay. Despite my best attempts, the going is slow, and not just because of my injured, probably broken ankle. The ground is uneven and rocky, like we're outside walking in the desert. Which is when I realise exactly what we're doing. We walk straight into what feels like a sagebush. Carl thrashes around with a hand not holding on to me, and we're able to sort of stumble around it. Where the hell are we? I mutter as I stub my toe painfully on a rock.
Outside.
Yeah, but where outside?
The desert.
So do you think that we're still in Echo? Carl's quiet for a moment.
No.
I wonder if maybe all the others, TJ, Leo, Flynn, are out here too in the darkness. I want to call out, but I'm too nervous that it's going to attract something to us. I still remember the black figure dancing around the fire that was walking towards us at this very moment. We're close enough now that I'm starting to feel able to, be able to make Carl out in the darkness. I look back at the house and see how far we've gone. All that I can make out now are two rectangles of light, one from the door we came out of and one from the kitchen window. In the latter, a dark figure stands framed by the faint light inside. I squint, not really sure of what I'm seeing. Then it moves, disappearing from the window. I stop walking and Carl stops with me, looking back over his shoulder.
What?
I don't... Did one of the others go back? The black figure appeared again, this time in the doorway of the house. I don't even have time to react before it steps forward and the door swings shut with a distant snap. Oppressive blackness takes its place. I grab onto Carl more tightly.
What the hell?
My mind flashes back to the black thing I'd seen crawling out of the wardrobe. Come on. I nudge into Carl's side, trying to get him to hurry along while resisting the urge to try and run on my twisted ankle. I'm realising that it might come to that. Raven, Jenna. I call out in the darkness ahead of us, wanting to warn them. Over our ragged breathing, though, there's a dead silence around all of us except for our drumbeat. Either they can't hear us or they can't respond. Carl was gripping onto me with both of his hands, practically hauling me off my feet as he pulls me along. Suddenly he stops before almost growling at me.
Jesus Christ, get on my back.
He lets me go and crouches in front of me. Even with everything going on, I'm a bit hurt by his tone, but like I'm the main problem right now. I'm there before he finishes the sentence, and as soon as my face is bouncing off his hard skull, he starts sprinting towards the fire. Whether it's in my head or not, I swear I hear a slithering sound behind me, like a snake sliding over dry leaves. I shiver, not wanting to look back, but I do anyway, trying to peer into the darkness. Of course I can't see anything, but I swear something flashes in front of my lone rectangle of light coming from the cabin's kitchen window. The rustling sound gets louder, and now I can't pretend I'm imagining it. It casts a picture in my mind of that black shadow creature contorting and bending through the sagebush that Carl was having so much trouble moving through. I hold on to his horns and lean towards his ear. Carl, it's getting close. Then my stomach lurches as it feels the floor suddenly drop away. Next thing I know, my nose smacks hard into the back of Carl's head before I flip over, landing on my back in what feels like a sea of sharp rocks. I lay there for a second, dazed, staring at the black ocean above me, wondering if any of this is real. Am I still dreaming? Maybe I'll just wake up in my dorm, probably late to my legal and ethical issues in journalism class.
Fuck, get up.
A muffled voice breaks through a haze of confusion and pain. Then I'm being yanked back up as Carl pulls me to a feet and forcibly shoves me back onto his back.
Get up.
Trying. I can barely mumble through the numb mouth, which feels like it's full of pennies. I can see I'm making dark stains in the back of Carl's shirt. It feels like my face is caved in. I wonder if my nose is broken, for the fear of pursuit is returning, and I quickly clutch at Carl's horns before he resumes his sprint. He finally comes to a stumbling halt in front of the massive bonfire, which had looked so small from the cabin. We both stare up until the heat is almost unbearable. The whole whispering behind me reaching a crescendo. The hissing is just over my shoulder.
Shit.
What are we supposed to do? My voice raises a pitch as I look back behind us, the black shape now discernible in the firelight as it slithers around the rocks and sagebrush. It's like a person imitating a snake. I grip onto Carl as he turns to face it, and then takes a step back, then another.
I don't fucking know.
I cling to the ram as I can feel him trembling underneath me. Then the creature reaches the edge of the circle of firelight. Carl turns and starts running past the fire. And then my muscles seize up, my jaw clenches, my eyes roll back, and I feel myself falling backwards. The heat is almost unbearable, my fur is damp from sweat, my skin underneath itching and uncomfortable. I can feel the sun on my face, the brightness turning to my insides. Brightness turning the insides of my eyelids a dazzling red. I don't want to open them though, no, I just want to sleep. I almost do fall asleep, but for a distant chorus of shouts and screams jolt me back awake. Now I do try to open my eyes, but I can't. It's like they're glued shut. I reach up to paw at them, but my arms won't lift. It must be dreaming, stuck in a paralysis. So I lay there listening to the shouting and screaming, imagining an angry mob. After what seems like hours, the voices fade and the red turns deeper, darker, blood-like, so the sun is setting. And that's when I can finally drift away back to sleep. A soft choking moan brings me back to the surface. I'm still hot and sweaty, but the blazing sun isn't shining in my face anymore. I wiggle my fingers and shift my arms a bit, feeling them glide over the fabric. At least I'm not paralysed anymore. Another moan followed by coughing sounds force me to open my eyes, realising it's not part of a dream. I stare up the ceiling, a textured beige ceiling. I'm back in the room where I'd slept. How long ago? A few days? Doesn't matter because everything comes back to me at once. I feel like a lead weight has dropped onto my chest, knocking the wind out of me. Fuck, is this not over? Now I'm starting to become convinced that this is never going to end. We're stuck in a loop just like my dreams. Another moan, slightly weaker, makes me sit up and look around the room. I'm alone as far as I can tell. Where are the others? Am I actually alone? I can't stop a soft whisper coming from my mouth at the thought of being separated from the others. I was barely keeping it together with Carl, but without him, a loud cough through the wall behind me makes me jump again. I quickly slide off the bed and immediately cringe as my weight comes to rest on my swollen ankle. I sag against the bed for a moment, squinting my eyes shut as I wonder why my ankle is only getting stiffer. Maybe the fall Carl had taken made it even worse. I thought that those moans could be coming from Carl, spurns me to straighten up and carefully hop towards the door. I have to stifle a short yelp for every bounce. By the time I reach the door frame, I have to lean back against it to catch my breath. My hands shake and as I rub my eyes, the pain making me wonder if I'll ever be able to walk without a limp again. Another groan from the room next to me forces me to move again. In the hallway now, I'm able to make out the sounds a bit better and realise there's a feminine quality to it. Jenna? My voice comes out with a crackly squeak as I grunt to clear my throat. Jenna? I try again and wait, but no response in return. I force myself to step into the hallway, clinging to the wall for support. When I look down the hall and the door next to mine, I find something very familiar. A damaged wooden door with a middle bulging and splintered out as if something had hit it from the other side. Memories of the bad smell, dark concrete room and a noose. I hold tight to the door frame, feeling my knees tremble both from the pain and the fear. I look behind me, hoping to see Carl, maybe even Raven. A shuffling sound followed by another cough and gurgle draws my eyes back to the door. If it's Jen, I have to act now. I steady myself against the wall and hop slowly to the door, eyes watering from the pain now. Reaching out with a shaking hand, I start to slowly push at the door. I'm hoping that I might be able to crack it open just a little bit and not draw the attention of whatever's inside. The door only shifts a little though, and it seems to catch the ground underneath it. It lets out a rough scratching sound that makes my fur rise up. Gritting my teeth, I forgo the stealthy approach and give the door a hard shove. This time it opens halfway and I'm able to see into the room. Just like last time, there's no light coming in from within the room itself. Instead, I have to rely on the dim yellow light coming from the hallway. It casts a widening band of light into the concrete room as the door opens. The smell hits me like a wave and I immediately gag, doubling over and pressing a hand to my nose before pulling up to my neck, filling up the neck of my shirt over my nose. Sure, I smell like BO from 2 days of running in fear, but that's better than the smell of rotting meat that's enveloping me. Still shaking, I peer into the room while I lean against the door, but I'm not able to see the cracked concrete floors and walls. The grunting, choking sounds reaching a peak now. It's coming from beyond the band of light. It's inky blackness that isn't that different from what Carl and I had run through. Hello? No response. It sounds like the grunting had stopped though. Shit, I have to do something now. I think about just kicking the door open and jumping back, and then I remember there's really nothing I can do with my feet right now. Taking a deep breath, I set both hands against the door. I steel myself whatever I'm about to see, then shove the door as hard as I can. The door swings in suddenly, scraping horribly against the floor the entire way. I yelp at the suddenness of it all, the tension of exploding out of me at once as I jump back in fear. A band of light widens, sweeping through the entirety of the concrete room before the door finally lodges against the wall with a snapping sound. I almost lose my balance, arms swinging around cartoonishly as I hop on one foot. At the same time, I'm fearfully eyeing the opening, terrified of what I'm about to see. And what do I see? And what I do see is definitely terrifying. It's Jenna in the middle of the room. She's hanging from a noose, her muzzle tilted up. I clearly see the rope digging into the fur around her neck, painfully tight. Her toes are barely touching the floor, but it doesn't even look like she's trying to keep herself up. It looks like she's unconscious. Jenna! There's no response, and I find myself leaping to her in her direction. I forgot about my ankle until all my weight comes down at twice in my mad dash and literally scream as it happens. There isn't any time to worry about that though as I grab at Jenna, unsure of what to do. First I try and wrap my arms around her and lift her up, screaming again as I set my weight down on my foot. She doesn't respond to any of this and just hangs limp in my arms, which terrifies me even more. I reach up and pluck uselessly at the hangman's knot, which immediately know isn't going to budge no matter how much I pull. Carl, help! I feel myself starting to panic. Desperately I look around, trying to find anything I might be used to cut the rope. Jenna? I call up to her. I can't see her eyes from this angle, but I can't feel any movement in her. I try to press my ear against her chest, but I'm not sure I'm doing it in the right spot. I try to quiet my breathing and actually listen, but I can't hear anything. Shit, Carl! I feel myself start to hyperventilate and trying again to slow my breathing. If I pass out right now, I'm going to be less help than I already am. The world is starting to take a surreal tint, and I think I'm actually dreaming. I think I'm about running to the kitchen, but I don't want to let her go, especially since I feel she's at the edge of dying right now. I reach up again and start trying to worm my fingers underneath the rope, but it's useless. There's no way to tight. Oh, it's way too tight. My eyes start to water as I realise I'm not helping her at all right now, aside from maybe taking a little pressure off her neck. But it might be too late anyway. Help! I'm suddenly hyper aware of the screaming pain in my ankle and I feel it giving out. So are my arms, burning with the strain of trying to hold Jenna up. I press my face against her chest, feeling myself start to give up on everything. Then something clicks in my mind. I'm not sure why or how, but I remember the knife, the one that we carried through the halls. Was it still out there? It's really my only option now. With a great deal of regret, I let go of Jenna, leaving her dangling to struggle again, though it's much weaker now. With a sense of urgency like I've never known, I tear through the hallways, taking a hard right as I sprint down the hall. I'm not sure where I am. I can't remember the setup of this place. I take the first left just like that. I see a knife lying on the floor in front of the door I've disappeared through. Gasping in relief, I almost face plant as I bend over to snatch it up, then turn on my heels right back. When I return again, I see Carl standing at the door, peering in at Jenna. Carl! I gasp at him as he moves out of the way and I run into the room. Carl, help me with her. Jenna's not really moving now and I slash at the rope uselessly for a moment before forcing myself to focus and start sawing at the rope. Carl seems to be hesitating at the door. Carl, help me. Carl walks in looking at the fennec before sort of hosting her up a bit. I saw as fast as I can, but the rope's thick and it takes a good minute to cut all the way through. I'm a couple of millimeters from the other end when the rope snaps and three of us come crashing to the ground. We lay there in a heaving heap. The only sound is our gasp as we all try and catch our breath, Jenna being the loudest. After a while I sit up and look over her. She's already sitting up herself, one hand to her neck, rubbing at it. Are you okay? I reach out to her. Her voice sounds horrible, like she completely lost.
Dickheads on motorbikes.
She leans away a little from my hand, so I drop it. I thought you were going to die, Jenna. My voice is all shuddery, and I struggle to keep my emotions under control to not have a panic attack. Whoever was controlling this whole scenario just tried to kill one of us. But then I guess that's already happened with the shadow creature thing, and even with what's happened to Raven. Jenna picks up the knife and brings it up to her neck, starting to saw away at the rope. I can help. She ignores me. I look over at Carl and see that he's sitting up, just staring at Jenna. Carl, are you okay? I ask out of confusion. Why had he just stood there? I don't really want to ask right away with Jenna still trying to get the rope off. Carl raises a hand in acknowledgement. We lay there a while longer, Jenna busy hacking at the rope, Carl choosing to stare up at the ceiling. This almost peaceful silence is shattered by the husky stumbles to the door from gasping at the wall. He practically trips in. Oh, hey guys! He grins, waving a hand at us as he rights himself. He looks around, taking in the scene. What happened? Jenna got hanged, we had to cut her down. There's really no way to sugarcoat it. Oh crap! He stares wide-eyed at Jenna. Well, guess this is surprising. It wasn't me this time, huh? He lets out a high-pitched, nervous laugh. None of us even crack a smile. You're okay, though.
Fine.
Raven looks around the room. Well, it looks like we're still here. Carl looks at a sigh.
And that's how it's going to stay if we just sit here.
I frown. Hey, we just went through something really fucked up. We should be able to sit down for a sec.
It's been a second, hasn't it?
He waves his hand at Jenna.
Look what just happened. It wants us dead.
Carl. I trail off.
What?
Carl isn't himself, I already know that. If I hadn't known telling him to let James help us would turn him into this, I don't think I would have asked him to do it. I don't really want to think it, but it seems like he would have let Jenna die if I hadn't been there. The way he just stood there. It's a soft snap and I look over to see that Jenna's pulled the rope from her throat. How's your neck? Jenna rubs it.
Fine.
Her voice has an air of complete disinterest despite the situation. She seems distracted too, her eyes flickering out the ceiling as she's expecting something to happen there. I look up too and all I see is a concrete the spider web within the cracks. The rope I notice is hanging from nothing. So it just grows out of the ceiling. Carl let out another sigh next to me.
We ready to move yet?
I feel a small flicker of annoyance. Can you cool it for just a minute? Carl was quiet for a moment, clearly sensing the change in my mood. I immediately regret it, but I don't have the energy to take it back.
Yeah, sure. I guess we've been sitting around most of the time we've been here, but why not a few more minutes?
Guess he's not really feeling bad about it then.
Actually, why don't we just stay here? Just keep pulling those grilled cheese sandwiches out of the cupboard,
I stare at Carl. Before I can say anything, Jenna speaks up.
We're going to get it.
Her voice is dark, firm, completely unlike the way Jenna has ever spoken before. We both look at her and she sits there cross-legged, staring hard at us. Well, at me. Carl sits up.
John?
Now she does look at Carl. And it's out of instinct, her eyes darting to him before looking back at me. I recognise that she's an almost unstoppable urge, the way you look when you hear your name being called. Yeah, we suspected, and Jenna had been acting weird, but to think she was that consumed by him. Well, Carl is too, so that's not really that shocking. I haven't asked her already about it yet, so I guess now's the time. Hey Jenna, are you feeling okay?
I'm feeling fine.
It's just that you haven't seemed like yourself for a while now.
What do you mean?
I look over at Carl as he shifts himself around on the floor to look directly at Jenna. His face is hard, dark, he doesn't say anything though. I clear my throat. Me and Carl were talking about earlier about a presence that he was feeling and said he felt like James talking to him.
Sounds like he's going crazy.
Carl snorts loudly but doesn't say anything. Well, it made him act kind of differently. Glance at Carl, but he still keeps quiet. Jenna keeps that stern look on her face, frowning at me. What are you trying? Oh, sorry.
That's alright. What are you trying to say?
Well, do you know a guy named John Begay?
Not really. You keep mentioning him, but no one's told me who he is, aside from the fact that he was hanged.
I remember the picture taken of John back in Carl's crawl space. My hand feels my phone in my pocket, then realised to pull it out before remembering it's dead. He was in some sort of pictures with James Hendricks, the founder of the town. Jenna stares at me blankly. James was Carl's ancestor, right? I think that John was your ancestor too, as a fox has the same last name.
So?
So, wasn't your family an echo since the beginning?
Yes.
So it seems like you're probably related to him, right? Jenna stares hard at me, then at Carl.
Our family doesn't have records like yours, Carl.
Carl gives Jenna a deadpan look. I butt in. See, Jenna doesn't talk like that. You wouldn't say something like that. Jenna doesn't say anything, keeping her glare at Carl. What I'm saying is John is in your head, kind of like James is in Carl's.
I don't think so.
I sigh loudly. Something's different with you. It's obvious, we can all see it. Raven suddenly cuts in. I mean, I don't know you all that well, but if we're going by a normal person act, you're not acting very normal.
We're not in a normal situation like that, are we?
We all go quiet then.
Besides, isn't this about clearing James's name or whatever? Why are we talking about John?
Janice stares at Carl, eyes moving across the face like he's searching for something. Carl stares right back at her.
Besides, if he's not fighting it, why should I?
Jenna's expression remains emotionless. So, are you? Possessed, I mean? Jenna goes quiet again. I rub my face hard with my hands. Apparently she's not going to confirm it, but I think it's pretty obvious. So what the hell am I supposed to do with two possessed friends on my hands?
It's not me you have to worry about, Chase.
Carl and I share a look. Jenna, what do you mean by that? A strange look crosses Jenna's face, breaking out a stoic detachment that she's been portraying for the last however long it's been. It's confused, but also like she wants to say something with her mouth open. Jenna? Seems to be frozen like that for a minute before she seems to finally give up, shaking her head.
I don't know.
She glares at Carl. Carl glares right back. This time Raven cuts in before Carl can say anything. Is something stopping Jan from saying something? I watch Jenna closely, and that's when she finally looks away.
I don't know.
Jenna or Carl or John and James upset with one another? Jenna shrugs, not looking at me. Carl lets out a sigh of frustration.
What we need to be doing is figuring out how to get the hell out of here.
Listen, I don't know much about these guys, but it sounds like James and John are trying to tell us something. Raven looks back and forth between Carl and Jenna, and trying to stop the other one from telling us something. I rub my face in my hands again, feeling frustrated, just wish these two assholes would tell us what they want to say. So they're trying to tell us something about the past, but they don't want us to know what the other one knows. Maybe that's what we're supposed to figure out. It's not as simple as just clearing James's name. John has something to say too, and he sure as hell wants us to hear it. Carl or James, do you have something to say? Carl says nothing. I close my eyes. Fine, so we're stuck at the middle of a possessed ghost fight, and neither of you want to talk about it. I really don't have anything else to go off of, maybe. I try to think back and think aloud, talking to Raven, since the other two don't seem interested in helping. So, when I was doing research, they both got convicted of sodomy. John was hanged and James left to start his ice cream business. Why wasn't James hanged too? His influence in the town, probably. Well, I can see where that might cause problems between the two of them. I looked over at Carl, who's still looking at Jenna. Jenna's picking at the rope in her lap. There isn't much more to talk about at this point, unless one of the spirits decides to do something else that can help us along somehow. So what are we supposed to do next, exactly? Raven points to the back of the room. There's a door there. We all look in the direction he's pointing. Sure enough, there's a door there. It's a concrete door, practically cut out of the wall. It's featureless aside from the rusty metal handle. What, was that there before?
I think I would have seen it the first time I looked in.
Jenna stands up, taking a few steps towards the door. Carl stands up abruptly as well, following her. Jenna hears him and suddenly runs towards the door. I stand up too. Wait, guys, maybe we should... Jenna reaches forward to grab the metal handle, and before any of us can say anything, she yanks it open. Just gonna update save. Because it's been half an hour.
Yep.
Almost at
A
the
trail
6
leads to the desert lands... Sorry?
You're almost at the 6 hour mark.
I know. A trail leads to the desert landscape, and the cacti and boulders obscure my view of either side. The ground is rocky and dust kicks up with each step I take. As I continue up the path, I can see 3 peaks of the Casa de Mo mountains in front of me. I'm heading towards the town of Echo, just over these mountains. As I get closer, I notice the trail branches off towards the side of the mountains. I follow the trail with my eyes into the hazy distance, almost disappearing into the heat waves. Still, I can make it a small dark hole, the mine.
Some things should just be left alone.
Dust twirls silently at the mouth of the mine, almost sparkling in the bright noonlight.
Every single person here.
Something seems to pulse out of the entrance, sending almost visible wave through the air.
You will never escape. You will always come back.
Red seeps from the hole, running up the side of the mountain in a wave, turning rock and dust the colour of blood.
You'll always be running in circles.
I start jogging up the trail, panting in the desert heat, not sure what I'm doing. The sky in front of me lights up with a ominous red colour in the direction of Echo. Somehow I'm able to scale the side of the mountain in just seconds. I get to the peak and look over the edge. I see the town, but it's not the town I remember, at least not all of it. Lake Emma is in the distance to the left. The motel and the supermarket are to the right. But the ruins by the lake aren't just old foundation remnants anymore. They're fully standing now with their log walls and roofs. Several dozen more houses run up the side of the lake, standing in stark contrast with the more modern buildings further away, towards Main Street. There are even a few buildings that I don't recognise, and there just below me is Carl's house. But it's different. The mansion is bigger, the walls are a lighter colour, it looks older. Somehow I'm already there, just like I teleported straight down to stand on the roof of Carl's house. Roof in front of Carl's house. I stare down the slope towards the town, but there, next to the road, is a wooden platform built out under a tree. There's a rope hanging from the tree, a noose. I look back down at the town and all the different buildings, but no matter what structure I'm looking at, one thing is the same. They're all lit up blood red. I watch as what looks like spinning blades come slowly into focus above me. I tense up only for a moment as I realise what it is. A ceiling fan. Wait, a ceiling fan? Isn't that... I sit up quickly, only to immediately swoon as the room starts spinning around me. I grip onto whatever I'm sitting on and happen to be soft and smooth. I look down to see that on top of a blue comforter. To my left, Jenna, Raven and Carl are stretched out next to me in a king-size bed. To my right, sunshine streams in the form of sliding glass doors, outside of which is a massive deck. Past that, the porch in the mountains, the desert of Echo. We're back. Oh my god, we're back. Guys. I shake Carl next to me. He immediately swings a hand to slap at me, but I persist until he's forced to sit up, glaring around. Jenna and Raven stir next to him.
What happened?
Guys, we're back. We're in your house, Carl. Carl finally snaps his eyes open at that. Raven sits up next to Carl and I see him sway with the same dizziness I had earlier. Where are we?
My parents' room.
Relief like I've never known before flows through my body. Whether or not it's a dream or hallucination or we were drugged somehow, it doesn't matter. What matters now is we're home. Well, an Echo at least. I look over at Jenna, hoping to see her back on her old familiar self. But as I find her staring around suspiciously, the dark look still in her eyes. Carl isn't much better, his eyes also on Jenna with a similarly dark look. Maybe that would take longer to wear off. I slowly push myself off the bed, the height of it making it more difficult for my feet to reach the ground. I touch down my good foot and I'm only a bit surprised when my toes come in contact with a cold hardwood floor. I thought this room had carpet the last time I was here. I look back at Carl and see the fur on his brow crinkling in the bright sunshine.
Something's off.
What?
Something's wrong.
I feel the beginnings of that sinking sensation in my chest again. Why?
The room's too big.
I look around. I guess it looks a bit bigger than usual. The balcony seems to be the right size though.
And the floor.
He points at my feet.
Where's the carpet?
Carl confirms my suspicions. The dread continues to grow in my stomach. Maybe they took the carpet out while we were gone. No one responds to that ridiculous idea.
Raven, just shut up.
Jenna looks at the wall behind the bed and reaches out a hand to touch it tentatively. Carl pushes himself off the bed and whoos clapping loudly, unnervingly against the hardwood floor that shouldn't exist. Fuck.
Yeah, fuck.
He reaches out and gives me some support. Well, maybe there are other people here. Even Raven's cheerful tone is forced and strained. I guess I wasn't expecting that we'd end up in another dream world or whatever. But the fact that I thought just for a moment that we were back in the real world made all of this more soul-crushing. It feels like all those fucking ghosts were toying with us at this point. I take a deep breath, willing myself not to lose it. Not yet, at least.
Let's move to the deck.
I get a better grip on Carl's side as he starts to move forward towards the glass door, his hooves clapping while I hop along. He stares out, slowly reaching up with a hand to tug on the handle. To my surprise, it opens. I guess I'd thought it would be the same as the last place we were in, that we'd be locked in or something. I follow Carl as he steps out onto the balcony, taking slow, careful steps, as if afraid that the deck might give out. The air is hot and heavy, almost humid. That's normal. That isn't normal at all in Echo. Sure, it would get really hot, but it's a desert. Humidity is nearly non-existent. We reach the railing and the stair out of the town below the foothills of Carl's mansion sits on. I take a soft breath. Just like in the dream I had, the ruins of Echo aren't ruins anymore. Dozens of old-fashioned wooden buildings dot the edge of the lake. A little ways away I see a familiar building to the motel and supermarket, along with a small neighbourhood of my childhood. Along the main street I see a few buildings that I don't recognise. Not quite as old-fashioned as the buildings along the lake, but still pretty old-looking. Carl lets out what could be a grunt next to me. What do you think? That's when something clicks. I move closer to his side, putting my shoulder against his. Listen, I saw this dream and I think they were trying to tell me something.
What dream?
A dream I had before I woke up. I have this almost every time we pass out.
Why are you the only one having these dreams?
I jump as Jenna speaks right behind me. I turn around, finding her eyeing me suspiciously. I don't know. None of you have dreams? I did. Raven popped his head up from around the glass door, still with that bizarre, resilient grin on his face. But it was about that black shadow creature thing chasing me through the kitchen, so I guess it's not really useful.
What did you see in the dream chase?
Well, I waved my hand to the alternative reality town. But then the mine too, like red stuff spread out of it all over the town. Then I saw a noose. I instinctively look over the edge of the balcony, down towards where I remember seeing the tree. Carl looks too.
What is it?
Well, I saw a tree with a noose on it. Carl looks slowly back up to me.
Down there?
I think so.
Was anyone in the noose?
No, it was empty. It seems like Carl should have had something to add to that, but it doesn't say anything more. I take a deep breath, trying to put what I feel into words. That dream, the way it zeroed in on that tree, it felt meaningful. I think we need to go to it.
Why is that?
Carl narrows his eyes at me, and I feel like he's putting me under a magnifying glass. I don't know, but I don't know where else to start. This place is massive.
You're thinking there's a letter there?
Maybe. Guys? I turn around. Raven is still standing by the glass door, but he's looking back into the room. Jenna left. What? Sure enough, Jenna's nowhere to be seen. Where'd she go? Raven shrugs. Downstairs, I guess. Is she going to the tree? I'm grabbed from behind by Carl roughly as he starts pushing me along. Carl? He doesn't look up. Carl, we need to keep moving.
Come on, we both know she's not heading in the right direction. She's not right in the head right now, sorry.
Neither are you, I don't say. I'm glad he's moving us along, but I don't like the dull look in his eyes one bit. Raven, Carl and I head down the hall towards the stairs. Carl's right, this is the dream of Carl's house. Carl mentions that there are a few extra doors, all of which lead to bare hardwood rooms. Ground level of the house, though, looks mostly normal. As we make our way through Carl's sort of home, I realise something. You guys hear the trains when we were on the deck?
Maybe. Why?
I thought I did, just kind of weird. Like, what are those trains doing in a world that isn't really real? Maybe it is real.
Maybe. Sorry.
Maybe. It's alright. I'm not convinced. As we pass through the living room, I can see it set up like it always is, but the kitchen looks to be well in order as well. As we step outside, I notice the mansion looks the same for the most part. Not the massive old look that I had in my dream. I hop along down the curving driveway from Carl's house, like I remember in my dream. How Jenna would be able to find the tree on her own is beyond me. The only indication I'd given her is as to where it was in a glance over the railing of the deck. This place feels so close to being home, but none of it is home. I slow my pace as I turn right at the end of Carl's driveway, but the ram starts tugging me along. We move the short distance down the road, then move to the edge of the left side of the road. I look down over the side, over the rocky sagebrush covered slope, and there's Jenna. Somehow she immediately found it on her own. That old rickety wooden platform sits under the tree. The tree and the platform deliberately aren't in the real Echo. There were a few scant mentions of a hanging tree in my research, but if it was still standing, it'd have gone to get some film for my project. That project, like something I was working on years ago at this point. I carefully start to climb down the slope, clinging to the Carl. I'm about to call to Jenna when I stop cold. As we moved to the side, the thick trunk of the tree shifted in my field of view and revealed the noose. Unlike my dream, the noose isn't empty. Hanging from the noose is a body. From where I'm standing, I can't see exactly what it is. It's back to us. All I can make out is a head, hands and feet, and some old-fashioned clothes, overalls, and a cotton shirt of some kind. The clothes look worn and old, but like they've been sitting out in the elements for years. I stop moving, instead staring at the body. Carl freezes too. I can feel his ragged breathing in my ear. What? Oh,
Wow.
I stare for what feels like an entire minute before I find my voice. Jenna? She's also facing the body. I can't see her face, but she holds up a hand towards me to quiet me before slowly pacing around the platform. It looks like she's moving towards the front, so I steer myself and slowly follow her. I don't want to look at the body as I move, but I can't tear my eyes away. It's old, very old. The fur is almost gone, the skin underneath black and leathery. The face is dripping and sunken, the eyelids closed. It's been out in the sun for a very long time. I don't know how much about corpses, but I don't know how long. I just know it's been a very long time. From what I can tell, it's a canine of some kind. A fox? John? For some reason I look towards Jenna to see if she lets us know who it is. She doesn't, instead staring at the body. Carl tightens his grip around my shoulders. I'm not sure if it's for support against uneven ground or the horror in front of us. Raven has chosen not to follow. Instead he stands back behind the platform looking away from the body. I swallow hard, trying to keep my nerves under control, trying to look at the situation like it's a simple task. Do you guys see anything? A note or something? I try to search the platform to avoid looking up at the body.
The mouth.
Carl points up at the corpse. He's right. There's a flash of white in the mouth of the corpse, just barely sticking out from what looks like gnarled teeth. A piece of paper, maybe. I'm surprised how successful I am keeping my voice calm. I sort of feel a little numb to all of this now, but as I think we both realise at some point what this means, that we're going to have to actually get that piece of paper.
Such a tedious way of telling us things, hmm?
I glance at Carl. Yeah, kind of. Should we go up and grab it? As soon as I talk, Carl was making his way forward to the platform, dragging me along like I'm an afterthought.
Hey, I think Chase should get it. He's the one having all the Shut up, Jenna.
Whoa, Carl. He clops his way up the steps and I feel Jenna hovering behind me like she wants to follow but can't. I let Carl hold my hand as we both move towards the platform out for uneven ground. I notice Raven standing off to the side, still facing away from us. I'd have to check on him later. The wood creaks softly under our feet as we make our way up the steps. I focus on my hopping foot, not wanting to look at the body. Once we reach the top floor, I realise I'm going to have to. Leaning in heavily against Carl for support, I look up. The corpse's eyes are open now. Two yellow piercing eyes that have sunk deep in the skull stare back at me. You are disgusting. Let's just update that. I am disgusting. You're abhorrent, despicable, horrid. For telling truths?
I'll do the second voice, yeah?
I
Because
don't
it's
even
two
know.
voices.
Oh, right, okay. Do I do this one?
Yeah. Yeah. For telling your own truth. You don't know my story, my truth.
Your truth is a delusion.
You cruel, filthy son of a bitch. What do you want from me?
I want justice.
You and your people don't know the meaning of the word. Just let it rest. Let me rest.
And you'd leave me restless, murderer.
You may not have killed me. Oh, that might still be you. Oh wait, no, you may not have killed me physically, but you murdered my life. You fucking.
The otter hears us.
So, if he hears us, then it wants him to.
Why does it?
You think I know? Why does it create these places? Let us do small things, then take it away. It's a game. My life, my reputation is a game to it.
Ha, a game.
Go on. Why don't you tell him your truth?
The otter works with you. I wouldn't help him even if I could.
But you can't, can you? You are but smoke. Good thing too. You and your fucking lies.
I will tell him this. Otter, you are stuck here because you cannot see the truth until you do.
How will he know the truth if you only lie?
You are disgusting. I'm 9 or 10. I'm sitting under a tree in the forest. I like the feeling you get when you finish crying. A stuffed up nose throbbing in the head along with the feeling of having just run 10 miles. Like, I've just finished something really hard and now it's over. And then, a creak in the branches above me. I look up and see the fox hanging from the rope. His dead eyes are on me.
Why don't you get your ass up here and dig it out yourself then? He's awake. Chase?
A big hand is cradled below my head as I stare at the horns waving around above my eyes. Between them hangs the fox.
Hey, what happened?
I don't know. There were eyes? I stare hard at the fox, but the eyes are closed.
Yeah, I saw the same thing. You hit your head.
That would explain the headache. My head throbs with each heartbeat.
Why didn't you grab the letter, Chase?
Carl makes a thick snorting sound behind me like he's holding back a disdainful laugh.
You'd like that, wouldn't you? I told you to dig it out yourself if you want.
Dig what out? I crane my head painfully to look at Jenna. She stands at the exact same spot, staring stoically. Raven has moved to stand next to her, but now his eyes are wide, staring at the fox. I turn my head to look back towards the hanging fox, and that's when I see the letter is gone. Where did it go? I push myself up, cringing, as once again forgot about my ankle. As I try to stand, Carl just sort of yanks me up. I keep my eyes on the fox the entire time, but I don't see any signs of life. What happened?
You fell.
No, the fox. What happened to the letter?
He ate it.
What? How?
The corpse swallowed it.
Carl's free hand gestures at the mouth. God. I lean my forehead against the ram's cheek as I close my eyes. So we're not supposed to read it? Raven's voice is small and quiet, nothing like his usual self, even during the times we've spent here. No one says anything for a while. I clear my throat. I think I had John and James while I was out.
What did they say?
I think John and James, they're influencing some of this, but there's something else controlling all of it. How? I don't know, but it's stopping them from telling us what they want to say, like this is a game for it. I feel Carl shake his head against my neck, against my head.
So what are we supposed to do?
Just figure out the game, I guess. They said something about having to see the truth, but I'm not exactly sure what that is.
Well, John just ate our clue. How do you know it was John?
Jenna snaps loudly at Carl when the ram turns to confront her.
Who else's body is this then? He's dead. That doesn't seem to matter here, does it?
Guys, I point. What's that?
What?
That, sticking out of his chest pocket. Carl moves a little closer, pulling me along tentatively. Raven calls anxiously from behind us. What are you guys doing? Again, with that weird dismissive grunt. I keep my eyes focused on the pocket, not wanting to look in those eyes as they open again. If they open again. Carl reaches out and simply plucks the note from the pocket.
Okay, let's go.
Carl quickly guides me down the stairs. Jenna's eyes what's in Carl's hand suspiciously.
What's that?
One of the
One
letters.
of the letters,
Oh, sorry.
obviously. That's right. Green and blue, hard to tell apart.
Yeah. Where did you
Where
get?
did you get that? The fox ate it earlier.
I saw it sticking out of the pocket. I guess there was another one. Jenna goes quiet and her expression darkens. I'm about to ask her what's wrong, but Carl already unfolding the paper, swinging his hand, holding it to try and make it unfold. I help him out with my own free hand and hold the letter between us. I notice at the bottom of the paper has a rough tear like someone has torn it in half. Jenna and Raven moving opposite us. It doesn't look like a letter. In fact, it looks like a newspaper clipping. Well, a photocopied one anyway. Carl, I think this has come from your mom's collection of artifacts. I remember some pages were ripped out of the scrapbook.
Really?
Yeah, I thought that was just you taking them.
Nope.
I wonder how long ago this nightmare actually started. It seems like we've been setting itself up for days before we fell into this place. Well, I guess we'll give it a read. Hopefully this is the one. I start with the big bold title. Echo researcher uncovers town's serial killer past. Most might know Trisha Hendricks as the CEO of Hen's Ice Cream, but Echo locals will know her to be the most avid history buff as well. I just love how it connects all of us. It shows that everything has happened for a reason. But even she didn't realise what her research would uncover. According to Hendricks, the town's founder, James had an affair with another man. Both may have been hiding a dark secret. You never know what you'll find out, but to think that James had a homosexual relationship and with an alleged serial killer, well, it's really something. According to Hendricks' research, James may have been in a romantic relationship with a native fox by the name of John Begay. Town's record indicate that Begay was accused of committing multiple child murders. Hendricks said the crimes were sexual in nature. I reached the bottom of the page where the rough tear begins. Clearly there was more to the article, but... Jenna? I look up just in time to see a flash of steel before Carl jumps back, pulling me along with him. I'm like a ragdoll being yanked back before thrown to the side. So I go stumbling with several yelps, each one in sync with the steps I take on my swollen ankle. I finally go down as gently as I can on my hands and knees as the pain almost blinds me. The sound of quick footsteps in the gravel along a loud laugh as me raising my head back up to see what's going on. Through the tears I see Carl dancing around, dodging back and forth as Jenna swipes at him with a knife. The laughing is coming from Carl as he leaps out of the way with a nimbleness I've never seen him have.
Oops, almost had me there.
Carl easily ducks around another slash from the fox. Jenna on the other hand isn't saying anything. Instead her eyes are locked on Carl, teeth grit what looks like foam gathering around the corners of her mouth. I suddenly comprehend what I'm seeing, one of my friends trying to kill the other. Jenna? Jenna, stop. I push myself unsteadily to my feet, trying to limp after them, but it's not much use. They're both moving so fast away from me, around me, as they continue their little dance. Even Raven seems too shocked to move, backing away as the two fight past him. Carl! Jenna! I look around for something, anything to get this to stop, but Jenna seems hell-bent on stabbing Carl.
You were always a terrible fighter, you know that?
Carl dodges to the side again and snatches up the wrist of the paw that's holding the knife. In one swift movement, Carl uses his other hand to punch Jenna across the face while slinging the fox to the ground in a heap. The cracking sound makes it causes fur to stand up all over my body and I limp towards Jenna. Guys, that's enough. I look for the knife. I just want to get it away from Jenna before she can hurt anyone else or herself. But Carl is already standing next to her and he bends down to pick up a rock. It's about the size of a softball and has pointy end on it. He points the end down, raises it over Jenna. Carl! I lunge at the ram to tackle him around the waist. He must have been completely focused on Jenna because I'm able to knock him over pretty easily. He makes a oomph sound before me as he crashes to the ground. What the fuck are you doing? I push myself up and over the ram, reaching above us to try and pry the rock from his hand. Desperately I look behind me. Raven, go get Jenna, get her away somewhere. Raven's standing there, pulling his ears and stares at the fox on the ground. Help her. I look back at Carl, he's staring right back at me, breathing hard. Carl? I call his name, but not only get a response, but also because I'm not sure that's what I'm talking to. He doesn't say anything just because I'm staring at me, but he does let go of the rock and it slowly rolls from his hand to the desert floor. Carl, let's go back inside, okay? I use a delicate tone and feel like I'm talking to some unhinged stranger. Carl stares at me for a moment longer, then he lets out a soft huff through his nose with a half laugh.
Yeah, sure.
You're done, right?
Yes.
So I'm going to let you up and we're going back to your house, okay?
Yep.
Slowly to get up, standing in the way of Jenna in case Carl goes for her. I look back at Raven. Pick up the knife, throw it in the desert or something. I lower my voice, stepping back a bit so I can lean towards the husky even though I feel Carl's eyes are on me. Take her down to the basement, I'll take Carl upstairs, we'll figure out something later, okay? Okay. I turn back to Carl, then reach my hand out towards him. Dude, my ankle is so fucked, can you help me back up to the bedroom? Carl lets out a grunt and another half-laugh snort.
Sure.
He reaches out to my eyes, glancing down at the crumpled fox as he does so. I can hear Jenna stirring a bit, so I gently push Carl to hurry our trek back to the mansion. I glance back a few times. Last time I see Raven crouched over Jenna, mouth moving as he talks to her. As soon as we enter the Carl's parents' bedroom, the ram leaves me to stand next to the bed.
You going to sleep?
Carl turns away from me and starts to walk around the room, looking at the walls, the lights, even under the bed. Maybe. I'm not really tired though. Instead of sitting on the bed, I limp towards the balcony and look at the glass doors. I just barely catch a glimpse of Jenna and Raven moving towards the mansion, Jenna leaning on the husky for support. I watch them disappear beneath the balcony. Carl, I don't know what we're going to do. I turn to look at him. Were you really going to hit her with the rock? Carl pauses, glancing at me.
No, I was gonna hit her arms, make it harder for her to go after us.
I frowned, since I can't really remember if it looked that way. He seemed to point it right towards her head. Either way, it's fucked, thinking about having to incapacitate one of my best friends. Carl starts to open the drawers in the dresser before slamming them shut with a loud snap. Are you looking for something? Carl doesn't answer, instead pulling the drawers completely out of the dresser instead. Carl! What are you doing? More silence. Carl!
What?
Carl snaps at me. I shrink back for a moment, then glare. Don't yell at me. What happened out there? Carl turns back to the dresser, sticking his head inside the opening where the drawer once was. His horns clack against the wood.
He tried to stab me. What else is there to know?
I sigh, looking down at my ankle. I'm startled how swollen it is, unrecognisable. I wonder if there's a sprain could be bad enough that it needs to be amputated. I try not to think about it and move to the bed, sitting down gingerly. Carl makes his way over to the bedside table next to me. I'm talking about the way you were acting, how you were laughing and stuff. Carl shrugs his shoulders, made vague by the way he seems to be wrestling with the table in the corner, looking behind it.
The whole thing's ridiculous, isn't it? Gotta lighten the mood with humour sometimes.
Oh, she's trying to stab you? Another shock at remembering the attempted murder, though it's duller. Carl yanks a drawer from the table violently. What are you doing?
Looking for bullshit notes. That's why we're here, isn't it?
I reach out and grab Carl's arm, which freezes and finally looks at me. I swallow, trying to think of how to phrase this. Carl, are you anymore?
Of course I'm me.
Graham pulls his arm away from my grasp. I shake my head. We know Jenna isn't. I guess it's a weird, fucked up way she's gonna snap eventually, but Carl keeps rummaging around and I wonder if he's listening at all. I could sort of tell you weren't either, but now I'm having trouble seeing you at all anymore. Carl finally sets the drawer down, looking around the room. He wipes his hand off on his shorts, then slowly moves closer before sitting down next to me on the bed.
I'm still me. We're just under a lot more pressure right now, you know, dude?
I guess. It's strange. It's like he's someone who's trying to pretend to be Carl. The idea puts me on edge. I look away, thinking back on the attack. That newspaper clipping, it makes sense why it would set John off, right? Carl snorts.
I'm not surprised.
I told you earlier they want us to see the truth before we can leave, but that wasn't the truth. Carl doesn't say anything. I shake my head. Unless it's not, I don't know. Carl remains silent. I guess it was stupid to think James would help me. At this point, I'm equally suspicious of the two of them. I lay back on the bed, rubbing my eyes. I thought that letting James help would lead us to the way out of here, but now it feels as though I've just lost a friend. Carl's hand suddenly comes to rest on my shoulder.
You just upset that we didn't go all the way earlier?
Huh? I furrow my brow. That's the furthest thing from my mind right now. But the ram turns to me in the bed, a coy smile on his face. What are you talking about? Carl rolls over on the bed to the other side, reaches out to rub my arm again. What are you doing? I watch him rubbing through the fur on my arm.
Picking up where we left off.
Carl runs his hand under my shirt before pushing the fabric up to expose my torso. I can't help but react to the touch. Despite what just happened not 20 minutes ago, despite the way Carl's acting, despite that it's not Carl, or is it? Something seems more familiar about him now. My urges are making all the old worse as the ram runs his hand down my chest towards the waistband of my pants. I don't know if this is a good idea right now. I reach up and push my shirt back down.
You sure? Not even a hand job?
Carl pauses with my hand on my stomach, gently moving his fingers around in the fur. The bulge in my pants is obvious. We should be thinking of a way to escape. Still, I stare at the hand on my body.
Well, we're not going anywhere in the meantime. Besides, didn't we come here to rest? Might as well get one out while you can.
I take back what I said about familiarity. Carl's unusually confident, weirdly seductive, and it has my heart beating fast.
Might help you get to sleep.
Something feels strange in the room, a low, surreal drone that makes it feel as if I'm in a dream. My movements feel numb, like they're not my own, my urges are not my own. It feels old and overpowering, this feeling, and Carl seems to be radiating it. At this point, I don't really know what's normal and okay, and basically what is reality anymore. But I do know my body wants this. Maybe real quick. Carl presses his lips to the side of my face, then lower towards my neck. At the same time, his hands goes back to my shirt, and I've lowered to the top of my stomach and pushes all the way up over my face. Just a moment of hesitation to raise my arms up so he can quickly get rid of the shirt. Carl pauses, looking over my torso again.
You're in shape.
Don't say anything. The way he's scanning his eyes over my body makes my heart skip a beat. I look towards the door, wondering maybe I should check if there's a lock. Not only because Raven's coming in and seeing what we're up to at the time like this would be bad, but also because Jenna saying this in her state of mind she's in would be a disaster. How fucking immature I am that I'm doing this right now. Carl, I don't know if this is a good idea right now. What if Raven or... What?
What? You know Raven snuck off to the cabin to beat one out? You deserve this.
I blush.
I'm just helping you out.
I sigh and don't say anything as Carl starts kissing my neck, causing my cock to twitch a bit. Carl chuckles into my fur, making me shiver.
Pull your pants down and I'll help out.
Fuck it. I reach down and shove my pants and boxers down to my thighs, exposing my length to the cool air. A musky smell reaches my nose and I blush at the thought of Carl smelling it. I didn't exactly have much time to bathe over the past day or two. The ram doesn't seem to mind as his hand immediately goes to my cock, grabbing it up in his huge hand. It envelopes the entire thing and I gasp in surprise, almost groaning at how sensitive I am.
You are pent up, huh?
He gives me a squeeze before pumping it a few times. Deep, slow ones that push my ass and balls into my bed before I practically arch out the upstroke. I gasp again, my eyes wide. I've never felt this much pleasure from just a hand job before. Carl laughs at my expression.
Little sensitive. Here.
Carl pushes me over to my side, moving closer to spin me as he continues to stroke my length. I try to keep quiet, gasping softly with every pump. I've never been jerked off like this before. With each downstroke, the ram presses his crotch into my rear, forcing me into his hand. I can feel my own length his own length against me, especially when he pushes my tail out the way. His free hand goes to my rear, and for a moment I worry he's going to go in with a finger. Wait, I don't want to do that. Carl nibbles at my ear.
Alright.
His hand instead feels up my ass, squeezing gently before sliding under me to come round to my chest. He gives me another enthusiastic stroke, squeezing my balls against my thighs before squeezing up. And just like that, it sends me over the edge. I lasted barely even a minute. I tense and stifle a whimper as I start to buck my hips into Carl's hand. Sensing this, Carl speeds up the pace and soon I'm trying not to let otter squeaks as I writhe against the ram. Carl squeezes me tight, nibbling my ear before suddenly biting it hard. I wince in pain, chills going up and down my spine as the ram aims my spurts over the side of the bed. I spasm over and over again until finally I slump down against the bed, gasping for breath. Carl chuckles again, giving me a few more strokes that send me into another spasm. Stop. I nudge his hand away before the ram finally pulls it back. I open my eyes to see that it's not too much has gotten on the bed. There are several white streaks glistening on the hardwood floor below though. I rub my ear wincingly. What was that?
You came.
Carl is sitting up now, dumping one of the several pillows behind us from the pillowcase. You bit my ear. I pull my hand away to see that it's not bleeding somehow. Carl shrugs.
Oh yeah, some people like that. Guess you don't?
No. I frown at how nonchalant the ram is. I mean, it was really hard. Carl wipes his hand off in the pillowcase and then tosses it over to me.
Sorry, I won't do it next time.
Next time. I take the pillowcase and rub my dick with it along with the little bit that got on the covers.
Alright, I'm tired. I'm gonna lay down too.
I'm a little put off. Instead of the primal urges I felt before, I felt empty, almost guilty at the thought of what we'd just done. I'm reminded what Jen and Raven are just a few floors below us. I should honestly go down and see how they're doing, but I can't really do that with Carl here. I look over my shoulder and Carl laying on his back, eyes closed. He might already be asleep before I've even pulled my pants up. It's a bit odd that he's not trying to spin me again like last time. I guess it's fine since I'm not really in the mood to be spinned. I give my dick a few wipes before I drop the pillowcase onto the floor next to the mess that's already there. I pull up my pants wanting to take a shower but too exhausted to check the bathroom for running water. I lay on my side, idly wondering if maybe I should go downstairs since Carl seems to be asleep, but... He. A familiar cackle in the distance pulls me out of my sleep. I open my eyes in a dark room, seeing the faint outline of the doorway. Is it night time? Does time move in this place? I sit up in the bed looking around. It's dark, but I can see the outlines of the dresser and the bedside table along with the empty bed I'm in. Where's Carl? I swing my legs off the bed and feel lush, fuzzy carpet. My heart leaps into my chest. Am I back? I don't want to get my hopes up just because of what happened last time, but this place is exactly like Carl's parents' room. I reach out to the lamp next to me and feel around for a switch, but it illuminates the moment I touch it. And that's when I see the outline of a small person in the hall. I jump, eyes staring into the dark hallway. A small fox stares back. I have enough time to see the overalls, a white shirt, before suddenly he turns and vanishes into the dark. I hear the patter of footsteps down the hall, then down the stairs before it fades into the silence. I backed up against the headboard, heart hammering in my chest, staring at the dark rectangle. Quickly glancing up around the room again, I don't see Carl anywhere. Slowly I push myself out of the bed and pad around the room, keeping an eye on the door in case the fox comes back. I glance out the glass doors as I pass them to the dark balcony. I can't see anything though, although I do see specks of light down in the town. From what I can see, it looks normal as well. Swallowing loudly, I move towards the hallway. Something seems to be pushing me forward towards the darkness. I look into the hallway down forward to the stairs, but it's completely black. Moving my hand up and down along the wall for a light switch, I hit one, almost blinded by the bright light that shines down on me. I shield my eyes and force myself to watch the stairs, but again I see nothing. Swallowing again, I force myself forward towards the stairs and finally down the stairs. I try not to blink, eyes wide, watching for the little fox. I don't have my hopes up that this is real anymore. After seeing the fox boy, I know that I'm still not in reality, at least not in any way, not all the way. Maybe I'm back, but those for the things on the other side have crossed over a bit, and that's what I saw. I'm in the kitchen when suddenly I see a set of horns in the darkness moving towards the stairs before they disappear. Carl? I hurry towards the stairs, feeling again along the walls for a light switch. I hear the clopping at the bottom along with the voice, small childlike voices. Stumbling down the stairs, I call out again. Carl? Jenna? Raven? I start to wonder if I've left the other three somehow. Am I alone here? Did we get separated? Soon I'm running through the basement hall towards the sound of voices, and at the door of the crawl space, and without hesitation I unlatch the door and throw it open. To find the same small fox. Now I see that he's just a boy, maybe 8 or 9 years old, in old-fashioned clothes. He stares at me, stoic and unmoving. I stare back in silence and then see something. 2 towering horns materialize above the boy and I see Carl's face. Then the arms close around the fox's throat and the boy opens his mouth to scream. I jolt awake on Carl's parents' bed. I'm back, it's bright again. I look around to see the hardwood floor, the bunched up pillowcase on the bedside table. But Carl's not there and is still screaming. Help! Stop! The sound is distant, coming from downstairs. My body is filled with adrenaline, both from the dream and from the screaming that I suddenly realised was very real. I jump off the bed and immediately go down on my knees as my ankle screams in agony. I have no choice though as I force myself to my feet, half hopping, half limping to the way through the hallway. It's easier now that I've got walls and rails to half support myself on. My heart thuds in my chest. I'm still bleary and confused at being asleep 30 seconds ago. What do I know? What I do know is I have to help Raven and probably Jenna too. I don't have time to dwell on the realisation that I've made stupid mistakes going to sleep and not keeping an eye on Carl. No, no, no! Stumbling through the kitchen, I hear the screams coming from down the flight of stairs to the basement before being cut off suddenly. I feel my heart sink as I limp and jump to the stairs, practically falling down the stairs to the basement below. I squint down the hall and unable to see clearly in the darkness. What I do get is a vague sense of movement in the dark to the left. I move blindly in that direction, not sure what I'm going to find or what I'm going to do. Carl? I feel along the walls and find nothing as I find the doorway. Reaching out with the light switch, I flip it on and see that I'm in a weight room. And there's blood on the floor. I stare around in horror as 3 big splotches and I stare at them. I think I even see them spreading.
Go on.
I go down to my knees, not even feeling my ankle at this point. I stare hard at the floor, looking around but not seeing anyone. Jenna? Raven? I call out their names to a hushed whisper. Footsteps. I'm hit harder than I've been hit in my life. The cold concrete of the ground meets my face as my limbs go from underneath me. The feeling of rough, dirty ground against my face makes me crinkle my nose. I try to reach up and brush it off, but my hands don't come up. My shoulders ache horribly, and so do my knees. Not to mention my ankle though. That almost feels numb at this point. I slowly open my eyes and see nothing but dirt. Something that has my limbs tied and I'm twisted painfully in some sort of hog tie. My forearms stuck to my ankles. A bright light shines on me, almost blinding with how powerful it is. I can hear it droning on with fluorescent buzz that tickles the nape of my neck. I hear some faint clapping sounds along with the shifting of heavy boxes. I try to keep quiet as I look around, unsure of where I am or what it is that's near me. While it's hard to see through the bright white light, I can make out stacks of boxes around me. Plastic bins, I think, like what Carl has in his crawl space. Is that where I am? I'm not sure, because behind the bins is large wooden beams set against packed earth. It reminds me of one of the old mines I saw pictures of during my research. The ceiling is way too high to be a crawl space as well. All the while I can hear little giggles, whispers and shushing sounds. There are patterns of little feet underneath the loud claps. Slowly I remember what happened earlier, splatters of blood, footsteps behind me. I look up towards the sounds of clopping and see the big form of the ram shifting boxes around, throwing lids aside. Carl? I sort of looks like him, but he seems bigger and more shaggy. I shift my gaze to the dark corners of the room we're in and I gasp as a pair of eyes staring at me from the darkness. A little fox and what looks like a small grin below the eyes, barely visible. The sounds of shifting bins stops and I hear the clopping sound coming closer to me.
You awake, boy?
I flinch but pretend to be asleep anyway, not moving until the ram suddenly crouches by my head, causing me to cringe again. He feels around my body, checking the bindings before patting me on the face.
I know you're awake, but it doesn't matter now.
The ram stands up and starts moving away. Wait. I wince, not really sure if that'd been a good idea. Either way, he stops and turns back to me. I look up at the ram, though it's hard to see. It's hard with the way he's outlined in the crowd with bright light. It could be it could actually be that light, but he definitely looks different, much bigger. His horns are much wider and more grown out.
What?
His voice is different, like too deeper, more resonant. This isn't Carl anymore, but I guess I already knew that. What happened? My voice sounds tiny and weak in comparison to the big ram.
What do you mean, what happened?
Carl, James sits back to moving around bins, opening lids, tossing stuff out. Where's Raven and Jenna?
You mean John?
I don't say anything in response to that, still trying to look around. I keep catching glimpses of tiny feet and pairs of eyes just in the fringes of dark nothingness. Their whispers and small giggles are constant overtone. Overtone? Undertone.
He's gone.
I turn my attention back to the ram. What do you mean?
I mean, would I say it better?
I swallow my fear, trying to let the numbness of my ankle take over the rest of my body. Where did he go? James chuckles.
I don't know. I used the knife, and...
The ram makes wiggly motions with his finger above his horns. Gone. James shrugs his big shoulders. How? The ram shakes his head again.
I know as much of this place as you.
What about Raven?
Who?
The dog, the husky. Carl shrugs again.
Same thing.
Silence drags on as the ram offers nothing else, turning back to his work. I work my hands around a bit, feeling a good deal of give in the bindings. They don't really feel like any sort of rope though, more like clothes. I close my eyes, trying to not let the overpowering fear take over. Carl? Carl, are you there? No response. Another giggle to my right turns the attention. I see another fox, even smaller than the first one. He dashes past the light, his figure blotting out in just a moment. I hear the slap and then a snarl from James.
Little shit.
I watch as the fox disappears into the darkness. I stare into the wild before quietly venturing another question. Who are they? Another pair of eyes dancing around behind the light. James doesn't respond. I remember newspaper clippings about the missing boys, the serial killer.
Well, can't find all of them, but this is probably enough.
I hear some rustling, a huge jumble of thuds and clattering sounds as James dumps a bin onto the dark coloured ground. The ram stomps off, disappearing behind the light. Things go quiet for a moment aside from the distant clopping of the ram's footsteps. Then the whispering starts up again. I feel several pairs of eyes on me. First one, then two, then five tiny figures appear in front of the light. I can see more behind me. Who are you, please? I tried to cringe into a tight ball, but the bindings have me terribly exposed. They're dressed in old-fashioned clothes, overall, denim, some are shirtless. Maybe it's Miseta. What do you want? I close my eyes, waiting, wondering if maybe they'll kill me. It wouldn't be probably it would probably be for the best. I'm tired of this nightmare. Fingers start poking at my wrists. Hey, I try to jerk away, and as soon as I do this, my left hand slips out of the bindings. I pause, then a loud bang comes in from towards the light, and small figures all disappear with a rush of wind.
God damn little shits.
James mutters from behind the light. I hear the sound of sloshing liquid inside a large container. As discreetly as I can, I start to try and work my other hand around, using my free one to loosen up the bindings. It's definitely clothes. They're poorly tied together. The sloshing sound gets a bit louder as James steps in front of the floodlight. He tips the container he's holding upside down, and I see a long nozzle, light shining through the translucent neck. I realise what it is as I hear liquid pattering onto the pile James has made. The smell of gasoline hits my nose and I start to panic. Carl? Carl, wait, stop. The other hand pops free as I start to writhe around, but it's my legs that need to get me out of here. Carl? James, please don't do this. Can you let me go first? James moves away from the pile to pour gas in the other bins. Why are you doing this to me? He flashes me a grin before continuing to splash gas on the other bins, walking in a circle around me.
Getting rid of evidence. You're part of the evidence.
The whispers get me more excited, the children running back and forth in front of the floodlight. I would have stabbed... Oh, sorry.
I would have stabbed you earlier, but I lost it in that damn husky when I pulled it through his gut.
James glances back at me.
This is what happens when you meddle.
Once Carl completes the circle of bins, he disappears behind the floodlight again. At that point, I start to pull the bindings wildly, tugging at my ankles, internally screaming every tug on my injury. This time the foxes don't approach, they just watch from the darkness. Help me. I sob through the clenched teeth at them, but they don't move. I stop struggling. Instead, I try to feel through the bindings, tugging here and there, trying to loosen something. Finally, I start to feel the knots shift a bit. My right leg comes free. When the whispers crescendo along with some giggling sounds, I hear James coming back and I try to keep twisted up. I keep twisted up in my feigned hog-tie position. A glow appears in the darkness and I see James step in front of the floodlight with a lighter in his hand.
Sorry, Otter, but I need to thank you and your friends for finally bringing your illness to a close.
The ram puts his free hand to his chest.
I really thought I would spend a lot longer worrying about this all getting out, but now
He raises the lighter.
I can finally put this at an end.
A small figure runs from behind the light. With a loud smack, the lighter goes flying. It's flung in my direction and thankfully it goes out as it flies through the air and skitters in the dark towards me. I drop the facade and uncurl, snatching the lighter up and struggling to stand. I'm just in time to see a huge ram charging me, horns down, aimed straight at my chest. I jump to the side but get clipped in the elbow, sending me and the lighter spinning through the air. James doesn't even go for me, instead disappearing into the dark after the lighter. I don't wait to see how it turns out, rushing forward to exit the mine. Just a few feet away from the exit when I hear a huge whooshing sound and a wind seems to whoosh from the exit, almost blowing me back. Breath is sucked from my lungs and I go down to my knees, covering my head to feel all my fur is going to be burned off. I look behind me in the blinding fire. Carl! I cover my mouth and nose trying to breathe, but the heat beats me back like a physical force. And now everything is real. I'm in the crawl space, the massive beams are gone, the ceiling is lower, there's no more mine. I back up to the doorway, getting blasted with smoke. Carl! I scream as loud as I can, all while moving back. And then I see the familiar horns and Carl appears from the smoke and flames, singed but alive. He charges at me, I see the rage in his eyes. I might not be back to the mansion, but Carl isn't. I back away from the basement, out of the crawl space.
Okay, I need to stop for a second because the kitties are being naughty.
Okay.
Guys, you've been fine now for 3 months. Signing
Cats are
3
fighting.
months. 3 months. You're definitely a little shit here. Come on, Jude. Come play with the toy. Guys, 800 toys with me. Playing rage. Why are we suddenly having silly? Well, I think they're just getting a bit bored and then they're starting to kind of push boundaries with each other a bit. Like, it's
Yeah.
not kissing or anything like that. It's just kind of a bit of chasing and
Yeah.
ears back. And it's like, no, no, guys. Again, never had 2 cats at once before, so I'm still learning how to kind of get
That's
them
fine.
good.
Sorry.
I don't really know what else I can do. I did an entire month-long introduction process in which they seemed good, literally until now.
But cats are going to be cats. They're going to probably be completely fine, and then they'll just have one day where they're like, nope, you've annoyed me for long enough, sir. And it's
I know. I just don't know when it gets to a point, because I haven't seen this. I haven't done this before.
Yeah.
So that means I don't know when the point is reached that I have to do something, you know?
Yeah.
And I'd rather be careful.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Alright. I back away into the basement, out of the crawl space, ducking low as the smoke billows over me. Oh, have I got... Yep. It looks like Carl's coming after me, but just as he reaches out, a little tiny paws grasp around his waist, his chest pulling him back into the crawl space. Carl reaches out, latching onto the doorframe, snarling with rage. His eyes are wide, spittle flies from his mouth, and he fights to pull himself from the grasp of the small foxes. I watch and only hesitate for a moment before I reach out to grasp one of Carl's hands. He may be possessed, he may try to kill me, but my friend is still in there somewhere, and there's no way in hell I'm willing to let him burn to death. I lean back, pulling the ram as hard as I can, getting a face full of smoke as I stand to get some leverage. Carl or James grunts or growls, as if unsure what to do. His little hands hold him firm, pulling him back into the flame pit behind the ram. I get weak, my lungs screaming in smoky air, feeling limbs start to give out. Update save.
Yeah.
When something gives, but it's Carl. The hands pull through him, something large and transparent gets pulled out. He flies back with a hurl and Carl flies forward into me. The door closes with a snap. I fall back with a crunch, my already hazy mind almost blacking out as the ram falls on top of me. The following events are a blur to me. I remember seeing Carl staring down at me, yelling my name. I remember a blind stumble through smoke, a dark basement, crumbling stairs, and 2 sets of bloody footprints from the kitchen out into the night. We follow them. And then, sitting in the desert, my head in Carl's lap, I watch his eyes glitter in the dancing firelight. His eyes are blank and far away. I reach up and touch his face to say thanks somehow. He doesn't look down. His eyes stay empty. The end.
Yeah, congratulations, you got the bad ending.
I was expecting to be more than one choice, but yeah, that does mean we do have to cut from that second point again next time. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think the other one has a few more, I think. I don't know all the details, that's the problem.
Oh, that's fine, but it's definitely an interesting ending. It's definitely very different from the last one.
Yeah. It's got a deeply tragic feel to it. Yeah. The way I've seen it described online is Carl's entire arc was learning to rely on himself and not others, and then he gets possessed and relies on the ghost. And to, let's just say, get a good ending with him,
Yeah.
you have to, like, get him to trust himself and actually build himself up. And
Oh, we'll see how that goes next.
I
Sorry.
like how subtle it was. Like, you couldn't even tell that was happening throughout. It was great. Again, sex being used for horror.
Yes.
It's good at that.
It is good at that. It is good. I mean, I didn't actually expect us to get through an entire story arc.
Me neither.
The last one took 15 hours. I really didn't expect. When we got hit like Sunday at like the 3.5 hour mark, I was like, oh, this will be a quick one. That took another 3 hours to get through it.
Yeah.
Oh, but
Yeah, I think that was a successful little campaign. We did an ending.
yeah, it was a good addition. So as ever, thanks for being part of it. Again, we'll see if there's another one of the weird after ending.
Oh man, the pictures.
Yeah. we shall see if there's a stay a while 10-minute extra bit at the end.
Yeah.
Because if there is, we'll quickly do that, because it'll hopefully be like a 10-minute thing like the other one was, and then that's the sort of full aftercare of this bit done.
Yeah.
But we shall see.
Oh man, that was brutal.
Yeah, but it was good. It's very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you like about the what are you liking about it so far then?
Well, as I said, I liked Flynn's one because it very much was the sort of Stephen King starts quiet and ends in a crescendo. With this one, this one did seem like it did mull around a little bit, but it did have the kind of, instead of just doing the, you know, someone's possessed and mad. Oh, it doesn't have one. It just goes straight back to the menu. Instead of doing the, you know, someone's possessed and mad, they just had it as a kind of the sort of slow descent into it.
Yeah, the slow loss of self instead, which
it
is
did
horrible.
it did take quite a while to get past the. It felt like it was spinning its wheels a little bit, I will say.
Yeah.
But I did enjoy it.
With the constantly changing rooms, yeah.
Yeah,
it could have spent
the
more
changing
than that.
rooms and the chase numerously hurting his ankle over and over and over again, and don't get me wrong, I think they needed the Raven character for comic relief because it would have been too heavy
grim.
otherwise.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was good. As I said, I think it just needed. I think it could have been maybe about half an hour shorter, and it probably would have been just as good. But I still enjoyed it.
Yeah. Oh, what are you thinking about the story so far then?
It's good. It definitely seems to be. I mean, every story does seem to be slightly different from the rest. There are similarities so far. Like there are mentions of similarities of other things that are going on at the same time, like mentioning the gunfire from the town square and stuff like that you see in the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all that's kind of well done there. I do like the overall sort of overall story, and then they're sort of alluding to all of it, and it does seem to go quite well with that.
Yeah, you slowly pick up more and more with each route.
Yeah, as I said, I thought this one would have been a little bit longer, but we still have. I suppose was there an alternate ending with Flynn's run?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
From
Because
what
I just
remember
realised we
anyway.
didn't save at all during Flynn's run, so if there'd been an alternate ending, that would be horrible. To have to just like, speed through to try and find where the split point was.
Yeah. No, that was me trying to Google if there was multiple endings for Flynn's route. That's what I
Okay.
was looking up earlier.
Is there? You just need to answer a yes or no. Is there only one other ending for Carl's run?
I'm gonna Google that right now.
Okay. You don't need to.
'Cause,
You don't need to tell me a number if you don't want to, because I don't mind. I don't really get bothered by spoilers, and spoilers just make me kind of go, "Oh, there's like 3 endings. This means we need to try and find all 3," rather than just saying, you know.
I'm trying to find if there's a list somewhere, basically.
Yeah, because we know there's definitely another ending for Carl. So we'll be doing that.
Why do you want me to log into Reddit? I don't want to log into Reddit.
Nobody wants to log into Reddit.
Nobody does.
Where's Tom? Tom, find us things on Reddit.
Right, I'm just gonna guess on what my password was. How was I correct? First try.
Because it's Reddit. Right, but
Ugh.
anyway, while Rowan looks that up, I will just do that. Our next streams will be. I think there's Everlasting on tomorrow. If
Excellent.
not, we might be back doing more Echo. There should be Everlasting on tomorrow, though. As I said, if there's not, we might be back doing more Echo. We might do the other one, Carl's story, which I imagine will be a lot shorter, because we're doing it from like the last like 3-hour part rather than the whole 6-hour part to get to it.
Yeah.
So, yeah. We'll be doing that. If not, then it'll be in like 2 weeks' time on Monday. Like, not this Monday, but the Monday after.
Okay, so from what I know, only 2 of the routes have multiple endings, and it's 2 endings that you can get with each of them.
Alright, so is this one of them then?
There might be 3 actually with.
Hey, you guys, why are we getting grumpy now?
You are rude and going in Skyjet. Gina. Gina, why are we having a day? Why are we doing it? Sweetie, I gave you treats. I just played with you for 10 minutes. I'm doing everything right. Either way.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
I have nothing more to say about that.
did you say there might be 3 endings in this one, or did you say there might be 3 with 2 endings?
Might be 3 endings with this one. I know you can get some, like, sudden deaths. Like, Chase just fucking dies. Sometimes. Just getting that otter killed again.
Alright, okay. Have to remember
Yeah.
that. Have to remember that. Alright, but yeah. Okay. Well, next time we do Echo, we will do the other half of Carl's story. If there is more than one ending, we will try and find those then as well. But yes, that'll be that. Apart from that, tomorrow should be Everlasting. If Everlasting gets cancelled, I will message Rowan and maybe we'll do more Echo if my voice will hold up for it. Then Tuesday will be myself, Tom and Zeph, and maybe a Meow, hopefully doing some Deep Rock because it's Oktoberfest. Whoop whoop whoop. Then some indie horror after it. Then Thursday will be more indie horror. Friday will be whatever we're playing Friday, with me, Tom and Zeph playing something. And then there'll be hopefully more Sons of the Forest. And then next Sunday we'll hopefully be back to Dark Tide when everyone's actually back. Actually, no, there's no Amy next weekend. So Dark Tide's tentative for next weekend. Hopefully it's going ahead, but if it doesn't, because anyone else has to pull out, maybe we'll do more of this, maybe we'll do more of something else. We'll work something out. But yes, hopefully you've all enjoyed this this basically being talked at for 6 and a bit hours.
7.
Hey, it's
7?
a good story.
That's a good story. That is a good story. My vocal cords may reject this by tomorrow, but yes, at the moment it's a good story.
I'm so sorry.
It's fine. I need to get. I'm doing the Halloween things. It's probably good practice for that. So yes, that will do us. I think we'll go raid someone. We'll probably go raid. Who is on? Let's see. We know who's on. Probably Crim. Crim's doing. I don't know what Crim is doing, but I love the game I just loaded in that he's playing. Looks adorable, so we're going to raid into Crim. So yes, thank you everyone. I wish you all the best of your rest of your weekend. We're going to go raid into the wonderful Crimson Albedo, who is playing. I don't know what the game he's playing is. It just has a car that looks slightly evil, rubbing its tires together. It looks fantastic. So yeah, we're going to go raid into him. But yeah, till next time, folks. You all take care. Have a great weekend. Good night.
Oh.